I'm camera askewed. Still camera askewed. Hello. Damn, Grace, I didn't expect to see you here. Hi. I need to finalize the new theme song. When I finalize the new theme song, y'all motherfuckers finna love it. I have to remix the vocals. I'm a man who likes white women, and white women love me. I make chicken and chitlins and eat out the weeds. But I'm not talking about grass. Got back from class. See, the TGA is actually going to be a topic of today's conversation. To simply speak on it, I already know every single time I see a Game Award show that most of the choices are going to be some bullshit, because they're always made by activistic clerics. It is a religion. Jeff Keighley is the Dorito priest, and now the fucking Pope of the gamer access media religion. And every time they choose choices, they always make choices based on popularity votes, not based on actual consensus. Because if you want to be serious, what should be Game of the Year would not be something like Baldur's Gate 3. It'd be Balatro. If you wanted to be dead-ass serious, it would be Balatro. Now, they get mentions. In the article that was written, that I read last night, that I also cut video for last night, it is mentioned in those articles. In the comparison, all hands call meetings that all of these reports are based off of, that they use as the basis for those opinions in those opinion pieces, it is mentioned heavily, but they don't treat them the same because it's not a AAA title. It would be arguable if you could say that it was from Devolver Digital, because if it comes from Devolver Digital, it somehow breaks over this hump where they assume that AAA and AA and indies can or can't coexist and not be considered as eating someone's lunch. And yet, Balatro is probably the only game of this year that I can actually think of, or even more actually, look at in my list. That I've been playing frequently. When I go to my library, Once Human, Unloved, Balatro, Path of Exile, Darkest Dungeon 2, Helldivers 2, because this was CGG, and I need to make sure to set aside time for CGG this month, and Phasmophobia. Basically, Horror's Birthday, played while I was on camera going through content, tried it out on the side for a day. I play this way too fucking much to begin with anyways. Started playing it for fun rather than playing it for content. This game was horrible. Picked it up on a sale, it was like somewhat free. A game to play when wasting time that could be used in the background of a video. Played because I was trying to learn new tech for it. Like playing it, but every single time I try playing this with the people that are inside of those normal queues, they fucking suck dick. Learning how to play at level 100 entropy, so your mileage will vary. Almost all of these, with the exception of Smite and Smite 2, either I've picked it up because of CGG, or it was a game that was given to me by my sister, after me having conversation with her. And some of these have not been touched since the early first fiscal quarter of this year. Either because they're games that are meant to be fun that I picked up that I put down. They are story-based, like Scarlet Nexus, which I bought because I wanted to play a new game. They're like Curse of the Dead Gods, which was played to learn its system and that I haven't gotten back to on rotation because I literally have a schedule for how I play them. And then for things that are further down this list, either played it once, didn't like it, or it's a part of my list that I haven't touched because it came from Humble Bundle. There's a significant number of them that exist on this list. But of my most recent, it's been these here, within the first 5 rows. And then one of these I tried to give back, or sell back, after having owned it. No matter how I think about it, there is no world where Balatro should not be top of every single fucking list. It is a roguelike that requires nothing of you but to learn the system. Like, the effort of being taught this game by the game is what makes the game so enjoyable. And people keep sleeping on these games like this. Say what you want about things like Unloved, Once Human, Content Warning, Phasmophobia, and things like it. Darkest Dungeon 1, Darkest Dungeon 2, and Helldivers 2, which of course also is inside the mentions of these lists, but only after they felt that it was safe to finally support it positively, because they could no longer use it for cultural war purposes. There's something about this game that people just keep fucking not recognizing and giving its due diligence. It should be talked more about. But perhaps the reason why they don't want to do that is because if they know that they have to actually treat it like the game it deserves to be, they won't be able to use it for the purposes of suggestions for gambling. Blase, 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 etc., etc. I don't know how you feel about that. I want to know your opinion. Have you ever tried Balatro? Meanwhile, on the side, I get my shit prepared, because we're going to start out with some follow-up drama. If you don't have an opinion, that's fine. You have not, but you're willing. Let's see here. How much is it right now? It is currently $14.99 individually, and I do not see the price of what the bundle is because I own both Slay the Spire and Balatro. However, Slay the Spire is more of that kind of roguelike card game that does demand you learn 50 billion things at once, and that's not exactly fair. It's a part of a bundle with a game called Backpack Battles. It appears that Backpack Battles is currently on sale for 20% off. That does not seem like it. So basically within the range of $15-$20. It's worth a lot more than that. This game itself is worth at least $60. Simply because that's how often you will be playing it. Or at least how much you should expect to get from the enjoyment of playing it. However, let us begin the content. Starting off with the fallout of Soggy Toast. Just here. No. On the other side, probably. I probably retweeted it. They nominated Shadow of the Erdtree 4 times, including Game of the Year. Yeah, that seems about right. Sydney Thomas, girl who worked as a ring girl at the Jake Paul vs. Mike Tyson fight, sees her Instagram following skyrocket by 300K, effectively doubling her audience in a short time surrounding the fight. I'm pretty sure everybody knows why. She got him oiled up too. That's a bit lewd. Lord have mercy. Hello, Callum. I mean, it's right in front of me. 1 second. Okay. Let's talk about that for a second before I get into the other drama. Lego Star Wars is indeed a hitter. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Alright, let's talk about this real quick. Should a DLC or expansion pack, a remake or a remaster, ever be considered as eligible for something that deserves to have a reward if that award directly leads to pedigree farming? Probably not. Why? Because to give a DLC an award implies that individual DLC, if it's not a standalone, can be deserving of an award. And while it can deserve an award, the Game Awards should be giving an award to the game and not giving the reward to the game. Is tantamount to saying, I understand what they said, but I've considered that the opinion of the council is fucking retarded and has elected to ignore it. Seemingly smart, but ultimately dumb. Seemingly smart, but ultimately dumb. Because who does that help? That's a serious question. Who does it help? A Game Award is a way for at least the uninformed, in theory, of course, to look at a ceremony and say, damn, these are a bunch of games I've never heard of, but they're getting rewards, they're being recognized, I guess these are games that I should play. Boom, done. That's the entire purpose. It is an extrapolation of the methodology of value. I go on to Metacritic, I look at the 9 out of 10s, the 10 out of 10s, the 7 out of 10s, the 8 out of 10s, and I say, maybe these games are worth it. I'll buy the dip. If you tell me that a DLC is eligible for an award, the implication naturally must follow that either the game itself or the DLC of the game itself is worth the price of the dip. No? Because if it's not a standalone game, speaking out as a person who witnessed people buy the Assault on Dragonstone Keep for Borderlands 2, because I got the original whole fucking thing directly. I ain't do none of that fucking piecemeal shit. I got it on sale, got it for fucking pennies. Same shit with Borderlands 3. If the game is not a standalone, because mind you, the standalone for Borderlands 2 came from an era where Borderlands was relevant, before this fucking bullshit with Borderlands 3. And let's not even get started on Borderlands 4. Especially considering that Borderlands 3 wasn't even purchasable for a year on fucking Steam, because they tried to make that exclusivity deal with Humble Bundle, not Humble Bundle, with Epic Game Store, which was literal fucking piracy and literal fucking malware uploaded as a part of the store. If Shadow of the Erdtree is not a standalone game that starts from a mandated true lore save file, the same way you could argue about the difference between the journey and the answer of Persona 3 Vice, which I guess now is Persona 3 Reload for the normie kids. If you're telling me a person can be able to give suggestions about something that they truly haven't been able to experience in its full totality before including more content specific to that DLC, we have failed to do our jobs. Our jobs as journalists. The Game Awards aims to recognize the best creative and technical work each year, irrespective of the format of that content's release. Expansion packs, new game seasons, DLCs, remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories if the jury deems the creative and technical work to be worthy of a nomination. Factors such as newness of the content and its price and value should be taken into consideration. If Balatro ever comes out with a free DLC that adds 500% more content to the game, still at the base price of $15, does it instantly become a game that should win Game of the Year and rewards values as such? If it reaches such a value and is expressed with said value, should that be resplendent upon that of Dragon Quest III? How about any remake that's ever done to bring the entire Dragon Quest collection to a single download or a single disc on a single platform? Serious questions. Now, as a member of the jury, if I was to be a person voting on it, my answer should be, yes, they can be involved for a nomination, but if they're being involved for a nomination, we make an entirely new category, and we legitimize the differences with those in that category. Oh, best new music, best new update, game of the year, but it's specifically because of a DLC update, it gets a separate fucking award. It does not go in the category for game of the year. Because if it's Game of the Year, then Elden Ring has to win Game of the Year again. But it can't. It can't be Game of the Year on another year from its release date. That's not fair to other games released in that year cycle. And this is assuming the fact that the Game Awards is always held towards the back end of the winter months. Granted, we're not on the back end of the winter months. It's not December, it's November. It's the middle of November. But mid-November, Game Awards, anything that's released after this ceremony has to be recognized at 2025, not 24. Accounting for games that probably came out on the back end of 23 that they themselves probably got additional updates to. How do we square the circle in this problem? The easy answer is fire the fucking journalists. Be that as it may. Be that as it may. That got me all heated and shit.
Greetings and salutations.
Continuing forward with what I was writing down. Let us begin today with a recap of the drama that I covered yesterday. The soggy cereal content cop on Mr. Beast. Which is to say, the content cop on Dogpack 404. Soggy cereal packed Dogpack in the Dogpack pack and smoked his ass. And then Rosanna Pacino smoked her dad. Literally. Weed. Made him into weed. She put his ashes into a weed plant and smoked it. This is advanced white woman shit. This is Italian internet streamer shit. Look bizarre. Go back to this guy. In the video, Jake Weddle is one of many people on a list of allegations that was considered as a part of why Dogpack should be considered legitimate. Soggy cereal dogpacked him hard. However, while the video itself is satisfying, in the section about Jake's girlfriend decided to take to Twitter to try and defend him in the only way that women can defend their man can. The comment section did not appreciate this. The gang's all here. The gang's all here. There I am! Also, Nicholas Diorio, Xylee, Jessica Pizzle, Ace Howler, XKQ, Uncringed, Lele Star. Sometimes this is part of the fun part of the job. Because I don't say a single fucking thing to me mean and crude and weird about it. But the fact of the matter is, this guy committed defamation against Mr. Beast. And like Dogpack, as a disgruntled ex-employee, along with Rosanna, as a platform to spew his opinions on, defamed him to a widescreen audience. And his girlfriend's best idea was to say, here's me, here I am, hi whore. Women like this do women who love to wear septum piercing a disservice. Cause why are you standing next to your man when your man is in a police lockup? Clink clink, Lex! Clink clink! He's gonna go to jail if he gets sued! Clink clink! This is not the look, girl! This is not the look! But you know, at least she's standing by him. At least she's standing by him. Most women would have already cut their losses and ran. Como se kusa mama kusa. Blood in, blood out. Etc. How you doing, whore? On this issue, there are multiple things that are still going to have to come out about Mr. Beast, but I believe at this point in time we can firmly put Dogpack in the schizo territory. But frustrated, destroyed, defenestrated, insulted, felted, other insulting words. And the fact that we are there has more to do with the fact that Soggy did a good job. Of all the things that he put there, there were only 3 things that were considered confirmed outside of the Jake Weddle half-truth. On those things, Mr. Beast will have to answer for, especially the lottery. But it's like I said the day I watched it. It's more to do with the fact that he probably had done it towards the start, and it was probably done out of a lack of preparation and understanding, rather than a lack of care and a lack of concern. He didn't do it because he was money grabbing. It happened because it's what happens when you're early and you make mistakes. So, no matter what he does there, he just has to mea culpa that himself and give that up to God. Outside of that, there really isn't much to talk about there. Now, of course, Dogpack has ran into the fucking reeds, and everywhere else, it is what it is. But who's to say? Who knows? Who knows what? Who knows where? Who knows why? Speaking of, now that I've got myself talking about it, let's play some rounds of Balatro. Before I play Path of Exile, let me talk about the greater, deeper, more satisfying for me drama concerning Twitch. Simply so that Grace does not feel left out. Also because I got a Jones itch. I finally beat my PB on my Endless record. And I was able to finally unlock the voucher palette. I finally did it. So now the only thing left is the challenges. And then double positive on Joker use. They indeed have a category for it on Kick. Satisfying, satisfying, satisfying. Satisfying, satisfying, satisfying. I feel like I need to start shaving. Again. I feel like the skin under my beard is ashy, and the only way I'll properly moisturize it is to shave down so that my skin can breathe. So when I exfoliate, it doesn't trap the dirt there. I need a pumice stone. I need a stone from a pumice. Anyways. Let's move to the next topic. One second, I heard a noise that I'm not happy about. It was the sound of me murdered. It was the sound of me murdered. It was the sound of me murdered. 1 second. I'll be right back again. Best I can do right now is just scratch my face because now my face is itchy. I shouldn't have said nothing. Shouldn't have said nothing. I won't have his itch. Remember, boys, always hydrate your face. Sometimes slathering it on ain't just for the girls either. Sometimes even men gotta get facials. And someone's gonna clip that. Skibbity-doo-dee-bity-doo-bee, yoinkity-boinkity-spoink. I was dying. Oh. Dude. Okay. Side topic. There are several things that have been going on in both political news, as well as in gaming news, as well as in political and gaming drama news. The news that I want to cover Next is going to be a little bit insulting and upsetting for those who have not missed the story. There are two of them. There are actually several. The first one is the news story of Anthony Nephew. I'm sorry. Actually, I can get rid of this, at least from this view. Okay. This particular news story, you've probably seen and heard about. If it is upsetting, I would like you all to skip for the next 10 minutes. Minnesota dad who ranted against Trump election gunned down wife, ex-girlfriend, and his 2 kids within murder-suicide. This is a particular story that has been all over the internet. The other one, however, is the more recent one. And that one... Where is it? I just had it in front of me. Ah, is this one. So, first story. Minnesota man kills wife, ex-partner, and 2 sons before killing himself. Anthony Nephew, 46, shooting wife and son, and ex-partner and son dead in Duluth on Thursday. This has been reported on by multiple people. In front of you is the point from The Guardian, and another one from the New York Post. Pretty much everyone's reported on this, because it's impossible to miss.
November 7th, Duluth Police Department was contacted by the City of Superior to do a welfare check on one of their employees. Responding officers went to the home in the 6000 block of Tacony Street and found two victims who were deceased from apparent gunshot wounds. 47-year-old Duluth resident Erin Abramson and her 15-year-old son, Duluth resident Jacob Nephew. During an interview with the reporting party, they identified a person of interest as 46-year-old Duluth resident Anthony Nephew. Nephew resided in the 4400 block of West 6th Street. Investigators set up surveillance at his residence, and a short time later discovered he had a wife and child who also resided with him. Due to that knowledge, exigency was established to make entry into the home for a welfare check. We made entry with the drone. Officers located 45-year-old Duluth resident Catherine Nephew Ramsland and her 7-year-old son, Duluth resident Oliver Nephew, deceased from apparent gunshot wounds.
Minnesota dad who ranted against President-elect Trump online shot and killed his wife, ex-partner, and his 2 sons before turning the gun on himself, according to the authorities. The shooter, 46-year-old Anthony Nephew, had a pattern of mental health issues. Duluth Police Chief Mike Noah said on Friday, one day after authorities found 5 people dead inside of 2 homes within the city. Authorities found Anthony's ex-partner, Aaron Anderson, 47, and their son, Jacob Nephew, 15, dead from apparent gunshot wounds in the home on Thursday afternoon, police said. After identifying Anthony Nephew as a suspect, they found his 45-year-old wife, Catherine Nephew, and their 7-year-old son, Oliver Nephew, dead from gunshot wounds inside their home close by. Anthony Nephew found dead inside the home from a self-inflicted gunshot wound as well. Before his rampage, Anthony Nephew had been sharing left-wing and anti-Trump posts on his Facebook account. My mental health and the world can no longer coexist. It can no longer peacefully coexist, and a lot of the reason is religion. Anthony Nephew wrote in July. I am terrified of religious zealots inflicting their misguided beliefs on me and my family. I have intrusive thoughts about being burned at the stake as a witch or being crucified on a burning cross. If I swear to God, if this nasal drip continues, I'm blowing my fucking nose out soon. Having people I actually believe that my child or Satan or the Antichrist or whatever or the favorite color boogeyman they have are afraid of this week. Anthony Nephew, known for posting his extreme ideals on social media, in a post with his wife. Either it's his ex or his wife. This looks like his wife. In another post, he accused Republicans of making it harder for women to leave abusive relationships. Gilead, here we come, he wrote, referencing The Handmaid's Tale, a dystopian novel-turned-Hulu series in which women who have been stripped of their rights are forced to reproduce for the ruling class. Anthony Nephew has shared other political posts, including an image of former President Barack Obama, Trump and Biden, and Vice President Kamala Harris, with the word hate written on Trump's face, while the word hope, heal, and grow correspond to the Democratic politicians. Not that anyone cares, but as an independent voter, I would really like to see both political parties in this country pick better candidates. We could do better than a binary choice between fascism and not fascism. Anthony Nephew previously issued a chilling warning about his mental health battles, writing in an op-ed in the Duluth News Tribunal in 2021, for millions of Americans, a breakdown leads to suicide or homicide before suicide. Mental illness in this country is stigmatized, ignored, or treated as an individual to bear alone and with little help and with less understanding. Americans deny that they have mental health struggles because they have to, because they're told to, or because they don't realize that their mind is broken. And accompanying the post is effectively now post, posthumous pictures of multiple people in said family. Where do we begin? Where do we begin with this story? He fears political breakdown, and he fears that he's going to be hung at the stake, burnt at the stake, or politically punished. So he kills his family and then turns the blicky on himself. I can't say the sentence that just came out of my mouth, but I want you to imagine 10 different expletives and play Mad Libs with them. That's what Crash Out Carl wants to say. What does Dad Carl want to say? I understand why this person felt the way that he did, but that doesn't legitimize his fears about the election. And his inability to be able to teach both himself, his son, and his youngest son about the way that he should be able to cope with their decisions in the world is an absolute travesty. Tragedy? Sure, that's a word, Carl. In his opportunity as a father to give a teachable moment and a teachable lesson to those in his life, and to live his standards, morals, and values. So now, along with Aaron Bushnell and other people, he joins the Hall of Power, where the left wing will say, well, at least they didn't show up in South America, for them to cope about how this is anything less than a fucking crime and a horrible, horrible loss of life. Now, the second one, coming straight to us, directly from your boy, Actual Justice Warrior. What's the 411, baby? Tell me what's good, Gilpatrick.
Greetings and salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today we have an absolutely horrible story that is indicative of how crazy some people have gotten during this election season, and that is the election night murder by a woman of her father apparently over political reasons, over the evil orange man winning, and honestly, I find this to be really disgusting and really terrible, and I wouldn't cover this story unless it was absolutely clear what the motivation is, and as of right now, what has transpired, what has been released, it seems like, unfortunately, this is the case. Now, we're going to get into this, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
They say, those neighbors say, that the daily demands of being a caretaker may have sent her over the edge. The result, she is currently locked up in the King County Jail on $2 million bail.
So the reason I decided to go with this local news segment is because if you watch this, then you won't know any of the key crucial information related to this particular case. According to the local news, look, this is somebody who worked as a project manager at Blue Origin, which is Jeff Bezos's rocket company, if you guys aren't aware, the one that tries to compete with SpaceX, and she just had to deal with all the pressures of being in that sandwich generation where you have to take care of your elderly father, and honestly she snapped, and it's just a sad story for all these people who have to care for their elderly relatives. Now, to be clear, there are a lot of struggles in caring for your parents when they become sick, when they become unable to care for themselves, and that can have a great toll on somebody's mental health. I want everybody to understand that I'm not saying that isn't the case. But when you go into the details of this particular case, what you end up discovering, in my opinion, is that intro is complete and utter crap. It's nonsense, and I will explain why, but let us first hear from the local news and their interpretation of these events.
According to court papers, the first signs of trouble in this case happened when neighbors heard smashing glass. All of it on election night when the presidential race was about to be announced.
So again, the local news is saying that the neighbors first became alarmed when the presidential election was announced, and then all of a sudden they started hearing broken glass. And you guys might be confused by the framing of that. You also might be confused about how they said earlier in the video that this is related to the duties and the pressures of caring for your relative, when now they're pivoting to the election stuff. But to be clear, this is what the neighbors detected. This is why they called 911, because they heard all this glass breaking, and like they said, they weren't sure if it was anger over the election. Very interesting that that was the first thing that the neighbors thought of on election night, or somebody was breaking in.
My first thought was, are people just getting upset over this election, or is someone actually trying to break it in? Or
Prosecutors say the actual answer was much more horrific.
There goes my camera. I'm choosing not to speak on what he claimed and what he explained about caretakers. My opinion is not necessary in this instance.
They say 33-year-old Curry Burke smashed nearly every window in this home immediately after killing her father with an ice axe.
Again, very unusual for them to have those thoughts in that order. As somebody who works in politics, as somebody who deals with these issues on a day-to-day basis, I have to be perfectly honest with you. If I heard glass breaking on election night, my first instinct, if it was in my neighborhood, would not to be to think that it has anything to do with the election. My first instinct would be to think that this was probably a break-in or something of the sort. And I know some of you are going to say that I live in a sketchy neighborhood in New York City, but I do not live in that sketchy of a neighborhood, despite the fact that I had my car broken into recently, and when I first moved in here, my car was just stolen. You guys remember that sad tale, but I'm telling you, this still would not be my first thought.
the lights were off, and only 2 people live in that house, and only one of them was on the street.
This woman lives near Burke. As she watched the election results, she said she noticed flashing lights outside. She then says she noticed Burke covered in blood.
My thought was that something calamitous had happened in the household, and my first instinct was, did she kill her father with her bare hands?
So again, the local news analysis of this particular case is very superficial. They're talking from the neighbor's point of view, the flashing lights, the police showing up, and all that. But remember, in the intro to this video, I gave you the pitch of this as a potential anti-Trump murder, somebody killing their parent, and I'd like to go into this individual's history, let you guys understand who we're dealing with, let you guys understand the statements that she made to the police, because I find this to be very very troubling, but also very informative on motivation on this particular case. So we go to the New York Post and we find out that a space rocket program manager, which is our suspect, butchered her father with an ice axe on election night after a breakdown following President Donald Trump's victory. And when police showed up, she was found smiling and clapping when covered in her father's blood, according to the police. Corey Burke, which is our alleged suspect, considered the bloody rampage in which she allegedly strangled, bit, and hacked up her 67-year-old father in the $800,000 Seattle home they shared, an act of liberation according to the charging documents. Burke, 33, is a training program manager at Blue Origin's Jeff Bezos spacecraft company, according to her LinkedIn, and is married to prominent transgender writer Samantha Leigh Allen, public record show. So this is Burke right here. This is her image for those of you who are watching this, not listening via the podcasting platforms, and you can see that she has a look that is very similar to looks that we've seen among leftists, not to mention the fact that she works in a tech company, a rocket aerospace company, in a non-tech related position, and in addition to that, she is married to a transgender activist and author. Allen is the author of the acclaimed book Real Queer America, LGBT Stories from Red States, and the editor at Them, which is a transgender news publication. Now again, remember what the local news segment actually told us this was possibly about. Somebody dealing with the stresses of living with their parent, and I just want to point out that the court documents do not reflect that at all. When you look at the language very carefully, when you understand what this person's political orientation was, when you take it in the context of election night, when you understand that her father is a 67-year-old white male, very likely to be an evil orange man supporter, you kind of get a better picture in your mind of why this crime went down this night and why this woman was laughing and cheering after she committed this horrific murder. Again,
Imagine being a 67-year-old man. You try to do right by your child and make sure that you raise them to do as much as you possibly could to make sure they were taken care of. And then they fucking kill you with a goddamn axe. Some shit. It is some shit.
again, let us look at the evidence as presented in the charging documents.
Prosecutors say that that is exactly what happened, except the killing also involved an ice axe. All of it after they say Burke snapped at her father for simply turning on the lights inside this home.
When things like this happen, the whole neighborhood gets traumatized.
Burke has now been charged with first-degree murder.
The killing was meant to, quote, help people change their attachment to their parents and, quote, had to happen today. Burke told police her face covered in her father's blood, according to court documents. Burke had been upset about the election and knew Trump handily beat Vice President Kamala Harris when she allegedly stabbed, apparently when her father, Timothy Burke, refused to turn off the lights. Now look, in one of my recent previous videos, we talked about the push from people like Joy Reid, that Yale psychiatrist, Sonny Hostin, and a great number of other lefties into the idea that you should just abandon your family members, cut them off for Thanksgiving, cut off contact from them, and obviously this is one of the most extreme manifestations of that. But when you think about it, it's not that unusual. Imagine you're a crazy leftist. You live in unreality where the evil orange man is Hitler. You find out your father is a Hitler supporter that's going to go after all of these various transes, while at the same time, your spouse is a transes themselves and a prominent transes, even though I never heard of this person. You might be pushed with all that media propaganda getting into your already mentally fragile state into something crazy like this. And of course, the attack was incredibly vicious. Again, we go to the Post article. She then went upstairs and grabbed an ice pickaxe, tripped her father, choked and bit him on the floor, and struck him.
Choked and bit?
Repeatedly with the blunt and sharp end of the tool, according to police.
This explains why the articles kept coming out saying that she was a, how did they put it, a power lesbian? Yes, that's right, a power lesbian. You have to see this. This particular article title has been going around on Twitter, but it originates from here. Power lesbian kills father with ice axe. Pictured here. I still to this day do not know what the fuck power lesbian means in this context. However, what they say it means is wealthy, influential lesbian with extensive social connectives involved in similarly connected individuals. Which, okay, your wife is a transes author. No problem. Still fucked up. Still don't understand it. Still reprehensible. Still abhorrent. The Lord will see fit. Will deal you out. Continuing.
Burke sat down next to her father and watched him die, then smashed all the windows in the house, which she described as an act of liberation. Again, that leftist language being used repeatedly according to the police. When cops arrived, they found Burke clapping because she was happy. Burke told police that she had a strained relationship with her father without strong quote-unquote boundaries, and that had left her feeling quote hyper-focused and disorganized. Now, she later described the dispute with her father over lights, eventually whispering quote, "I killed him" to one officer, according to the charging documents. Now she's being held on first-degree murder charges on $2 million bail. Again, this is just sad and depressing nonsense. There's another story that maybe I'll cover on this channel as well, where a man ended up killing his family that lived in another place away from him because he didn't have custody of those kids, then came back home and ended up killing his other kids that he did have custody of before taking his own life. And this is over the panic, the hysteria related to the evil orange man winning. And I will just point out that the evil orange man has already been president before. People have already lived through this, and all the terrible things that the media was promising you did not occur. They did not come after you. They did not do all these Hitlerian things. So it's just sad. And of course, a mentally ill person, somebody who's married to a trans activist who has been indoctrinated with leftism, is more vulnerable to this. Now, of course, there's probably strains in the relationship with her father that are unrelated to politics. They keep talking about the lights not being shut off. This sounds like, to me, maybe they were trying to turn off the TV or then the lights so that the father could go to bed, because the snap apparently happened right after the evil orange man declared victory.
And a check of criminal and court records show Burke has never faced serious trouble with the law before. Her father, by the way, was 67 years old.
But what I really want you guys to think about in this particular story, and of course, the less dramatic version of this, where you cut off your family members from Thanksgiving or whatever, that these other lefties are pushing, is the cult-like mindset. And again, that this is also over politics. Politics was never supposed to replace religion in our society. It was never supposed to be this divisive among family members along personal lines. You can have your political beliefs, you can have people that disagree with you around you, but the idea that you're going to result to murders over a regular, ordinary election, to me, is crazy. It's madness, and it just goes to show you how wild our politics have gotten. So everybody needs to take a step back, especially if you're on the left. Stop freaking out, stop panicking. Remember that Trump was president from 2017 to 2021. All the crazy chaos that you're imagining did not happen during that period of time. So take a chill pill, relax, and honestly, shut up. Shut your face. This woman destroyed her family, ruined her life, ruined her spouse's life, and for what? Another 4 years of Trump's presidency that will not be changed no matter what this person does? Insane in every possible way, but what do you expect when all this propaganda is out there? Somebody at some point is going to lose their mind, and I talk about this on my channel as somebody who's very worried about this, even coming from in my audience. I never advocate for violence. I never want people to take what I say out into the streets and hurt people or anything like that, so I try to be conscious that there might be somebody who's mentally unstable listening, waiting for a sign from me, and guess what? You're never getting that sign from from me. Relax, go get help, chill the hell out. It's not that serious. Yes, politics are important. Yes, it impacts you. Yes, it can impact your day-to-day lives, but as I always emphasize on this channel, more than presidential politics, your local politics actually emphasize your day-to-day lives. So this outsized focus on who's the president of the United States is incredibly unhealthy, and this is one of the most extreme degrees of that unhealth. And again, for Kamala Harris, you took your father's life because Kamala Harris lost? She's a loser, she's a clown, she's ridiculous, and you're gonna do this for that? Insane. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the absolute madness in this particular case.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah. There's no really good way to describe it. There are people outright killing their families over the election. And I'm at that point where it's like, okay, yeah, this shit's getting out of hand. It's already been out of hand. Out of pocket, maybe, but we're fully out of hands now. Like, we ain't got no more hands. There are not enough hands to put into these issues. And it's so fucking sad. It is so fucking sad to see and to witness. But, you know, this is apparently what people think is acceptable and cool. I've seen people make jokes about these two particular cases. I've seen people joke and laugh and say, haha, they're removing themselves from the ecosystem. I don't like it. I don't like it. Because I've seen what the left has to say about that. For that, go to Blue Sky. They ain't doing nothing but bitching about this and Twitter. But I've seen people in the middle, and I've been seeing people on the right saying good. This is not okay. A story like this should not be fucking happening over a goddamn election. Two stories like this should not have occurred in the same year over the goddamn election. It's not okay. That ends the depressing part of the content. Now for a shocking swerve!
A video, and a lot of people are not happy about that video. They are very, very, very upset. We're gonna watch the video.
All right.
That's right.
For those who are unaware and unappreciated, Twitch is having a civil war. The adpocalypse has stricken. The adpoc has struck. It has gone schnicker-schnack on the ad revenue. From 65 all the way to 90% drop-offs for all content creators across all content on the platform. Small content creators, mid, high level, even fucking lolcow drama class. Everyone's getting fucked. Let's hear from Legwig before we get into the more recent, and then we work backwards to Devin Nash. We're gonna start with the drama, then we're gonna go to the numbers.
Vogel Mail, I'm going back to back, and I gotta say, guys, what the heck? I looked at my analytics on this channel after taking a 10-week hiatus, and thousands of you guys unsubscribed. Okay, joke's over. We can resubscribe now. It might take a little bit longer in between videos, but when I really want to talk about something, I'm gonna make a damn video. Like today, where we're talking about the Twitch adpocalypse. Why? Because I was talking to my friend Shake about it last night, and I wanted to look up a video to learn more about it, and there was none. So I decided, okay, I will make one. And today, I should preface, we are going to basically be talking about 3 points around the Twitch adpocalypse. What is it? How did it happen? And what should happen next to fix it? That's really what I want to address today. And we should start with first, ads on Twitch. Because I'm old enough on Twitch that back in my day, Unk Status, I get it, it was cringe to run ads. People didn't do it. And And it made sense, you know? People would already be paying your subscribers for your content, so why would you also be taxing people by making them watch ads?
That's not how that system works. That's fucking retarded, Ludwig. Oh my god, rich people need to learn how this works. Okay. The way that the Twitch system works is that when a person takes an ad, when they get an ad, when an ad is served on the site, when you are not affiliate status, that ad does not benefit you. So, in the older years, before they just forced ads, period, across the platform, this meant a new content creator, a new streamer, boom, onto Twitch, did not have ads served on their content. Maybe they got a temporary ad as a part of the look into the stream, but they were not getting ads throughout the middle of the content. They were not getting mid-rolls. To service this, you had to get a power user status, which was Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo, much like Discord Nitro, was meant to be a benefit for the power users of the site, not for regular users. Cost you goddamn much. To alleviate this comes the concept of the sub. The sub, once the person was able to prove themselves interesting enough to get the views to make money, now have the ability, on one, being locked now into the exclusivity contract that says the same content that you are streaming on Twitch cannot be the same content that you're streaming anywhere else within a 24-hour cycle, and if it is, you are liable of having broken it and can be subject to being kicked out of that share program. Now get the shares not only from the ad rev and the ad cut and bits and other ways of donations and other ways of earning money, but specifically also from the ad cut of the revenue on the cost per minute. The CPM rates were completely whatever the fuck for whomever was doing what, but the numbers were pretty much you do this, you do that, and we will give you a cut of this. So you run ads, you make ad breaks, or you let it do it automatically and let the ad breaks happen wherever the fuck they happen. Inside, there is even a little button inside the stream manager, should you have put it there, that you can have a button that says you can run an ad break. I will show you. See this green button right here? Run a 3-minute ad break. This does not mean that you are running ads on your channel. It means that you are putting a break in your stream content so that you can be able to demonstrate for every other platform that doesn't have a button like this that you have made an opportunity for Twitch to run ads on your channel. This is basic level affiliate shit. Early day 1 to maybe month 3 of broadcasting. Yes, it's annoying to get fucking ads in the middle of the content because most of the time you're logging into the stream as the stream is happening in medias res. I'll use an example. What if I opened up the stream in the middle of an encounter and I was engaging and talking to Graced while talking about the shit with the Game Awards while doing said content? From her viewpoint, on Twitch, right now, in this ecosystem, she would have had to watch not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, 7 ads, possibly, back to back, with no ability to skip them. That's Twitch. Saying that you're subsidizing your audience twice for something that literally will not affect them because they're not being served ads, period, is retarded. Because what happened when they go in, and then when you make the ad break, it should be during uptime, downtime. If you're like Hassan, and you're like Ludwig, and you're just running ads whenever the fuck, then that's because you wanted the money. So, the idea of the money grubbing shit actually comes in with people just not liking the fact that they can't immediately jack into whatever fucking drama is happening on the platform. Which is half the reason why LSF exists. Because people don't want to tune in to watch that shit live. They want somebody to show them the cut. This is their Twitch VODs on Twitch, you see. Moving on.
It was something you just didn't really do. until Twitch made a bit of a change. They started to tell you how much money you would make if you were to run ads. And they also ran a program that subsidized that amount of money. So they basically say like, okay, well, this is how many viewers you have. If you were to run like 3, 6, 9 minutes of ads an hour, we could pay you like a couple $1,000s. And you know, not only could we will guarantee pay you that amount of money, and you just do the deliverables and, you know, it all sort itself out. They're basically subsidizing people running ads. Now, they only ran this program for like a few months, but it worked. It created a culture where streamers now knew how much they would make if they ran ads, and it became a part of their lifestyle and overall income. And so now people run ads. And you should know this if you've ever tried to watch a subathon in the past couple of years, because those are basically ad farms, man. Live 732 hours in a month. That's 732 hours to run ads, baby. And thankful to the boys at FaZe for leaking their income. We know how much money you can make from ads alone.
And that number is astronomically large. Namely, because someone was bitching and moaning and crying and screaming about the amount of money they were losing. This is the relevancy of the ad number. Stable Ronaldo accidentally leaks his Twitch creator dashboard and shows that he makes 1.2 million this month alone. Ads can be a lot if you're already a large content creator. Please keep in mind that he said a member of FaZe Clan, the FaZe Clan. So the people who are the new babysitting hubs for millennial kids that are addicted to Fortnite and Call of Duty. Not normal streams. Not normal people doing this. Kids. Monopolizers of kids are complaining that they're not making as many millions as they did before, doing a job that relatively is not supposed to be that hard, but can be that hard when they have nothing to create. Moving on. Don't worry, we're gonna double back on this. Don't worry, we're gonna double back on this. Put a pin in this one.
Now, I'm not sure. It's possible that Ron might have photoshopped this image a bit, little inspect element. But if we take it at face value, he says he earned $1.2 million during his subathon, and he only had 63,000 subscribers. Now, I say only because if you do the math, that 63,000 subscribers is $220,000, which means he made an extra million. That's not from bits. That would mostly be from ads. And what makes this even more realistic and more impressive in my mind, Jason was the biggest in the FaZe group for their subathon. In terms of subs, he had the most subscribers. You can see 100,000 right here. And he made $500,000 total. It's a lot of money. Now, the light pink is the amount of money he made from ads. You can see his ad density went down, all right? He didn't make as much from ads. As opposed to somebody like Lacey, that's a lot of light pink. Now, ignore this number. I know as a fact he inspect elemented this. This is a fake number. This number is real. So he made $70,000 less than Jason while having less than half as many subs, less average viewers. How? Because his ad density was so high. He's running an ad density equivalent to TV shows, okay? And he is able to make just from that hundreds of thousands of dollars in ads. I would not be surprised if Kai made as much, if not more money from his subathon in advertising than he did from all of the hundreds of thousands of subs he has. This is all kind of gone now. The advertisers are pulling out. It is true, and streamers are making a lot less money this month. Okay, how do we know this? Well, Twitch streamers are talking about it. Here is Quinn.
What the hell? So you're getting, wait. Oh, bro, you're just getting no ad money at all.
All right, here's Moon Moon also talking about
I
it.
saw like
Trying to get a wide array of streamers.
Ads, apocalypse, blah 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 blah. Out of curiosity, I went and checked my revenue. In the last 2 days I've streamed, I received $0 on ads.
And then finally, here's Stock Guy actually showing his analytics. You can see how much money he is making from ads and how far it has dropped. For some people, it's half. For some people, they're making 10, 20% of what they used to make. And the way ads worked on Twitch for a long time was a very simple calculation. What is your viewership? Okay, what is your ad density? How many ads are you running an hour? And where are your viewers from? Because advertisers view viewers differently depending on their location. That is it. That is the only factors that went in. And then however much money Twitch made from advertising, they would pay you out like a percentage portion, all right? You know, something like 30, 40, 50, some percent based off your deal of how much money they made from the advertisers. The issue is that only works if they have advertisers. And a lot of advertisers have pulled out, okay? They have pulled out and it has hit Twitch hard. All right, and I'll talk in a minute what my prediction is for what will happen to that advertising money. But first, we have to talk about why they pulled out. Where did the advertisers go? Do they hate Twitch all of a sudden? Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch.
Correct. However, you're not about to tell the truth now, are you? For this, let's inject something really quick. Ya boy, Daniel D. Danielson, the selfman of the helpman, come to give you the best takes that you possibly can concerning the body politic of the cowardice. Where are you, Dan? Daniel, where are you? Where are you, Dan? I found you. Man, Ludwig is the living embodiment of a French household in World War II, acting like they aren't home when a fleeing Jew would come to the door for food. You platform emboldened and legitimized anti-Semitism under the guise of fast fashion. I am so tired of these influencers in these positions of influence like yourself who give weak fence-sitting positions, afraid to upset anyone, unwilling to risk their bag, refuse to upset your audience in any way. Now why would Daniel say this? You're about to find out. Go ahead. Say it, Ludwig.
You see, Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people. Some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but, you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people? And that happened a lot because this is an issue Twitch has been dealing with for years, which is inconsistency in their bans. All right, they have their code of conduct, their terms of service, whatever. They have to ban based off of that, and sometimes it's not upheld consistently. All right, and so this became, you can see October 16th is the day Asmon got banned, a very common trend. All right, oh, you ban Asmon? Well, what about when Frogan said this, you know, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right. And Twitch got basically controversy after controversy after controversy. All right. And at first, this was maybe just some like social media stuff. But then there was a concerted effort by people to go straight to the advertisers. All right. Because Twitch wasn't buckling. They weren't like banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asmon. They're like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone. That did not work. They were not left alone. Not only were they not left alone, their advertisers were not left alone. And this is one of the other genesis I can see of advertisers now getting involved after the Asmon ban. And here's a tweet that said, made a video of what you can do. It's a long video, so I'll just distill it. But basically, it was email the advertisers that Twitch worked with who were displayed prominently in sections that people viewed as like anti-Semitic and get them involved. Okay? He says, you know, fuck Twitch for making me do this cancel culture, cuck, fucks, and blueser shit. But that is exactly what happened. It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse. Attempt, very successful. Now, Twitch...
It's not an attempt if it's fucking happening, and it's been happening for fucking years, Ludwig, you fucking slimy seal. Stop barking like an otter for fucking Hassan, and be honest and for real. How many fucking times did you, specifically you, Pokemon, Hassan, Destiny, Trainwrecks, Casey Tron, the Thought Squad, the Ho Squad, Zoe Berger, girls like her, Celestia Vega before she quit and decided to become a porn star. How many girls? How many boys? How many girls? How many boys? How many girls? How many of you fucked it up? How many of you fucked it up? How many of you broke the rules and fucked it for everybody else? How many? How many times? How many times in one fiscal quarter? No. It was not Asmongold. Asmongold might have been a catalyst. Zachary might have been a catalyst. This is all good old Habib. Good old Habib. Good old Habibi is why this is happening. Habibi and the Anti-Semi Squad are the reason why we're here. Why couldn't you say that? Why did you try to list out Frogan? Why'd you try to go for Poppy? Why'd you go for the smaller fries? Why'd you try to save face for denims? Why'd you just say Hassan?
Tried to purpose. They tried to appease advertisers and also the Anti-Defamation League, who's getting involved. And they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel that was at TwitchCon, and you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you, all of these sponsors got thousands of emails in their inbox after this. And it worked. Now, you might think to yourself, okay, well, Ludwig, this was like a month ago, right? We're November 16th now. Asma got banned October 16th. The banning of the people at the TwitchCon panel was October 21st. Well, how do you think ad deals work? It rolls over the next month. So the reason ad rates plummeted in November is because all those advertisers pulled out for the month of November. And there's no way in that 2-week period for Twitch to resell a bunch of ad slots to brand new advertisers, especially when brand new advertisers are going to see this blowing up on social media and not want to touch it with a 60-foot pole. You get me? All right. So there's currently in Twitch world a piss match, right? Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
looking at me and blaming me. I want to say you're welcome.
Taking blame himself and probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time.
Writing off Asmongold, because just like the members of the Twitch policy staff, you also write people off when they are not useful to you. And blaming him for something that, if you're going to blame him about it, okay. He takes blame about something that you knew was a problem long before any of this shit came to pass. So why is he the only person who has to be there saying, yeah, I understand. Yeah, of course, we know. Why? Why? But why? Why being a play about it? What's the point? What even is the point of saying it? What's the point of saying it? What's the point of doing it? How does that help anyone or anything?
If I had to guess. Now, what is Twitch doing about it? Twitch has done two main things. The first one is they're trying to have the most perfectly crafted, curated conduct policy to be able to catch all things that could offend anyone and make advertisers as happy as possible.
That won't work because the advertising policy has always been and always will be reactive. Your take itself is reactive. And that is what provides us the context for what Dan says. I'm so tired of these positions of influencers like you who give weak fence-sitting positions, unwilling and afraid to upset anyone, and unwilling to risk the bag, and refusing to upset your audience in any fucking way. You have more layover and have a lot more crossover with his audience than you think you do. But you're more than willing to write him off and say, he's just one of the DEI chuds. Sure. I wonder if you could even make a statement as bland as, I like cats more than dogs, because the fear you would have upsetting somebody in your audience. As I continue with my congressional meetings, talking to the press, and otherwise fighting for the rights of the Jewish people, I'll make it a point to showcase those of you like yourself who stood silent and purposely blind to what's going on. This is not a first time for you. You are spineless, a ripped wet bag, a primordial creature that contains only pleasure centers for attention and popularity. Let me end this Like, let me end with this, in case something is unclear. You are not my friend, nor my ally. Your upcoming "what did I even do? Why is he mad at me?" statement is expected and discarded. You are my enemy and the enemy of all oppressed who are unfortunate enough to be out of vogue at the moment that they encounter you. Good luck with the streamer awards. I hope the guy who called Jews inbred dozens of times will win. And what clip is Dan mentioning, Carl? Let's show what that clip might be. Because of course, Elmer Yo brings up the fact that Slasher Breslau has not covered this, despite him having finally been able to bury the hatchet and getting back on the good side of Richard Lewis. A friend extraordinaire and friend of the channel. It's this.
These people blaming Asmongold, okay? And we flip from that to Mizkif blaming Hassan. All right, let's watch that.
Who says started it. Mizkif is blaming Hassan, saying that everyone who does politics should be outright banned. And Asmon is
looking at me and... Which is like already sweeping, because Mizkif's saying, yeah, just ban Hassan, ban politics, because Mizkif actually knows what's going on. Ludwig does not. Ludwig thinks Asmongold is at all responsible. He is not. We know that for a fact, okay? But he couldn't even allow that tiny bit, 3 to 5 seconds of Hassan criticism was far too much for Hassan, okay? Too much for Hassan. Hassan had to send him a message. Ludwig, clean it up. Clean it up, Janny. Get it out of there.
Piss match,
so
right?
Now...
Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse, for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
looking at me. You see it, right? We cut it out. We cut out the entire of these people blaming Asmongold, okay? And we flip from that to Mizkif blaming Hassan. All right, let's watch that.
Who says started it. Mizkif is blaming Hassan.
So effectively, this is prelude for the streamer civil war. Again, context. Pin it. We'll get there. Continue forward, dum-dum.
And this is a very hard thing to do in an ever-changing world. Their latest change has been making the term Zionist, along with a mean term, now prohibited. Now that gets you banned off the website. The other thing they have done is they are now using tags as a way to demonetize creators. So, you know, there's this thing on Twitch that people usually use as jokes called tags. So like Kai's tags are short and loud.
Tags are not meant to be jokes. Tags are what you use to be able to delineate what kind of content that is that you do, what they can expect to understand how you do what you do, and what exactly is the demographics you can fit best into for the joke of the fucking demographics. These tags are much like metadata. This metadata on YouTube being what helps us be able to place the content that we have and put ourselves in the margins for not only what you can expect to find on a video, pulling mine from my metadata today, margins for not, but also what you can be able to find as a part of the breakdown of an entire channel. So for example, I'm going to plug in mine and Jay's into the MW Meta Databank. That's going to look based off of the channel that's plugged into it. And then mine. So, what that looks like. Yeah, we all gotta start running ads on our streams. I know I run ads on mine, but I let the automated thing do it and space them out itself. Sometimes for videos, sometimes for live streams. But what that looks like on the back end is it looks like this. Above is what it looks like the tags that are on Twitch for me. Big Gay Plus, Black, Ask Me Anything, English, coaching, teaching beginners, teaching raids. Then, from the description of the YouTube stream today, the ones that are always there, reaction, commentary, journalism. From Jay's channel, Jay Longbone, commentary, comedy, reaction reviews, movie reviews, movies, commentary channel, reviews, reactions, Batwoman reactions. From my channel, Mr. Random, Random Repetition, Single Player Carl. Those first two were identities and handles that I went by before harmonizing all my content to Single Player Carl. Gaming, coaching, single player, multiplayer, game jam, commentary, video gaming, reactions, special events, live events, commentary channel, TV show reviews, movie reviews, gaming journalism, news journalism, criticism, commie, skits, drama. Tags are how you're able to figure out what the person does at a show reference, at a glance, so that you can understand and figure out if the content that they do is for you. And if we're being serious, this was not something that I actually had optimized properly, because Horde had to yell at me to make sure that everything was proper, because me, being very dumb, didn't realize that my metadata was not the same thing on the back end as I thought it was supposed to be. This is something serious enough to care about if you are a streamer. Because if you put things in the wrong categories and you don't have things with the right tags, tags being a carryover from forums, and technically Tumblr, not being able to put the content where people can be able to find it in places where they can be able to see it, makes it a lot harder for you to be able to understand the issue and thus communicate what you're trying to say. It is very, 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 very fucking easy to do tags. It is not at all hard to do tags, chat. Look at me in the bottom right corner, chat. Look into the camera, look into my eyes. It is not hard to do. It is not difficult. What he just said was a fucking lie. Now on Kick, they don't have tag qualities yet. It's a feature they have yet to put in. But they do, and I'll show you in a second, have the ability to tag yourself as not safe for work content. Itchy, itchy. Stop it, you botch! Get away from me! You cannot have my butt. It's always the goddamn bots. But inside of the page, as well as from the bar, but mostly from the dashboard, there is a button for tagging yourself as mature. In Twitch, this would be the same thing as going to the correct category, as is streaming to the correct category. At least for the game, if you're not playing a game, or you're just chatting, would be. Well, how would people be able to find out whether or not you're talking about some bullshit the way that you're talking about some bullshit if you're talking about it in the wrong category? Why talk about video game news in the Balatro category if you're not playing Balatro as you're having the conversation about it while playing it on the back end? Simplicity! You want to go see things about Batwoman? You go to a Batwoman video. You don't expect Batwoman from a video involving news, involving death and horror. And yet, what led to what we just said was we use them as a joke. Rewind, say it again.
To demonetize creators. So, you know, there's this thing on Twitch that people usually use as jokes called tags. So, like, Kai's tags are short and loud. You know?
Another caveat. To tag, tags help lower, smaller to mid-level content creators. On Twitch. On YouTube, they're how most of the platforms ran on the algorithm. It doesn't matter what the fuck he puts on his tags, because he already has a giant fucking audience. You absolute goddamn Mongol! How? How do you not get that? How does that not sink in, Ludwig? How do you not factorialize that? Is it not clicking? Why would he need to do that in that way? He could put down his tag as BBC Lover Prime Roast Beef and it wouldn't matter, Because the WL community is full of people who are fans of the popularity of the person's personality. The personality not meaning who they are as a person, but, oh my god, my favorite streamer is live on the platform right now. I gotta be there. I can't miss out on this, like, on the subathon. Like, the Mafia-thon as it is what happens when you have too much money and too much time. But I'm not about to say that Kai Cenat is not one of the, if not currently, the #1 top spot streamer on the platform, because he finds ways to make shit entertaining. But rather than having content that is entertaining that does people, he makes himself and the things he can do with his money, the content. He is somebody who basically is an example of how people on Twitch want to go viral, not for being good, consistent creators, but for hashtag breaking the internet. Remember Kim Kardashian and her backdress bottle pop that was meant to break the internet so that people obsessed over her and what she was doing? That's what we think of when we think of clout chasers and grifters. Granted, the Kardashian family is a family full of white women specifically trained to hunt black penis, but they're also trained in the methods of media attention. Influencers follow the same curve. Content creators follow the same curve because we are in an attention economy. It's not about what you know, it's not about who you know, it's about the biggest thing that you did and who is witnessing you doing it and who can you get onto your stream with you on Twitch. This is the only thing about Twitch culture that has transmogrified within the last 5 to 10 years that has been an absolute detriment to the platform, because this is why the Kingmaker system exists. Ludwig is somebody who would be considered a kingmaker. He has to begrudgingly mention Asmongold because Zachary, despite being a big content creator in his own right, is a person that on the influencer market, when it comes to influence and attention, he just talks about shit. He's the front page of gaming Reddit. Bring it forth in front of him, bring him a VOD, bring him a clip, and he will watch it and talk about it and give his opinion. And from him, opinions flow. Or opinions get copied from his opinion. From Hero Hey to Rev Says Desu and more, people will take his opinion and they will repeat it uncritically. Me, I'll take his opinion, but I will go through it and figure out whether I agree with it or not. And there's a lot more that I agree, like that I can disagree with Asmongold than I agree with. Simply because within the last 5 years from COVID, the inability to accept and deal and figure out and get that he's more than happy to be just like the rest of them, but it's because they put so much focus on him, and now we know the reason why that is because the Twitch staff is fully against him and they want to see him die because they consider his audience to be full of chuds. It's a problem. It wouldn't exist and it wouldn't happen if that weren't the case, but we live in this timeline, not the alternate timeline. So on this timeline of topics, that is the reason why that is. It also doesn't matter what he lists his tags at, because all they have to do is just go to his thing. In fact, let's see if he's live right now. The Asmongold account should still be banned. No. The Asmongold account is back, but he's not online. And he's probably not been online for a while. Yeah, he doesn't save any of his VODs on this side. So, Zach Rar. He is in fact live right now on Zach Rar.
Of these here. Same applies to rural white Americans. Poor job opportunities for a lot of these poorer neighborhoods as a result of gang and crime.
Looking at it right now on the back end, his links are English Politics Bald. The title of the stream: drops, Game Award nominations, news, drama reacts, plus hashtag gaming, join my Discord, !Discord. It doesn't matter what the fucking tags are. They are already big enough that they don't need them. Nothing he's saying is relevant. Nothing he's fucking saying right now is relevant.
Asmon's tags are bald, okay? But some of the tags are very legitimate and well used, like the language tags, and some are now enforced, like the politics tag. And if you have a tag like politics or something maybe like sexual themes, well, then you're not going to be making money off ads. And we know that because here's a clip of someone talking about that who has those sexual theme tags.
So this month I play like three hours ad and I get 0.08 USD money from it.
She played 3 hours of ads and she made 8 cents. Okay, 8 cents total. Now, what's going to happen next? The ad money is going to come back. Maybe not to where it was before, at least not right now. But we know this because this has happened before. If you remember, YouTube had an adpocalypse in 2017. Now, a lot of people blame PewDiePie for it. I would argue that's a bit reductive. In the same way, it might be reductive to blame a single person for the adpocalypse on Twitch today. At that same time that PewDiePie had a video with a bunch of edgy jokes, there were also terrorist training videos found on YouTube that had advertisers on them. All right? But the thing is, it's not like if you go to YouTube, there isn't fucked up shit on there still. You know, there's definitely still stuff that advertisers would not want to advertise on. I can look this shit up if I want. All right, you can look this up. If you look up nude yoga, there's some shit on there that advertisers do not want to be on. That is still available on YouTube. Because there should be a difference on what is available to watch on a platform and what advertisers want to be a part of on a platform.
Nice take, Ludwig. Now do sexual streams, fucking idiot. Open mouth. Garbage, 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 garbage. Yes! Advertisers get to choose what the fuck they want to be against. Guess what they don't want to be against? Take a bright guess! You don't even have to take a guess. We've already reviewed it. But let's go through the big hits. Carl, what do they not want to be a part of on the platform? What is it that they don't want to monetize and advertise against on the platform? What are these things that they don't want their content to show up next to? Oh, I don't know. How about Hasan playing music from a literal designated state-sponsored organization? Of that being the North Korean government.
Such a Hasan pick.
Or, scrolling down Dan's entire timeline, how about the things that radically get saved frequently on a Hasan stream? How about Hasan's Zionist take and how he makes fun of people that he considers to be Zionists? Zionist, of course, in this context meaning Jew. How he insults Jews.
Them, all of their shit. If they want to support, like, anti-Jewish, I'm gonna add you into the list.
How about the dumbass shit that he says concerning back down here.
Fucking so done. I'm done, dude. I fucking hope Twitch bans me for this. I'm fucking so done. Like, yeah, dude, you're right. The fucking official DPRK, like a state in and of itself, like me playing
the state in and of itself. Yes, literally it is. Determined by the Secretary of State as a designated state sponsor of terrorism.
Or, how about you going around with the takes that come from people like Mary Kish, Director of Community Marketing and Production at Twitch. Breaking: the Al Ali National Baptist Hospital in Gaza being bombed as an Israeli airstrike with no prior warning. A hospital. It's awful regardless if it was a failed Hamas, Al-Aqsa, or targeted bombing. I'm also saddened that while you rightfully share the devastation of Gaza multiple times, you didn't once comment on the fact that Hamas literally murdered babies and have over 200 hostages. You cannot convince me to support genocide. Everyone, meet the Senior Director of Community and Marketing at Twitch. TwitchCon panels really seem to be Mary Kish's thing. She also seemed super reasonable and unbiased days after October 7th. Dan, why are you wearing thigh highs? Dan, why are you wearing thigh highs? Buggy. How about this particular clip? New premium Hassan clip, redropping. Certified fucking insanity. Just to be clear, if any other streamers thought about saying this on accident, they would get a 3 to 6 month ban.
Little bro, dude, if another one of you 14-year-old pasty little shit skin dumb motherfuckers.
For nobody who understands the context, to call somebody expletive skinned is a slur in 4 different countries because it refers to you making a derogatory slur against brown people out of context. There is no explanation, there is no breakdown, there is no this, there is no that, this is no nothing. That is just him insulting a person to their face. That is just him insulting people to their face, which tends to be what Hassan does whenever he goes through anything that he has to break down. Also, Mary Kish is a Hassan fan, by the way. And then, of course, what's another thing that they don't want to have put against these things? This is not me endorsing a single thing that has been put here for the purposes of Dan Can't Stream demonstrating things. This is exactly what he's being put here to demonstrate an obvious hypocrisy inside the fix of the code. An update to the enforcement guidelines. Never once called for the banning of the word Zionist. This is absolutely shit to criticize inside the Zionist movement. I've only called for Knights to step down. I do not want this new rule. It is expletive. I said that it was a shit idea last week. Breaking. The big fix being rushed out at Twitch to fix people using the word Zionist as a dog whistle for Jew is that Twitch will be adding it to the auto mod list this week. This not backfiring on people. Thanks, Dan! Demonstrated. I am not reading these statements. All blank are subhuman. Hey, your message is being checked by mods and has not been sent. All blank are... I don't even feel comfortable saying subhuman in this context, but I'll keep saying it anyways. All blank are subhuman. Fucking blank are trash. Hey, your message has been checked by mods and not sent. This one has been made not sent. The other one, sent. This one, not sent. This, sent. Fucking blank are trash. Hey, this is being checked by mods and not sent. You can't get fucking dumber than this. You can't get fucking dumber than this. These things, that, this, Ludwig, is what they don't want to be against. How dog shit is your take that you don't get that? Moving on.
Not everything that's on a platform should just be stuff that advertisers want to see. We should not become Coco Melon TV on every single platform. In the same way that not everything on a platform should be only things advertisers don't want. Like, well, let's be frank, Kick. Okay, you don't want.
Why is Kick being included in this when Kick has been able to do more than enough to demonstrate that they don't even want pedophiles on the platform? Try that shit again. They don't even want pedophiles on the platform. Boy. When people are known for trying to get with little kids on the platform, they said, not here. No, sir. And they sent them fucking packing. So now you're about to cope and say, no. But what about this? What about this? Is that really your next move? Is that really the bot, baby? Is that really the bot? I don't think you want that movement. I don't think anybody wants that movement. That's the cope we're going for, I guess.
Both of those realities, you need a mix. But to have a mix, you need a lever to be able to punish people accordingly.
But they haven't been punishing them accordingly, Ludwig. That's why we're here. The entire reason why people are saying, thanks Hassan, thanks Asmon, is because Hassan has not been punished properly. Not him, not his butt buddies. Asmon being appropriately punished sparks people to say, wait a minute, why do they get away with this? Why do they get to do this? And crickets. Fucking crickets from you.
And what I mean by that is right now on Twitch, the biggest problem that I see is the only way they have to punish people, or the main way they've had to punish people, is a ban. And a ban is very strict. It is.
No, it is not. Y'all motherfuckers take vacation days. Because the way that this works, and for this, I'm gonna need to break this down by using, like, Obsidian. 1 second. The way that this fucking works is that the entire system is a help buddy system. The punishment is not a real punishment. Why is that, Carl? Well, you see, the issue is when you're dealing with the platform, when you get a ban, your ban stops auto processes, meaning no resubs. No resub means that you don't have the ability to say, oh my god, where did my money go? Your money went somewhere because you got banned and you no longer have the ability to get that money. The base amount is a sub. Originally used to be $5, now $6 every 30 days. A serious ban for most people within a processing time period, assuming that no new subs were made when offline and no new subs or methods of donations were applied. Only income from Twitch happen every 30 days. So if you get a 28-day ban, any person whose sub elapses during this time goes away. You do not get that money. So, a 7-day ban, a 14-day ban, a 28-day ban, or let's try a permanent ban off the platform would be a legitimate ban. Let's go to stream of bans! Let's go to streamer bans. And let's just go down the amount. Now, I've given you the number. The number is 7 to X amount, right? That's the number. Let's see what's on the bans. Partner Miss Tricky unbanned after 1 day, 6 minutes and 49 seconds. That's not a real ban. Partner Desi unbanned after 23 hours, 59 minutes and 11 seconds. That's not a real ban. Hate Caps unbanned after 1 week, 8 minutes and 34 seconds. That's not a ban. Recent ban, Andy TK. Recent ban, Tryhouse. Recent ban, I can't read this. Recent ban, Pings FCZ. Recent ban, Lisa Garrido. Recent ban, Henrique Aquato. Unban, 2 days, 6 minutes, 53 seconds. I'm gonna start skipping and going towards the people for the unbans. Unban, 1 day, 5 minutes, 4 seconds. Let's keep going down. Let's keep going down. Now we can see here when Desi got unbanned and when they got banned and when they got unbanned. Let's keep going down further. Unban, 2 days, 4 minutes, 20 seconds. This is not for the verification of whether these people are people who are worth and have a lot of value. This is about what the actual ban limitations tend to be and when they get unbanned properly. Veronica Volt, 2 days, 4 hours, 53 minutes. Blue, 2 days, 1 second. 1 week, 2 minutes and 49 seconds for Biggs Ace. Hello Mitska unbanned for after 19 hours, 58 minutes and 13 seconds. We keep going down this, and we're going to see differences. Okay, here's the longest one we've seen thus far. 1 week, 10 minutes and 27 seconds for Chud VR. Chud VR had, at minimum, a week ban. How many people's subs refreshed during that time period? That's the number. That's the serious issue. No, these bans are not serious. Example! The subs that are coming from Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat gets banned for a day. Did he lose money? Did he take a punishment? No! What did he do? He went onto the platform, he talked about the ban probably, he bragged about when he'd be back online, and then when he came back online after getting banned, he got a cash flow injection of more subs because it gave him attention. 1 day, 2-day, 3, 4, 5-day bans that then get repealed. So it's time served bans. They're not suspensions. They're not bans. They're vacations. They're streamer vacations. For those big enough to be able to afford calling them vacations. They're vacations that give them the ability to get away with actually having news, topics made about them or around the drama of their ban for them to come back to the fanfare of everybody seeing them. How do we know this? Because that's what the Twitch thoughts get banned for. Some of those bans could have probably been from Twitch thoughts. Oh no, I showed my body on camera. I participated in the censor bar meta. I got a temporary ban of like 3 days, but I'm back on the platform after a day and a half. And oh look at that! I've got even more subs. It looks like a censor bar when I'm like this. I'm showing it all. I'm showing it all. This is not a serious take from a serious person. If you think that a ban is a punishment to a person who has the ability to afford the content coming from multiple platforms, because we're not even locked into using Twitch anymore. So that argument also removes itself as well. These girls and these guys, most of them don't make their money on the platform directly. Most of them make their money on an entirely different platform. This just serves as a way for people to see them and hear about them, which then gives them the ability to make content about them being on the platform, which then leads to more content, which leads to a drama cycle that keeps them infinitely in the news cycle. They get rewarded for causing problems. They get rewarded for breaking the rules. The only way to punish it is with a permanent ban. Permanent ban means no money, period, and then they should keep everything. But of course, that would be theft. Because what if a person is making a lot of money and they happen to have opinions that go against that of the platform? They're willing to do it. They've done it before. They did it to Destiny. They did it to multiple people. And most of those people who probably didn't reserve those bans, guess where they're at? Ludwig? What was being called the streamer house that took in the quote, gamer Nazi chuds? Which also included people that were your friends. Kick! Continue your dumbass opinion, dum-dum.
Is 100-0. Turn the water off. Okay? You cannot make any content at all anymore, at all, ever. All right? That's a little bit strict. On YouTube,
a little bit strict.
They have a pretty good system. You've probably heard of it, right? Most videos, if everything's good to go, they are monetized. Okay, maybe that's what the green money sign is. Maybe you have the gray money sign. That means you didn't monetize it. Okay, you just didn't monetize that shit. Red means you can't monetize it. Now, this could be for copyright or because maybe what the content is about. That's what the red is. You can't monetize it. And then there's yellow, which is this video in YouTube, if you ever ask them, will always say this, is not being suppressed by the algorithm, but will not be shown to advertisers. Now, YouTubers will always tell you that if it has the yellow money sign, it is being suppressed. The views are worse. YouTube says the opposite, but fact remains, this does not make money. The advertisers will not go on this video. Now, there's another section, which is yellow with the 18+. So not only can they not be monetized, the channel must be 18+ to watch. Those do get suppressed.
Ludwig's inability to explain things, if horror chimes in to want to explain and help as well. Green means the video can potentially be monetized. Gray means you're not monetizing. Red means you cannot monetize it, but then breaks down based on what that actually means. And then limited ads means limited to no ads, not there's a little bit of ads. It's either you can have some or it's being demonetized slightly because of the content that is in the video that you are talking about. And then age gating, being forced onto your video, if it's about a sensitive topic. No, I didn't mean like you chiming in, just type in to make sure that I have everything correct. You can see this on your backend, and you can see it for videos and for content based on whether or not the video is considered by the platform to be legal to go or not. Now, I'm going to show you on my backend on YouTube. Not all of it, but enough of it for the demonstration of my point. You go to your analytics. And on your analytics, it will tell you anything you want to know. So, in the back end, on my analytics, you can see my views, you can see my impressions, you can see my click rate for videos, you can see my average view durations. You can also see this on videos, you can see this on shorts, you can see this on lives, you can see this on posts, text posts. You can see it on playlists as well. And if you put your videos or your streams into this, you can be able to tell where some of your total views on the playlists are coming from and where they're coming from. And you can also put it onto this categories for things from podcasts. You can also see by demographics of your audience, your up and down total plus. You can see that I've been gaining 44 plus subs over the recency of us getting subbed, and that we are 2 away from 2,500. Preemptive clap. But the most important part here is revenue. For this month, not concluding from other sources with the ongoing account, my revenue for this month is 84. How does that get broken down? Watch page, shorts feeds, memberships, supers and gifts, and my connected stores, which is almost always 0, because I link back to my Spring Teeth store, but nobody's ever bought something. You can see that even for myself, I do get some level of advertiser money. I got $5 total amount from watch page ads, and I also got $10-ish from advertisers for the playback. $7.14 for my CPM for every 1K views on my content. With the majority of the earnings by ad type actually coming from the skippable video auctions and the non-skippable video auctions, because I do run ads on my shit. And then, on the breakdown of your content, the green, yellow, and red signs of hope, despair, and doom. For the video from yesterday, cut from the back end of the VOD, whenever it tells you that a video is ineligible, it will then tell you how it is. Hello, Queen Mab. Hey, Carl. Came from Jay's channel. Love your inputs on commentaries. Love from Brazil. Heart, my girl. Over here. Heart, my girl. Hugs and kisses. It tells you on the breakdown, the monetization. On this one, it is a copyright claim. Copyright protected content found. The owner allows the content to be used. Doorbell. 1 second. Excuse me for a second, chat. My job calls me. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I don't know how long it's going to take me to do it, but I'll come back in a moment. Okay. Doorbell. So, this video here at the top, IGN and gaming media blame COVID for $400 million AAA failures. Copyright content found. The owner allows the content to be used, but you cannot monetize the video. Inside, it will tell you, one of the music tracks that was playing in the background from that VOD, one of the ones that came from my playthroughs, like from my Barbie Beats play track lists, was the reason why this one was claimed. It's song Discovery, claimed by the copyright owner, and then it tells you how you can be able to address the action. I can dispute it, which I do not want to dispute it, trim out the section, replace the song, or erase the song. Now this is over a VOD cut of something that I'm talking about. This begins at 4:41 to 6:21. Chuds. They have to be still chuds. If we don't remain chuds, they're not making money. I could probably get away with doing erase song. Yes, I can get away with erase song. So, wonderful. Good. Groovy. Once this gets filed, possibly could be free and clear. Next one. On. Being monetized. Was reviewed. Confirmed to be suitable for most advertisers. Another one. Ineligible. Can't be monetized. Copyright. Content found. Video allows to be content can be used, but you cannot monetize video. On one of the throwaway videos on my channel talking about my opinion on Once Human. One of the videos that I've scripted. This one happens to be the song that actually comes from the game itself, which is a bullshit claim, which is a part of the bullshit of the system being as it is, but this is the song that plays from the Wish Machine. There are two ways. It's a pretty fucked up thing for them to take my joke from me, but if I wanted to, I would have to erase the song, replace the song, trim out the segment, or dispute the claim. Because this is a song coming from a video game, it should be under rights used, because I didn't steal the song in order to put it there. It's from the game. But this is one of those ones that you have to give up to the rule of ecumenical politics. At least the internal and ecumenical politics of Twitch. Does this mean that I earn nothing from this video? Not truly. In terms of ads, I'll earn nothing. But the value of this video is my opinion is tied to that video. That's how that video makes its money. Let's look at another one. I turned this off because these are clips that came from the, or rather these were already off. It appears that in the back end, when you make a video save of a clip that comes from YouTube, it makes it already not monetized. But these ones are turned off. These ones are turned on. This one is limited for ad suitability. And this was an ad suitability that was done by review. I know exactly which one this was. It was because of inappropriate language that came from a part of the video. Then another one, Oreos in the ointment, confirmed by review. I said that it was safe for ads. They said limited ads, and then their quote is expletives from inside the video for inappropriate language. Throughout my content, it'll be like that. And you can actually see that on the back end, it will tell you as such because of how you list your content when you rate videos accurately, based on the view rating. And here, you can actually see it based on it, based on whether or not it was an automated review, or it was a manual review, and whether or not it was something that was stricken based on it being right or wrong. If you go far back enough in my content, you'll actually find that I'm just constantly getting hit over again, over and over again. There was a period that I'm pretty sure my channel, especially during the arc for the reviews of She-Hulk, was always going to be just limited, period. And then some were and some weren't. Some were and some weren't. You could say that for a lot of my words and for a lot of my language, both my language and Jay's language, I have cleaned up certain things. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Vulgarity is still a part of my normal dialectic, but you will notice, most recently of my content, especially the ones more properly done, there's a lot more focus on the words that I say and that I use on broadcast. Not even for the purposes of power level hiding, but it's because that's just how the communication goes, and that's just how the process goes, because that's how the platform goes. That's the truth of the matter when it comes down to it. Your video either gets monetized, it gets demonetized slightly, or it gets fucking stricken, and the reasons why they do so might be legitimate, might be bullshit. And then the only way to argue with it is to argue with them on Twitter about it. What he claimed, what he said, and let's play it again for context, because I did have to leave there for a second to help my mother out the house. Let's play this full section again for context.
Is not being suppressed by the algorithm, but will not be shown to advertisers. Now, YouTubers will always tell you that if it has the yellow money sign, it is being suppressed. The views are worse. YouTube says the opposite, but fact remains, this does not make money. The advertisers will not go on this video. Now, there's another section, which is yellow with the 18 plus. So not only can they not be monetized, the channel must be 18 plus to watch. Those do get suppressed, obviously, because it's just being shown to less people total. But this is the system that YouTube uses now. And this spawned, in part, from the adpocalypse. As opposed to all content being equal and being able to be monetized just based off those three factors, views, ad density, where the viewers are from, it is now also based off what the content of the what the contents of the content is. You get me? And Twitch hasn't had a good way to do that. I think this tag system,
Twitch has never had any good way to do this. And all of the things he said, even if it was inaccurate, because he is a content reposter, he's a content farmer in and of himself. The way that he does shit on the platform is not the way most people should ever do things on the platform. At least if what you want to do is make content that is not popcorn. It doesn't work that way. That's not accurate. And even then, if you were to give him even a little bit of a nudgling, of a budgel, of a cudgel, still shit. It's bad. It's a bad way to think about it. And no, Twitch has had more. God damn you, Foot! Twitch has had more than enough time to constantly fix and think and fluctuate and answer and solve the problem of this issue on the platform. They've had more than enough effort, they've had more than enough time, and they have had more than enough context to be able to get it up and going. They just don't. They just don't fix it. They don't fix it because they don't know how to fix it. Because that involves a technique. Focus girl. Focus girl. Focus girl. They have made no attempts to properly address this issue. Because YouTube did years ago. Because they knew they'd have to profit out a loss in order to be able to get things to work out. And then they worked out the policy, and they continued to work out the policy. And they worked out the algorithm, and they continued to work on the algorithms. Twitch never set this in. Never. For those of you who remember, there's actually a particular post that was actually made by Devin Nash that I reposted to my community tab. Many of you might not remember it. Let me scroll to you. It was 3 weeks ago. Right here. Twitch is in an advertising nightmare. Advertisers are leaving the website and not returning. Controversy after controversy can't get enforcement straight. He literally calls out the adpocalypse, he calls out how it was done, and they demonstrated how they were trying to do things with the ad delivery system. They tried to do things with the content delivery network for the broadcasting rights and trying to sign multi-million partnership deals to ensure that they would not lose their content farm. But they did nothing about the ads, and so they got fucked. They were terrified about being cannibalized, but they never addressed the situation of high-risk streamers causing significant percentages of their audience to make it terrified on who should and who shouldn't be on the platform, because it was never a system that operated from a consistency of policy. It was always a system that went off of who knew who and who sucked bigger dick. It was never consistent. It was never going to be consistent. The big winners and the big losers had already been decided. And on that gold rush, they were making pennies on the dollar of the scrap for everything that remained. And then fuck everybody else. That's how they did things. That's how it was decided. That's how it went down. None of the rest of this gobbledygook at any point in between has anything even close to the reality of the issue being truly addressed by him. But it's not about addressing the issue, it's about making it feel good. If they had spent time working on what mattered, the parts that really, really mattered, the effort, the time, the issuance, then it would have been less of an issue. They didn't focus on that. That wasn't their concern. Hello, Four Fingers. That wasn't their concern. That wasn't the issue that they concerned themselves with, that they were worried about. They were worried about shit that had nothing to do with any goddamn thing. And so, they're now in that position where they gotta do all that effort and all that work. And it still looks like they're gonna be eating dog shit when it comes to it. Because of what? All because of what? A whole bunch of nothing that should have never been a concern. I'm pretty much dead on this round. But that's the reality of that. This is what it looks like when 3 weeks ago Devin Nash called it. This is what it looks like now after 3 weeks of us reporting on this, breaking it down, and then talking about how each of these anti-Semi Squad takes led to the result of this happening. Nobody's saying, thanks Frogan, thanks Denims. They're all blaming it only on Hassan. Because they gotta blame somebody. They don't want to blame anybody else, they want to blame the top dog. But of course, they don't want to blame Asmon directly. Then he won't platform you. They gotta blame somebody else. And that person they want to blame, they'll blame Asmon. They won't blame the Twitch policies. Because of course, it's not a single stop shop, all you can eat one answer. Hello Aqua. It's not a stop shop answer. It's not a stop shop system. The problem is you didn't want to do the work. But how did it manifest? It manifested in Hassan feeling that he can get away with saying whatever the fuck he wants. It manifested in Denims deciding to say that videos shouldn't be watched because they have a transphobic thumbnail. It manifested in Keffels deciding to fuck over their audiences for money and attention. It started and manifested in multiple ways. But now it's come home to roost. Now the advertisers are being pulled out because now they're being told what's actually happening. Because Twitch is a containment site. As long as it never broke out of containment, nobody cared, nobody looked. It's broken containment now. It's broken containment now. They know. Put a pin in this too. Put a pin in it! Trust me, we'll get there. The Civil War takes are coming up next. Don't worry, chat. Let's let Ludwig finish before we dig in his ass. Pause.
Is also not the best way to do that because people can lie quite easily about tags and tags are seen as a bit of a joke. So imagine if you had to do on Twitch.
What do I say this joke?
The same thing you have to do on YouTube when you upload a video. When you start up a stream, you have to do this. So when you upload a YouTube video, first thing you have to do, does it have paid advertising? You have to disclose, all right? This is required. They instantly make you do that. Well, that'd be a good thing. All right, if I want to monetize it, yeah, I want to make some money. Let's make some money. Fuck it. It'll make you go to an ad suitability form. And basically, I have to fill out, okay, do I have some censored profanity or words like...
That's not really how that works, Ludwig. I'm not going to show this back end because anybody who uploads knows what this is. The ad suitability markdown is very simple. What things in your video are going to strike against the policy? If it strikes too hard against the policy, your video might be safe, or it might get limited or reduced ads. Example, the first line here. And I know this because this is the one that I often have to make sure to rate myself. Abbreviated or censored profanity or words like hell or damn in the title, thumbnail or video. Moderate language such as expletive, douchebag, asshole, and shit being used frequently in the video. Most profanity is used within music or stand-up comedy or video content. This is a safe for advertisers line. Punchlines, jokes, skits, sidebars. references, pieces of media delivered content on the CDN. So the things that I say as rants and the thing that Jay edits in the videos as standing jokes, as well as her own criticisms, as well as my criticisms, as well as whatever Horror puts in her content, or Boster puts in his, or Kaiser puts in his. All of it falls usually under that first line. That will be safe for advertisers. You click the button that says submit rating, and they will then decide on an automated review, is this accurate or is it not? If it fails a automated review, you can get a manual review. And basically, I'm almost certain it's an intern that flicks down the video from the support department, looks at what's there, and then says, nah, this is still stricken because this. So you could get hit by one thing and then still have to fill out for another. And this isn't even filling out the copyright strike and the education system, which was a new change that they actually administrated towards, I want to say 22, 23, because it wasn't 24, but ad policy systems. So that if you do something that violates this on the ad policy system, they'll make you take a training course. And I've taken and shown pictures of what those questionnaires look like. But on this, first section, safe for ads. Second section, it'll gray out everything there, by the way. And then it'll say, for stronger profanity, such as expletive within the first 7 seconds, or moderate profanity, like shit in the title or thumbnail, that'll probably be limited ads. 100% guaranteed every time. Now, for my video last night, when I uploaded it, within the first 30 minutes, it was green. Then, after I guess the bot did its automated check, it decided, nah, and then took it away. And that's how it goes. I don't know why he's trying to explain it like it's a whole, yeah, and then you gotta put this, and then you gotta put this, and then you gotta put this. You tag what's there. That's all it ever is. And that's a good outcome. You should be using YouTube. If you want to grow a platform consistently, please use YouTube. You should be using Twitch and using Kick as sidebars. And then once you've gotten big enough, you can be able to pivot to whichever one you think is the most important. But realistically, multi-streaming is the future. You should be multi-streaming on all platforms to begin with anyway. So we've talked about the reason why you should do that. Moving forward.
Like hell or damn? Did I say bitch, douchebag, or asshole? Yeah, I did do that. Okay. Does it have adult sexual content? Okay. Yeah, I had romance and kissing. Okay. Or, oh no, I had some exposed minimal sexual body parts. Now the ads are automatically limited. So I have the burden of answering myself. Now you could say, well, you would just lie on this. Here's what YouTube does. They have a bot automatically check. If they find discrepancies and your rating accuracy is low, they might not monetize your video. And I have been a bit of a victim of this. It looks like you might have made some mistakes. And what happens is now I have more bots. Basically, more bots check my shit because...
Correct. When you have low rating accuracy, you'll have automated checks on all of your content, or, and this is the other option, your content will be automatically demonetized every single time. This is why they all have clip channels. And by the way, each and every single streamer and content creator that reposts their fucking VOD links, they always have a VOD channel. They always have a VOD channel. Every time. Because at least if the channel for clips gets hit, they can still make money on the main. And considering how many of them have not only the clips channel, which sometimes they're owned by the editors, or it's a pay system, so the content creator owns the page, and then the editors that upload to it are paid by the YouTuber, and then they combine that with the money that comes from the ad revenue, and they pay that directly. That's one way to do it. When we still had editors between Oyster and Callum, I was paying them directly out of my pocket, and my intention was that as we gained revenue for my channel and every other channel that we had underneath my banner, that would be towards their check, because then I would have the ability to just allow them to take the earnings from the side channel, and then from the main channel, I continued paying them the stipend that came not only from the money I was making at my job, but also from the channel itself, so that it could become wealth positive. Unfortunately, that did not work out that way. Thanks, brother. But this is how that works. 1 second. Be right back. Had to get laundry after she left. You ain't got time to set up multiple platforms. Ironically enough, it's actually very simple to set these things up. I wouldn't suggest the item multi-stream if you're not interested in at least being able to make the accounts on them. Managing them can sometimes be very simple and very easy. But this now, of course, comes with the caveat of how do you crush down the chats. That's an entirely separate conversation. I don't have an answer for that. You just pay attention to the chats on each side, occasionally, I guess, between content. And then have alerts. I'm not saying you got to, I'm not saying you got to. It's for everybody in general. Back to the video.
I was wrong, because every time I do it, I just say, yeah, I have some slight swearing, and sometimes I have a bit more swearing, because I'm playing League with some degenerate asshole. But that is, to me, how Twitch should work, right? They'll need some bots to be able to scour the content. They'll probably have to do this manually. But what's, I think, not very realistic, because they haven't been able to do this in the past decade that I have known Twitch, the website, is they cannot continue to make their main way of demonetization banning by upholding their code of conduct and their terms of service. They should continue to ban people when people are breaking it, but they're going to fuck up, they're going to miss, and they're missing way too much at a certain point.
They're banning the wrong people, so they should stop banning people, period. But they should still ban people for when they break the rules. But then you see, that means you're saying they shouldn't moderate and enforce. Rules, when broken, have to be enforced to ensure conformity. The conformity is not to change conformity of thought, but conformity to the social order. It is a privilege, not a right, to stream, to create, and to post that content on websites. I do not have the right to post porn directly onto YouTube. I can remix it and make it into something like Nickelodeon Guts, which still got struck because, you know, technically porn. But the joke should transform into creative value. But of course, what he means is my friends are being stricken for trying to monetize and farm LSF and clips for content views and money. They're getting banned more for things that in the lefty paradigm we shouldn't be getting hit for. By all means, keep banning people so that you can take those evil white Nazis off the platform, or in his case, ban all those people that I don't like off the platform, but my friends should stay. My friends should stay on the platform. I shouldn't have to do the content. I shouldn't have to do the effort. I shouldn't have to do the work.
You have to realize, hey man, hang up the fucking jersey. All right, we need a new solution because your ban solution isn't working. So anyway, that's the apocalypse.
It's not the apocalypse. It's how you think the apocalypse works. And how you're willing to throw all the anti-Semitism on the bridge, as though the reason why it's happening isn't because Hassan's being an anti-Semitic fuckwit on the platform. But wonderful. Okay, it's beautiful. Now let's go learn what the actual reason is. Let's go learn the real opinion. Hit me with that 411, Asmon.
So Ludwig has made a video, and a lot of people are not happy about that video. They are very, very, very upset. We're gonna watch the video. We're gonna see why. How many dislikes? 0. Surprisingly, all of the people that commented on the video being critical, not a single one of them disliked the video. That's incredible. He's got such a great community. They're so supportive.
What the heck? I looked at my analytics on this channel after taking a 10-week hiatus, and thousands of you guys unsubscribed. Okay, joke's over. We can resubscribe now. It might take a little bit longer in between videos, but when I really want to talk about something, I'm gonna make a damn video. Like today.
That always happens, because people will subscribe to a channel, their interests change. There's just, that always happens.
Talking about the Twitch adpocalypse.
It's not on.
Why? Because I was talking to my friend Shake about it last night, and I wanted to look up a video to learn more about it, and there was none. So I decided...
What do you mean? I've made like 5 videos about it. Look, what are you talking? He's already lying. He's already lying. Look, there's one video. This is another. No, that's something else. I made this video, the apocalypse. You mean you didn't want to watch my 1 hour and 27-minute video, Ludwig? Who is this fucking asshole lying about me? He didn't watch my movie-length react video.
Kappa.
Okay, I will make one. And today, I should preface, we are going to basically be talking about 3 points around the Twitch adpocalypse. What is it? How did it happen? And what should happen next to fix it?
Okay.
That's really what I want to address
All right,
today.
let's take a look at
We
it.
should start with first ads on Twitch, because
Yes.
I'm old enough on Twitch that back in my day, Unk status, I get it. It was cringe to run ads. People didn't
was.
do it. And it made sense, you know? People would already be paying your subscribers for your content, so why would you also be taxing people by making them watch ads?
Yeah, that's what people have been wondering about with Netflix for like 5 years now. Yeah, and Amazon Prime and like Hulu. Yeah, people have been wondering that a lot recently. It's a good thing he brings that up. Very true.
It was something you just didn't really do until Twitch made a bit of a change. They started to tell you how much money you would make if you were to run ads. And they also ran a program that's...
Oh, this program, by the way, like, let me see if I can if I have an ad incentive program for me. You guys want to see if I can show you how much money I'd make from ads? Let me take a look. Extensions, monetization, ads. How many ads would I... Oh, it doesn't tell me how much ads I make. Other revenue, maybe? No, fuck. Fuck, I can't tell you guys. But $0. Yes, it doesn't matter. Whatever the number is, multiply it by 0. You gotta be partnered. Yeah, I guess so. But I'll tell you that with my average viewership, if I ran 3 minutes, let's say 6 minutes of ads, I would probably make an extra $200,000 to $400,000 a month.
He's not even slightly exaggerating. The amount of money that he can make from his level of creation is absurd, as we've clearly looked into. And we'll get into some of the takes that people have had about that amount of money, and about how it's unfair that they're being punished because somebody else is not behaving on the platform. Some legitimate, and some, come on, you're just mad that you're losing that much money because of somebody else's behavior, and you don't even understand how to have a horse in the race. We'll get into it. Mini player, you betrayed me! Betrayal! Betrayed me.
That's about how much. The amount of money that Twitch was paying people for running ads was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. Holy shit, yes. Right now, yeah. And well, probably not after this. But before this, yes. For doing legit nothing? Well, I mean, you could say it's nothing, or you could say it's making people watch an ad, right? I mean, there it is. If you build a billboard and then somebody pays to have their shit on the billboard, you're not doing anything, but the ad still gets shown and they still pay you. Well, if you're a really big billboard, you make a lot of money. It's pretty simple.
Subsidize that amount of money. So they basically say like, okay, well, this is how many viewers you have. If you were to run like 3, 6, 9 minutes of ads an hour, we could pay you like a couple $1,000. And you know, not only could we will guarantee pay you that amount of money.
So a minimum guarantee.
You just do the deliverables and, you know, it all sort itself out. They're basically subsidizing people running ads. Now, they only ran this program for like a few months, but it worked. It created a culture where streamers now knew how much they would make if they ran ads, and it became a part of their lifestyle and overall income. And so now people run ads. And you should know this if you've ever tried to watch a subathon in the past couple of years, because those are basically ad farms, man. Live 732 hours in a month. That's 732 hours to run ads, baby. And thankful to the boys at FaZe for leaking their income. We know how much money you can make from ads alone. Now, I'm not sure. It's possible that Ron might have photoshopped this image a bit, little inspect element. But if we take it at face value, he says he earned $1.2 million during his subathon.
That's a lot of money.
And he only had 63,000 subscribers. Now, I say only because if you do the math, that 63,000 subscribers is $220,000, which means he made an extra $1 million. That's not from bits.
Yeah. I could believe that. Yeah.
That would mostly be from ads.
Because his subathon was really popular. It did really well. And you can also see like the comparison because Jason got way more subs. Like this guy was killing it on subs. It was insane. Like he had probably one of the biggest pop-offs this year. And he made less than half of what Ronaldo did. And I remember looking at the reason why. It's because he ran way less ads than Ronaldo did.
Mm-hmm. Even more realistic and more impressive in my mind, Jason was the biggest in the FaZe group for their subathon in terms of subs. He had the most subscribers. You can see 100,000 right here. And he made $500,000 total. That's a lot of money. Now, the light pink is the amount of money he made from ads. You can see his ad density went down, right? He didn't make as much from ads. As opposed to somebody like Lacey, that's a lot of light pink. Yeah. Now, ignore this number. I know it's a fact. He inspect elemented this. This is a fake number. This number is real.
What are you doing? What are you doing with this shit? What are you doing? Why are you trying to play? Why are you gonna do that? He just lying again. He's lying again. What's he lying for? What, you only made $428,000 in a month? That's not good enough. Bro, this guy needs to just go be a mailman.
So he made $70,000 less than Jason. While having
context of that. This same streamer went from making 10K from his ads to making 2K from his ads. And then said, on camera, man, if I try to do this shit for money, this is my job. If I wanted to make $2,000 a day, I'd go be a mailman. Besmirching federal insured workers in the U.S. Postal Service.
Having less than half as many subs, less average viewers. How? Because his ad density was so high. He's running an ad density equivalent to TV shows, okay? And he's able to make just from that hundreds of thousands of dollars in ads. I would not be surprised if Kai made as much, if not more money from his subathon in advertising than he did from all of the hundreds of thousands of subs he has.
That's not even a question. It's not even Kai probably made 3 times as much money from ads than subs.
This is all kind of gone now. The advertisers are pulling out. It is true. And streamers are making a lot less money this month. Okay, how do you know this? Well, Twitch.
Oh, fuck.
Streamers are talking about it. Here is Quinn.
What the hell? So you getting, wait, bro, you just get no ad money at all.
Yeah. All right, here's Moon also talking about it. We got a wide array of streamers.
Ad pocket, blah, 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 blah. Out of curiosity, I want to check my revenue. In the last 2 days I streamed, I received $0 on ads.
I think, and Ludwig probably knows this, I don't know if he's going to bring this up, with Moon's situation explicitly, I'm actually not sure that this is a good is a good data point, because in a lot of cases, ads are not fully calculated until 3 to 5 days after the day that you streamed on. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the case. It's a bug. Yeah, it could also be a bug.
And then finally, here's Stock Guy actually showing his analytics. You can see how much money he's making from ads and how far it has dropped. For some people,
the Stock Guy is a guy who has said on record that he doesn't even have a horse in the race. He's more annoyed that this platform situation is happening because they never cracked down on the issue in question until it got to here. And now the overreaction coming from the advertisers, correct reaction, but overreaction from the advertisers is directly and squarely on the shoulders of administration from the C-suite positions at Twitch. Most often blaming Dan Clancy as the one held apparently as the issue of the platform continues to balloon out of control.
people it's half. For some people, they're making 10, 20% of what they used to make. And the way ads work on Twitch for a long time is a very simple calculation. What is your viewership? Okay, what is your ad density? How many ads are you running an hour? And where are your viewers from? Because advertisers view viewers differently depending on their location. That is it. That's the only factors that went in. And then however much money Twitch made from advertising, they would pay you out like a percentage portion, right? You know, so something like 30, 40, 50, some percent based off your deal of how much money they made from the advertisers. The issue is that only works if they have advertisers.
That's been the problem. That right there is the point of contention. That is why we're having this conversation, is because of that right there.
A lot of advertisers have pulled out, okay? They have pulled out and it has hit Twitch hard. All right, and I'll talk in a minute what my prediction is for what will happen to that advertising money, but first, let's talk about why they pulled out. Where did the advertisers go? Did they hate Twitch all of a sudden?
That's right.
Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch.
It's obviously me. I did this.
Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people. Some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch.
I was a very bad
And this
boy.
sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you banned Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people.
Yes.
But, you know, what about this person saying this thing about this people? And
which is a great question. Amazing question to ask. Also, keep in mind, the entire crusade, because let's just cut all of the bullshit. A lot of this is because a lot of people just don't fucking like Hassan. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Hassan has said a number of things over the years that sound really bad. I don't want to get into a big fucking debate about whether they are bad or who was right, but we can all acknowledge that there's a lot of people that didn't like him, okay? A lot of people didn't like them. And people are using all of these examples to try to get advertisers to leave. That's the reason why. That's the main reason. So my situation might have made this bigger than it already was, but this was already happening before I even had any, I never got suspended, I didn't have anything to do with this. And you can look at like the posts and you can date the posts and see that.
that happened a lot, because this is an issue Twitch has been dealing with for years.
You could say that I died for their sins. Now, I wouldn't say that, but you could say that. There are a lot of people actually that do say that. Tremendous amount of people that say that.
Which is inconsistency in their bans. Right? They have their code of conduct or terms of service, whatever. They have to ban based off of that, and sometimes it's not upheld consistently.
Yes.
All right. And so this became, you can see October 16th today, Asmon got banned, a very common trend. All right. Oh, you banned Asmon. Well, what about when Frogan said this crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right. And Twitch got basically controversy after controversy after controversy.
That's crazy. So I'll say this too. A lot of people are getting mad about the way that Ludwig framed me in the video. Sometimes you're the farmer, other times you're the crop. I make videos that are drama videos all the time about people. A lot of times people make videos about me. They're not always going to get things completely right. I don't think Ludwig is acting in bad faith here. You guys don't have to get mad at him on my behalf. If you want to, because you have like something you think Ludwig is on or like planning this, behind the scenes, go ahead. I'm not gonna try to fight you on this, okay? I don't want to argue about this. But coming from like me, it doesn't bother me. It's totally fine. I'm not mad, I'm not offended. Nothing wrong.
All right, and at first, this was maybe just some like social media stuff, but then there was a concerted effort by people to go straight to the advertisers, all right? Because Twitch wasn't buckling. They weren't like banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asmon, they're like, okay, we're good now, please leave us alone. That did not work. They were not
because Twitch doesn't give a fuck. They just want to have people stop complaining. That's it.
Alone. Not only were they not left alone, their advertisers were not left alone. And this is one of the other genesis I can see of advertisers now getting involved after the Asmon ban. And here's a tweet that's a made video of what you can do. It's a long video, so I'll just distill it. But basically, it was email the advertisers that Twitch worked with who were displayed prominently in sections that people viewed as like anti-Semitic and get them involved.
Or racist or whatever.
Twitch making you do this cancel culture, cuck, fucks, and loser shit. But that is exactly what happened. It was a attempt.
Well, the reason why people contact advertisers is because it works. A lot of advertisers.
And it's always supposed to be done. And I would highly suggest that anytime you have a problem with a person, you attack the pockets. Because if there's something that these streamers will do, if you need to demonstrate a point, is if you attack their pockets, they will protect their pockets. If you attack their pockets, they will protect their pockets. And they will protect their pockets because they desperately want to make sure that they do not get fucked over because of the actions of themselves or somebody else. They will always choose to protect the pockets. Always. They will always choose to protect the pockets. That's the only way that they see things. That's the only way to make them see things. They will only act in self-preservation.
Don't really care about anything other than not having problems. So they just, if people start complaining, they just immediately pull out because they don't have any real investment in this situation one way or another. This isn't their fight. They don't care. They just want to move away from it. That's it. And this is why I'm very much not a fan of relying on advertising. Because if you do, it's only a matter of time until something like this happens. Because they don't have really your best interest in mind. And from their perspective, you don't have their best interest in mind either. So it's always a tenuous relationship. And that's why you see this happen. Like now, we've been on the internet now for a long time, right? The internet's been existing for a long time. We've seen this like kind of, ebb and flow, right? Where there's been a lot of advertising and then something happens, then they all go away. Then they come back. It's like, it's one of those things.
An adpocalypse attempt, very successful. Now Twitch tried to curb this. They tried to appease advertisers and also the Anti-Defamation League, who's getting involved, and they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel that was at TwitchCon. And you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you, all of these sponsors got thousands of emails in their inbox after this, and it worked. Now you might think to yourself,
and like if you're a sponsor, like as I said, I don't really, I don't like this whole appeal to advertisers thing. I don't like it, but it does work, and so people are going to use a strategy that works because they're looking for a specific outcome. So that's just what happens. Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, this was like a month ago, right? We're November 16th now. Asmon got banned October 16th.
It's a while ago.
The banning of people at the TwitchCon panel was October 21st. How do you think ad deals work? It rolls over the next month. So the reason ad rates plummeted in November is because all those advertisers pulled out.
So Ludwig is actually saying something that's true, but I don't think that he's going far enough in the circumstance. I actually think that this could have a ripple effect that could go into next year. Because right now, like, this is the way that a lot of advertising contracts work, is that advertising is decided for the next year around this time period, right? Or even before then. So a lot of people are going to see this happening, and they will be hesitant to re-sign or to approach advertising on Twitch now in 2025. So we're really not seeing the effects of it until probably later on next year. Because that's really what's going to tell.
I'd have to agree with Zach's take. Because truthfully, in that Twitch situation, Twitch as a containment site only ever comes up and is only ever brought up when somebody brings it up. People do not know and understand the culture of Twitch because of that nature. Even Gordon Ramsay, his MasterChef show, being so commonly stolen on the platform, was a show that, more or less, the only way people knew that was happening is that they saw a big streamer doing it. They complain about it, nothing happens, but then, every now and again, a random post goes out on the media where, oh, he's mentioning us. That's more or less the viewpoint of how it goes about when it happened in this particular way. Whether that's committed or accepted or not is completely beyond the pale and is outside the scope. But that more or less is how it tends to go and be. When they see this issue, they're going to look back to see if Hasan is profitable. Because, hey, biggest name in news, number one name on the platform in politics. If Hasan is getting shit on still, if he doesn't recover, then the site's not going to recover. Because as you notice, Dan Selfman, our Dan is not going to stop his relent. He is going out of his way, and he has said explicitly that this is what he's going to do. Every single time, he is going to look through, see, and find the worst content on that platform, and he is going to get into the ass of every single company and make them aware of it, and fuck the entire site up until Dan Clancy, steps down. And it's what he should do. Because how else are they going to get change? Nothing else has worked. They've ignored it. This right is the language of the unheard. Don't get mad. It's the proletariat taking back their country land. Oh, say us on my slurs, my guy.
Like, it's not like every advertiser on YouTube left YouTube the day after PewDiePie was on the bridge, right? It took a period of time. And it's the same thing with this.
Oh, for the month of November. And there's no way in that 2-week period for Twitch to resell a bunch of ad slots to brand new advertisers, especially when brand new advertisers are going to see this blowing up on social media and not want to touch it with a 6-foot. You get me?
Absolutely.
All right, so there's currently in Twitch world a piss match, right? Hasan is blaming Asmongold for the apocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
looking at me and blaming. I want to say you're welcome.
Taking blame himself and probably talking about DEI again.
200 okay. More journalistic inaccuracies, more.
If I had to guess.
I thought this guy went to journalism
Twitch
school.
doing about it? Twitch has done two main things.
What is
the first
this?
one is they're trying to have the most perfectly crafted, curated conduct policy to be able to catch all things that could offend anyone and make advertisers as happy as possible. And this is a very hard thing to do in an ever-changing world. Their latest change has been making the term Zionist along with...
The problem, why Twitch is having a problem is because everybody knows who the problem boys are. We all know who the problem boys are, and we all know the stuff that's problematic. Everybody sees it, but everybody has to pretend like it's not there. The reason why is because a lot of the people, this is, I mean, I might sound like a conspiracy theorist here, but, you know, this is what I think. I think the reason why this stuff is happening on Twitch is because the people on Twitch agree with it. The people that work at the moderation team and work at Twitch agree with the things that are being said on the website.
And we know that this is true because we've seen the leaks from Dan. Thanks, Dan.
So they're not banning it, or they're defending it, or they're looking at it with a more soft perspective, and they're not looking at it the way that a lot of, I think, average people are. I think that's the most logical way to approach this. Now, does this mean everybody at Twitch is like that? Of course not. Does it mean that most people are? No, not necessarily. All it takes is a handful of people in, you know, specific positions, and then this becomes a widespread problem. That's really what happens.
Meme term now prohibited. Now that gets you banned off the website. The other thing they have done is they're now using tags as a way to demonetize creators. So, you know, there's this thing on Twitch that people usually use as jokes called tags. So, like, high tags are short and loud. You know, Asmon's tags are bald. Okay? But some of the tags are very legitimate, well used, like the language tags. And some are now enforced, like the politics tag. And if you have a tag like politics or something maybe like sexual themes,
is this
well,
Iris?
you're not going to be making money off ads. And we know that because here's a clip of someone talking about that who has those sexual theme tags.
So this month I played like 3 hours ad and I get 0.6 money from it.
She played 3 hours of ads and she made 8 cents. Okay? 8 cents total. Now, what's going to happen next? The ad money's going to come back. Maybe not to where it was before, at least not for a while.
It'll always come back. This is what happens because the advertisers don't really care about this problem. They only care about people caring about the problem. So one thing that you have to keep in mind with any internet drama is that it all has a shelf life. Anything bad that happened 5 years ago is probably a joke now. People joke around with it now. Now, everybody might have pretended back then that it mattered, but nobody really gives a shit about this. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about any of this, right? Like, let's just be honest here, guys. This is on the internet. It's like, you want to make this go away? Here, I'll tell you. Here's how you make it go away. Oh, wow, it's gone. Where'd it go? I don't see it. It's not there. none of it's fucking real. People are just getting recreationally offended on the internet. And people use this outrage as a form of entertainment. And I get that. I understand that. I mean, I'm part of that. I'm a victim of it and also a perpetrator. And I think that many people also in the chat are. But nobody really cares. Just keep that in mind. Nobody actually really cares about this. Not nobody, right? But basically nobody.
But we know this because this has happened before. If you remember, YouTube had an adpocalypse in 2017. A lot of people blame PewDiePie for it. I would argue that's a bit reductive. In the same way, it might be reductive to blame a single person for the adpocalypse on Twitch today. At that same time...
Who else, adding on here, who else would we blame on the platform but the people who are on the platform and the people who own the company, manage the company, and are responsible for how it's written? Who else are we supposed to blame?
Time that PewDiePie had a video with a bunch of edgy jokes, there were also terrorist training videos found on YouTube that had advertisers on them.
Yeah, usually what happens is that one event acts as kind of a catalyst for everybody else to look for other events too, where it's like, oh wow, this happened? Well, wait a minute, oh my god, this other thing happened too, what the fuck? And then it's like, you know, when it rains, it pours.
But the thing is, it's not like if you go to YouTube, there isn't fucked up shit on there still, you know?
Yeah, why are people saying he didn't mention Hassan? He just said terrorist. Of course he did. Right, guys? I love the schizos that get mad about this. By the way, before somebody sends this to me, I'm joking, okay? I don't actually think Hassan's a fucking terrorist. Before somebody tries to start drama or whatever, it's a joke. Anyway, it's very obvious that there's a lot of people on Twitch that have said things they should have gotten in more trouble for. Absolutely. However, it's just, of course people are going to say this. Like, people hate unfairness. They hate hypocrisy. That's what, and the reason why people hate hypocrisy, let me explain why, this is my opinion, okay? Like, what the fuck do I know? In my opinion. The reason why I think people hate hypocrisy is because of the implicit disrespect that it puts in there. That it makes the person believe. It's like, I'm doing something that's contradictory, and I am insulting your intelligence by doing this, thinking that you won't notice. That's why people react so personally to hypocrisy, is because they view the hypocrisy as a slight against themselves personally.
Yes, because you're trying to trick me. You're lying to my face, and you're hoping that people either are uninformed, don't know, or you can blazingly say it with audience regard, with other people holding my hands back and shutting my mouth closed so I cannot speak, to be able to get away with something. It's an inherent distrust, and especially in the capacity of a news source, it is a manipulation tactic used to get me to support you in your opinions. You couldn't win me over with the validity of your argument, so you decided to withhold or outright fabricate evidence in order to get me to support your opinion, which therefore means, platoon spitting it on your face, fuck you, I ain't down with that. 100%. 100%.
That's the reason why. I thought about this a lot.
There's definitely still stuff that advertisers would not want to advertise on. I can look this shit up if I want.
Why is
I can look
cocaine?
this up. If you look up new yoga, there's some shit on there that advertisers do not want to be on. That is still available on
lost.
YouTube. Because there should be a difference on what is available to watch on a platform and what advertisers want to be a part of on a platform.
The problem is that, so he's talking about this, I think he's kind of right. I've got to change this. Okay. I think that, like, for example, like Twitch can't have a porn section because advertisers won't want to be on a platform that porn is hosted on. So even if it's not directly connected to the advertisers, they still will care. So the content, like, there's a gray area, right? It's not like binary, but there is some content that just can't be on the platform, period, like porn. Little condom adverts? I don't know.
Not everything that's on a platform should just be stuff that advertisers want to see. It should not become Coco Melon TV on every single platform. The same way that not everything on a platform should be only things advertisers don't want. Like, well, let's be frank, Kick. Okay, you don't want both.
Kick has an advertiser. It's called Steak. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Realities, you need a...
It's less that it's an advertiser, and it's more like a thing that advertises on the platform and uses the system as a buy-in for people that will be able to pay for it and not pay for it, since they are basically the people who are running the fucking show and keeps the lights on. A little bit of a difference.
Mix, but to have a mix, you need a lever to be able to punish people accordingly. And what I mean by that is right now on Twitch, the biggest problem that I see is the only way they have to punish people, or the main way they've had to punish people, is a ban. And a ban is very strict. It is 100 to 0. Turn the water off. Okay? You cannot make any content at all anymore at all, ever.
Best 2 weeks of my life. Ooh, so good. It was amazing.
All right? That's a little bit strict. On YouTube, they have a pretty good system. You probably heard of it, right? Most videos, if everything's good to go, they're monetized. Okay, maybe that's what the green money sign is. Maybe you have the gray money sign. That means you didn't monetize it. Okay, you just didn't monetize that shit. Red means you can't monetize it.
That's right.
Now this could be for copyright or because maybe what the content is about. That's what
you probably because you said the N-word too many times. You can only say it 7 times in the video.
Can't monetize it. Then there's yellow, which is this video in YouTube. If you ever ask them, will always say this, is not being suppressed by the algorithm, but will not be shown to advertisers. Now YouTubers will always
limited. It's limited advertisers, like where there's like a spectrum. But yeah,
I'll tell you that if it has the yellow money sign, it is being suppressed. The views are worse. YouTube says the opposite, but fact remains, this does not make money. The advertisers will not go in this video. Now there's another section which is yellow with the 18+.
I never even
so not only may not be monetized, the channel must be 18+ to watch. Those do get suppressed, obviously.
Yeah, I never seen
it's just being shown to less people total. But this is the system that YouTube uses now. And it spawned, in part, from the adpocalypse. As opposed to all content being equal and being able to be monetized just based off those 3 factors. Views, ad density. Where
YouTube's ad delivery system is infinitely better than Twitch in pretty much every single way.
True.
Like Google AdWords and Google AdSense is the premier best ad program in the entire world.
True.
Like, and as far as I know, there's nothing else that's even remotely close. Like Twitch is where Google was in like 2009.
are from is now also based off what the content of what the contents of the content is. You get me? And Twitch hasn't had a good way to do that. I think this tag system is also not the best way to do that because people can lie quite easily about tags, and tags are seen as a bit of a joke. So imagine if you had to do on Twitch, which is what I think they should do.
No, I disagree with that. I think the tags are a good solution. The reason why is because Twitch will put them on your channel without like your control. So this happens to a lot of girls, like OnlyFans girls. They'll do like hot tub streams or something, and then Twitch will put a label for sexual content on their channel, and it'll be like a a big red like dollar sign, right? Like what Ludwig was talking about. And so what happens is that now they're not making any money, and so they have to spend a period of time because they can't take that off themselves. Twitch has to take that off, and that's what a Twitch person told me is that they said, hey bro, like make sure that you put this on your stream because like if you don't, we're gonna have to put it on for you. And then he's basically saying like you have to do it. And then I go to look at it, and he already done it for me. Yes, a scarlet letter. Yeah, the letter is L.
The same thing you have to do on YouTube when you upload a video. When you start a stream, you have to do this. So when you upload a YouTube video, first thing you have to do is have paid advertising. You have to disclose, right? It's required. Yeah, instantly make you do that. I think that'd be a good thing. All right. If I want to monetize, yeah, I want to make some money. Let's make some money. Fuck it. It'll make you go to an ad suitability form, and basically I have to fill out. Okay, do I have some censored profanity or words like hell or damn? Did I say?
Please call him out.
Yeah.
Please call him out.
Okay.
Please call him out. Please call him out.
Yeah, I have romantic kissing. Okay.
And you can see how this ad system is just infinitely better than Twitch. And also, like, if you click the wrong buttons with this, you'll probably get away with it for a little while, for sure. But eventually you won't.
Oh no, I had some exposed minimal sexual body parts. Now ads are automatically.
Somebody got their dick out.
So I have the burden of answering myself. Now you could say, well, you would just lie on this. Here's what YouTube does: they have a bot automatically check.
Yeah.
If they find discrepancies and your rating accuracy is low, they might not monetize your video. And
right.
I have been a bit of a victim of this. It looks like you might have made some mistakes.
Yep.
And what happens is now I have more bots. Basically, more bots check my shit because I was wrong. Because every time I do it, I just say, yeah, I have some slight swearing, and sometimes I have a bit more swearing because I'm playing League with some degenerate assholes.
Yeah,
but
it's their fault, not
to
his.
me how Twitch should work, right? They'll need some bots to be able to scour content. Probably have to do this manually. But
I don't think that they can. I disagree with that. I actually think that probably in 5 years, less than 5 years, they're going to be able to use AI to parse out in real time and then make an algorithm for how often somebody says certain words and then create a matrix that decides to put them inside of a different advertising suitability, like a matrix. Like I feel like that's obviously what you do, right?
I think not very realistic because they haven't been able to do this in the past decade that I have known Twitch, the website.
Here's the truth. It's that Twitch doesn't really make a lot of money. Like Google's ad delivery system is a massive part of their revenue. Like it literally makes them the ad delivery system by itself makes like probably 10 to 50 times as much money as Twitch does altogether. So Amazon as a service, if you go on Amazon Prime and you go to Amazon to buy something, the amount of like videos that you get or advertisements that you get for like appropriate or like similar like products that are sponsored is actually quite good. And it actually is so good that it tricks people into thinking that they're legitimate results. And that's why, they're getting paid big money. But advertising on Twitch isn't that important to Amazon because it's not a big part of their business model. Like they don't really do, like as far as I know, right? I could be wrong about this. They don't really do like massive ad sales in the same way that Google does. So this isn't a priority for them in the same way that it is for Google. So that's the reason why. And I don't think Twitch is really going to make it that much better, but I do think Twitch needs to do a little bit better with having, like better consolidation.
They cannot continue to make their main way of demonetization banning by upholding their code of conduct and their terms of service. They should continue to ban people when people are breaking it.
Yeah.
But they're going to fuck up, they're going to miss, and they're missing way too much. At a certain point, you have to realize, hey man, hang up the fucking jersey. All right, we need a new solution because your ban solution isn't working. So anyway,
the reason why it's not working is because the people that are running the website are biased. That's the reason why. There's no logical reason why Erob should have gotten banned for 30 days because he said he was going to jokingly get in a fight with somebody at TwitchCon. And or like I don't know if it was TwitchCon or someone else. Erob got banned for 30 days because of that, and Central Committee gets banned for 3 days for saying that he's offering $100,000 for somebody to do something bad to somebody very clearly referencing Destiny live on his stream.
Yeah. 100%.
Can't have these two things exist and tell me that there's any form of parity there. It's a very obvious bias. Everybody can see the bias. That's why they're mad. People are frustrated and angry because they see this bias. It's happening right in front of everyone, and we're all supposed to pretend like it's not. And I think that's what the problem is. You're dishonest. Well, I really don't think that I am dishonest with this. I really don't think so. I think that my take on this is probably like I'm probably one of the only people that I think is being honest. To mainstream media, yeah, it's all flat out. Like you just look at it, right? That's literally what happened. They trying to gaslight us. It's embarrassing. Yeah. It's crazy. You're in the middle of controversy though. Twitch doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, like in general, that's what's going on. Obvious bias is obvious. It's so obvious. And so anyway, that's what I think the problem is. I think the problem is that the moderation and the enforcement department or like decision-making department of Twitch is not making good decisions. I don't know what the solution to that is. I'm not gonna call people to get fired, right? But something needs to change. There needs to be some form of external accountability, some form of employee training, some form of like, shared like vision on what is and is not allowed. It's a huge problem right now. That's the reason why it's happening. Because nobody chooses to get banned. Twitch chooses to ban people.
That's the apocalypse. The reason I say some of the money will return is because the way it works on YouTube is the month after the apocalypse that I believe happened in February, ad rates dropped by 70-80% for some people, and then mellowed out to about, I think, a 30% reduction after a couple of months. So I expect at least by, well, maybe December, because advertisers love advertising in December, ad rates will be back up a bit, probably not to where they were, and maybe in a year from now, if Twitch does good, and they're able to actually show content for advertisers that advertisers want to be shown, then they might be back all the way.
No, it's if you build 100 bridges and you suck one dick, you're not a bridge builder, you're a dick sucker. And the fact is that 99.999% of content on Twitch is totally fine and there's no problems. But when one person says one thing, if one guy in one game, in one country, on one bridge, with one sniper rifle says one word, well, that's everybody. Everybody's talking about that.
Be the step that they need to take. Anyway, I stream over here on YouTube sometimes, so I don't gotta worry about any of this shit. But that's what's going on with Twitch. That's the apocalypse. All right, see you later. Subscribe. Goodbye. See you later. Goodbye. So
let me go back. I'll watch this real quick and
That's right.
not watch it, but like talk about it for a minute. So it seems like companies don't really care. It's people that care and pressure them into taking actions like this. You're completely right. Do you think this applies to Sasha Grey, for example? I think if she was an active porn star, maybe. I don't think she is. I'm pretty sure she retired. So you know, maybe it could become an issue, but I don't think it really is, because the fact is that like a lot of the actual porn stars, like Sasha Grey, for example, you know, dress more modestly than this even, right? And so it's because like, you know, it's like I'm not on the clock, right? I don't need to be naked. I'm not going to be naked. It's like, you know, you work at a restaurant and you know, you start to hate the food there. So I could easily see for a lot of them it might have, you know, similar psychological effect. But I work with companies in advertising. They're more worried about the brand than the people are. Yeah, well, like so Connor, like you're bringing up a really good point, but I think you're making my point. So you're saying that I work with companies in advertising. They're more worried about their brand than people are. So which came first, the chicken or the egg? They're extremely worried about their brand. Why? Because people's perception of it will change. That's my whole point. They're worried about the brand because of how people will see it. That's about the association. Yeah, exactly. No, he's not gonna get banned. Why would he get banned? Like, he's not. There's nothing rude he's saying at all. Like, he's not gonna get banned. Like, I'm disagreeing with. Everything's fine. Anyway, so no, you're fine, bro. Like, but that's how I see it, and I feel like that's what makes the most sense. And let's see, I'll look at a few more of these. The egg, obviously. Gave the egg pre-chickens. I don't know. Maybe they're like a little bit different. I think, you know, probably happens over millions of years. So here's the point, is that I can see why a lot of people are extremely critical of Ludwig in this video. And I think that it's very fair for people to say that Ludwig kind of brushed over the entire, like, the reasons why this has happened. And I think that, like, it's kind of like the elephant in the room. Hassan clearly is, like, one of the biggest proponents of this. I would say he is the biggest proponent to a lot of the contention around the, you know, quote, adpocalypse. He's the main reason why this is, like, 90% of the examples that are being used are him. Like, or maybe not 90, maybe 80, 70%, but it's like the majority of all examples on the entire platform are all Hassan. So yeah, very clearly this is the reason why it's happening. Now, you can say that it's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. But you can't say it's not happening, or that's not the reason. So blocking Israel and ADL means, oh no, that's definitely bad. But I'm talking about people's actions on the website. Of course, there are other things like them blocking Israel and things like that too. You're totally right. So, and Hassan probably has no clue what's going on. I mean, I think he probably knows what's going on. I mean, of course he does. And so people see Hassan can get away with it and they start doing it too. Maybe, right? He changed the video after the miskip part. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to start drama, but I think it is pretty, and this is the problem, is that, like, I ran into the same problem that Ludwig is running into right now. And so, like, this is what I did about it. Because I covered drama with people that I was friends with, and then the way that I covered it didn't align with, like, what the public sentiment was. And because it didn't align with what the public sentiment was, people thought that I was being biased. So I don't think that we should spend a lot of time talking about whether Ludwig is lying or not, because it doesn't matter and none of us really know that. But what we can say is that very clearly a lot of people believe that he is. And this is a problem that I've run into many times myself. My best advice, and what I found to be the best way of handling this, is to just simply not talk about drama involving people that you're close friends with.
Indeed.
Just don't talk about it. And the reason why is because if you do talk about it, people will think that you're being biased, even if you're not being biased. Judges recuse themselves from cases all the time, and I think that Ludwig is, you know, he's going to cause himself a lot of unnecessary stress, and you know, just make people mad at him really for no fucking reason. That's right. Yeah, and so I think that really, because like I would, if I was watching this video and I didn't know anything about the situation, I would think that I was the one that caused all this to happen, and it was pretty much centered entirely around me. When the truth is that, yeah, the majority of the discourse around this is surrounding Hassan. That's just the truth. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Exactly. And that's the reason why I try not to talk about topics like that. Did you look at the miskip clip? I did. And Ludwig should just not talk about these situations, never has anything at risk, when he's never done his milquetoast opinion. Why do people think that Ludwig has some obligation to have a hot take? Has it ever occurred to you that maybe he just wants to make content and, you know, do things in a vanilla way? Like, if he wants to be a vanilla milquetoast content creator, then what's the problem? Like, that's fine. Like, why is that path not possible? Yeah, I mean, it's his channel. He can express himself how he wants. People are just mad that he's not saying what they want him to. Just a content creator is also a journalist, yeah. And so anyway, but I'll link you guys the video. I don't, I want to say that, like, obviously I was kind of blamed for this. Since we're talking about it right now, I will refer to it again. I do not think that I was the, I think maybe I lit the fuse for this bomb, but I didn't make the bomb. I'm not the one blowing up here. It's all these other people that have said way worse stuff than I have multiple fucking times. Many, many times. There's other people, like, I said something stupid I shouldn't have said. These people said something that they could have had the fucking FBI, well, they did in one case, right? Had the FBI involved with. They're committing crimes. Like, it's a difference between, like, being a stupid, belligerent asshole and committing crimes. And the fact is, they're a lot closer to that line than I am. And so, we didn't start the fire, it's always been burning. Yeah, and so, this has been going on for quite a while. It's not my fault. I think it's funny to kind of, like, take a little bit of blame for it, just as a joke. But the truth is that I really didn't cause this to happen. I didn't. This was already happening. Sorry. Yeah. Well, my pop-ups can be redundant. Advertisers pull out because people blackmail them in the streamer drama. Nobody really cares about that kind of content that's being advertised. Well, then that still matters, right? Because if people know that it works, they're gonna keep doing it. I'll link you guys a video. It's definitely your fault. Well, if people want to blame me, that's totally fine. I mean, I'm not gonna fight you, and like, I don't really care. I just know it's not. And so, like, you want to get mad at me, like, what? what? I mean, like, who gives a shit? Do you see Central Committee says everyone should be turning against you? Yeah, I did see that. I think that he needs to, like, I don't know what, just like, bro, stop sending death threats. Just stop doing it. Like, I don't see, like, why we have to have this big problem. Like, just stop sending death threats. I feel like, yeah, what are we even doing? I feel like actually the, like, majority of people are completely on my side with this. And you can see that with the YouTube videos. Like, a lot of the places where people are talking about this topic, people are overwhelmingly on my side and agreeing with me. And I think that what's the best, you know, litmus test for that? The fact that LSF said that, like, LSF isn't hating me. That's crazy. Wow. Wow.
The fact that LSF is on his side and I'm not shitting directly down his throat and trying to have it out with him when he's the front page of the internet is fucking impressive in and of itself.
Communism by pulling the ads. Zero accountability. The quickest way to anger a socialist pundit is to get in between them and the top 0.01% daily. Let's move on. I was going fucked up for Twitch. Yeah. What do you think of putting bounties? Some people said, yeah, they're not even getting mad at me, which is crazy. And apparently Ludwig live edited his video. Let me see here.
Being Asmongold, okay? And we flip from that to Miskiff blaming Hassan. All right, let's watch that.
Miskiff is blaming Hassan, and everyone just politics should be outright banned. And Asmon is.
Looking at me and
which is like already sweeping because Mizkif saying, yeah, just ban Hassan, ban politics, because Mizkif actually knows what's going on. Ludwig does not. Ludwig thinks Asmongold is at all responsible. He is not. We know that for a fact, okay? But he couldn't even allow that tiny bit, that 3 to 5 seconds of Hassan criticism was far too much for Hassan, okay? Too much for Hassan. Hassan had to send him a message. Ludwig, clean it up, Janny, get it out of there. So now,
Hassan is blaming Asmongold.
So I just should have never made a video. Should have never made a fucking video. Should have never fucking talked about it. Didn't have to fucking talk about it. He could just ignored it. Did not have to fucking get into this. Yeah, like that's what you get, right? I mean, I don't know what to say. Should have never done it. Yeah, Mizkif was farming. I think he's probably just fucking around. And also, like, I mean, if something's causing all the advertisers to leave, at a certain point, you do have to ask yourself, is it really worth it to have this content on the platform if it means risking everybody else's livelihood? I do think it's a fair question, right? It's like a trolley problem in a way. So it's an interesting conversation to have.
It is a trolley problem. Not your trolley bully. You don't have to think about it. Not big deal for you.
Of even in a legitimate sense. Ludwig's already in hot waters because of the Mr. Beast situation. He's a classic fence sitter. I think that Ludwig does try to have his cake and eat it too, and present both sides of the argument. And I think that comes off to a lot of people as inauthentic and fake, and that's why people are angry at him. I think that's what's happening. Yeah, that's just that's what it is. But there's a lot of people. Here's the thing: most people don't want to be. I want to get this video again because, as I said, I like Ludwig. I think he's a good guy. All the comments he made about me, I don't take any of them personally. It's totally fun. Literally no hostility at all.
That's one take. And then cycling back so that you can have context for how all that started. Dan Saltman. Proof Twitch staff are blatantly biased against white people and Jews.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm making a quick update video, and unfortunately it's not really good news. It's actually very expected and sad news, but a while back I had reported that Twitch had previously hired someone who was formerly resigned from Ofcom due to they were under an investigation for anti-Israel or anti-Semitism or something, and they resigned when the investigation was going on. That was this person right here, the article for this right here on the BBC. But basically, it wasn't a good look, is what I would say. I think that regardless of the merits of what that person's case was, like if I was running a daycare, I don't think that I would go and hire someone to oversee that daycare. And when you Google their name, it's like this person stepped down amidst an investigation into child engagement. I think that would be a super bad look to hire that person for a position that basically is defined by its bias, not having one. So today what I wanted to do is I was curious about this person's direct report, because between this person, Fadzai, and their Dan Clancy, there is one layer, there's one man between them. That person, their name is Artist Jared Jenkins. Artist Jared Jenkins is a prolific TikToker, and he has a lot of things to say, and unfortunately a lot of them are quite they're quite shitty, and we're going to get into what these things are, but essentially it's what you would expect, a huge amount of bias, a huge amount of, in my opinion, and this whole video should be my opinion, by the way, but racism towards white people, towards people that are just trying to live their lives, and I will use his own words and showcase his own stuff, and a lot of this stuff is very recent. When there's older stuff, I'll put that up as well to kind of show a pattern that this is not like a new thing here, but I think it's important to get out there, because like the entire Twitch and Trust and Safety team, again, like this is the top of the top. This person, in their own words, directly reports to Dan Clancy. Okay, so I don't know what else to say aside from that, and we're gonna get into a little bit more history of him. But first, I want to get into some clips. Let's do that. We'll go again, start diving a little deeper. So. All right, let's get into the first clip here from the top dog that reports directly to the CEO, Dan Clancy, the head of the Trust and Safety and Policy team. What's he going to say about the election coming up here? I'm curious.
Like the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. 2016 was not a fluke. Donald Trump is the most American president we ever had, and he reflects who America really is. America is a racist country. America is a country that will prioritize a white candidate who is riddled with controversy and inadequacy and racism and bigotry over a highly qualified woman, over a highly qualified person of color.
So there's a few things. First off, how insanely biased to even put these views out there when you're supposed to be like the unbiased dude running this stuff. And on the second part, America is the least racist it's ever been today. Like it's only been better. And I'm pretty sure that Obama was president for 2 years for 2 terms against Mitt Romney, who was a rich white billionaire, and against McCain, who was a fucking white war hero. Like to say that we're, the reason that Kamala didn't win is because we're racist is just out of touch. I think that there's other things to it besides the fact that we're racist. I mean, like just quick stats. This is going to be like a huge debunking here, but like interracial marriage approval is at an all-time high. Black unemployment is at an all-time low. Like it's just not true what he's saying, and it's just really disappointing to see from someone who's supposed to be unbiased, someone who's gonna apply the rules evenly, who just basically thinks that if you voted for Trump, you're racist. I don't know what to say there. Like I know a lot of people that voted for Trump, and they're not racist. They had different reasons for doing it. Like some of them are Jewish people that voted for him because they're genuinely scared and they didn't feel like Kamala was going to go far enough. I'm not saying I agree with that or I disagree with that. I'm just saying that not all these people are just racist because they voted for Trump. It's so fucked up that the Twitch Trust and Safety Manager is just coming out here and saying, oh yeah, that's the reason you're a racist.
True.
All right, one more. Let's do it.
I'm the only one who's saying these bots on political content, so the other day I did both. Just talking about what Kamala Harris had on the debate. I didn't know about policies or anything like that. And yet, the vast majority of comments are from bots like this. Kamala Harris sanctions billions.
Oh my god, bots on a
calling people bots on a social media platform. Comedy.
Social media platform saying so.
Kamala, clearly, these are real people. I don't need to click on the profile to see that this is just someone who has no pictures. They just kind of following a bunch of people. These are clearly bots. Not people. They're just bots. I know a lot about this because I work in online trust and safety. I'm the head of policy at Twitch, and I was at Facebook during the 2020 election. And I joined 2017 shortly after the 2016 election with the IRA, aka Russians.
Now, aka the Hassan.
You would think TikTok would like try to button up for this election, given that this is probably the last election that they'll see, because as of today, they're still being banned by the end of the year. So you would think that they'd be like, hey, let's not screw up this election like other companies have done. But you'd be wrong.
It's so stupid. Twitch, like, who famously can't even consistently do bans, can't even stop U-bots, is gonna, like, the fact that you're commenting on anyone else's social media platform is pretty fucking hysterical, honestly. This is like, Twitch is the least technically competent company I think that I know of. It's just a fact. All right, this is a quick one. Just gonna do the first thing, because it's like the start of this video, and the guy, like, is just dishonest from, like, day one to sell this fucking narrative. And it's so fucking stupid.
Maybe you think it's fine that wrote with an A peaked during the 4 years that Donald Trump was first in office.
Okay, so Trump was in office from 16 to 20. Okay, so that's here to here. So yeah, that's definitely that's higher. Seems like it was going up before. Is there anything that was going on there? Can we take a look? Well, first off, this doesn't look so hot for the times before Trump. Like, what was going on here? Why does it go up so much? Oh, is it because the FBI completely changed its definition of rape, and that this stat is fucking meaningless, and that these numbers could have been, this right here may have been fucking 10 times higher? It's just so, like, this shit, this is Twitch culture. This is it. It's a sun. It's a sun and another face right here. A misleading graph, not showing key information, designed to sell a fucking narrative. It's just, man.
True.
All right, another one. This one's pretty fucked up. So I'm gonna play it, and then I'm gonna go over it for you. So we're just gonna go 1.5 speed. Actually, no way. Yeah.
I want to talk about Crisis Clout. 2 words that I never thought I had to put together. So there's no shortage of people right now who are making content about the hurricane, specifically first-person POV.
Crisis Clout. I'm pretty sure she was in a pool of water.
So I'm gonna play it, and then I'm gonna go over it for you. So we're just gonna go 1.5 speed. Actually, no way. Yeah.
I want to talk about Crisis Clout. 2 words that I never thought.
Crisis Clout. She is basically doing the worm to demonstrate that her house is flooding and is going to have infinite levels of fucking water and mold damage that not even Orkin would be able to say, God damn, we gotta do it for free because we gonna charge him too much. And your best reaction, maybe because she's white, maybe because she's southern and white, is to say Crisis Clout. Head up, Twitch.
Just gonna go 1.5 speed. Actually, no way. Yeah.
I want to talk about Crisis Clout. 2 words that I never thought I had to put together. So there's no shortage of people right now who are making content about hurricanes, specifically first-person POV content, because they ignored evacuation orders and states get the perfect shot of water rushing in, or in this case, doing a number from step up 2. And it's lame, and obviously it's incredibly dangerous. In this case, the woman has electricity on and whatnot, and I mean, arguably that's sewage water anyway. But the point is, like, where's the logical extension of this? I really feel like Charles Darwin missed the ball on this one, because he was just like survival of the fittest. But like, these idiots should not have like survived the genetic lottery. Like, I don't know how we got here, but
Twitch, kick. I didn't say it. The other black man said it. I'm the nappy Cajun that's funny. He's just hateful as shit. Don't do me, do him. Don't do me, do him. His words, his words. YouTube.
As somebody who's built a decent-sized audience,
like, this is actually pretty fucked up, and I'm gonna say it for like a few reasons. First off, I know this guy in his probably dual income, $1 million a year household doesn't understand this, but this hit like an incredibly fucking poor area where people may not have been able to afford to leave, right? That's it. It's just sometimes it's not a fucking option for you to go anywhere, okay? Second off, it's a hurricane coming and people are telling you flooding is coming. I understand. I do, because I've looked into this a little bit, but not all these people are gonna spend all their time on the internet and say flooding. I'm at 3,000 feet elevation. These guys are fucking stupid. Like, you don't understand. They may not know that, like, yeah, this can affect you. This can fuck your shit up. And to say that like all of these people stayed there to fucking do clout, how about that's all that they fucking can do right now? Like, their house is destroyed. They've lost everything. And you want to tell a bunch of, I guess, inbred, stupid white people, hey, you're not allowed to make a fucking TikTok video when you just lost everything. It's just so fucked up. It's like actual fucked up. Well, I'm sorry that all these people who lost the genetic lottery, okay, and don't have as much money as you do in San Francisco in your dual income household, couldn't leave their house, and God forbid they fucking try to make some levity of the situation that they just fucking lost everything. It's just like, it's like infuriating, this fucking shit. All right, this next one's a little bit too funny, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I don't know how this all ties back to fucking a meme, but somehow this guy lives the Jesse Lee Peterson experience. So here we go.
Do you love black people?
Sure, I love black people.
Wow.
Amazing.
I'm telling you. Amazing.
All right, so we got it in there. So that's funny. That's a classic clip of a pretty bad dude. But, well, both of them are pretty bad dudes, actually. But here we go. A post from a long time ago, granted, 2016 here. But somehow, the reality is, you can't really claim to love black people if you've never complained to HR about the lack of diversity at your company. You've funded an objectively stupid app, but you don't have any black-owned companies in your portfolio. You've never brought a black person as a guest to your member-only club. You've never referred a black person for a job. You've never hired a black person for a meaningful role. You didn't invite any black people to your wedding. A black person who showed up as a +1 doesn't count. Like, this is on this dude's Medium account. You can read the whole article here. I think it's hysterical how captured this guy is. Completely. It's the far left shit. Like, there is no bias in the Twitch trust and safety team anymore. There isn't. It's literally just the most absolute far left people. Every single one of these people would get rid of Nick Merckx and Tim the Tatman and Asmongold and everything if they could. If there's a way, and you see that, because the second these guys even remotely cross the line into something, whatever it is, they're instantly banned. But then you have these other streamers that are on the other side that will make insane statements, calling for people to get shot or killed, doing racial tier lists with Arabs at the top and Zionists at the bottom. Or, I honestly don't even know where to pick, because there's so many crazy things. Hassan going on an inbred rant about Jews over and over and over and over and over again. It's something that can only happen if, when these guys go home, it's like they must just watch Hassan, because it's indistinguishable. It literally is. All right, I think this is going to be kind of the last part of here, and then I'll do my outro on this. So the last thing I want to pull up here, some more videos and you guys can go through them unless these guys go and private their TikToks, which they usually do, and they private all their stuff. Or maybe we'll get a response for once, that'd be nice. But the last thing is this is kind of a recent thing from this guy. So this is on his LinkedIn from 2 months ago. And what I wanted to call attention to here is something pretty fucking crazy. So first off, blah, blah, blah. He's reporting directly to the Twitch's CEO. He's the head of policy, outreach, and education at Twitch. As I said before, the people that I and all the trust and safety people that I saw, I believe, are directly reporting to this person. So what catches my eye here are two things. I have a small TikTok following, and now I have over 25,000 followers, including Joy Reid, and this is just I think a black designer, and Mia Khalifa. Okay, Joy Reid, who is pretty. Mia Khalifa. I mean, this is not a good person. I mean, it's very, again, progressive Hassan politics. That's fine. But Mia fucking Khalifa, like Mia Khalifa is like the fucking Hitler of hating fucking Jews. Why would you call that person out on your like? Oh, I'm so happy that Hitler followed me. Like, by the way, tell me if this video sounds familiar to anything that recently happened on Twitch.
To everybody who is not in the U.S. military, good morning to everybody who is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them. I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with PTSD. And
like, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing because it's fucking disgusting. But
there's a clip that exists in the world of this, with me saying this and me saying this to every single person who's ever done an interracial scene, especially with a black male. But I don't feel like doing it, and that requires me to have to put lotion on my legs, and I already don't want to do that. I'm comfortable in my sweats. So what I will say is, if somebody were to make that video, but they were to say something along the lines of, "Good morning to every single person," except all those women that decided that they no longer needed to have an interracial partner, don't care if he was black, don't care if he was Mexican, don't care if he was Latino. So nice for you to keep those big black dongs out of your mouth. The sheer frustration, the butt agitation that would happen across the entire platform would reach a cacophony so loud that the only people who could hear it are the crunchy white with extra thick gravy in between. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Because unfortunately, she is not relevant to Twitch, but if we could use that as an example, it'd be so good. Because yes, the anti-Semitism of being stupid enough to insult an entire religion and thus piss off an entire nation to want to have a fatwa put on your head, yeah, damn, that's somebody I definitely want on my side. Good job, head of Twitch. Good job. I'm glad you're proud that follows you. You should find out what she thinks about anime fans next. Black anime fans. I'm not repeating them words.
But I think we know who this is.
Any other motherfucker you're doing the coming down with my fucking Camaro, no films, fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back to fucking America. And they posted it in my head, I'm like, base?
This is the worst person. The fact that he is calling out this person, that's it. That's all I need to know, right? Like, you just don't do that. There's not any positive qualities of this person at all, aside from their fucking complete hatred of Jews and Israel and everything else. So you may not be sold, that's fine, but there you go. All right, so basically that's it. I want to kind of preface all this. You know, this guy before he was at this job, I can pull this up here. He was at OpenSea for a year. OpenSea has its own scandals with racism and anti-Semitic shit as well. But I want to put out a difference, because you may have seen some of these clips and you've been like, yeah, that's based, or that's funny, or whatever. And you might have some of the similar views to that. And that's, for some of it, it's okay. For most of it, it is not okay. It's fucked up. But that said, you know, my co-host has frequently said super inflammatory things, completely way worse than this guy, against Trump and against liberals, okay? And you're like, damn, how can you criticize this? But yeah, that's fucking simple. It's because he's not the one in charge of moderating the platform. The fact that this is out there so blatant is like a slap in the face. But I'm glad that it is, because it shows us, you know, what is the case here, and that it's a far-left woke agenda that will do the minimum possible to shut up Jews and white people and veterans so that they can continue to do like oppression Olympics as much as they can across the board. I think it's fucked up, okay? I think it's fucked up. I don't know what to say. I think it's okay to have these views. I don't think it's okay to let these views bias your moderation decision, and they obviously are, is where I would leave this. So I hope that leads you well. I'll see you next time.
And then, of course, let's cut directly to it. I think I'm gonna have to go to my history backend for this, because I don't think I posted them here. If I did, it's a little bit hard to to memorize exactly where it was, but I'll go find it. One moment. I have to go scrolling through so many fucking Vivo videos because I was listening to music last night. Darn you, past Carl. Don't you know that Good Morning Carl had a show to run? Here's one of the videos that needed to come up. Here we are.
Oh.
Twitch is done. The adpocalypse has begun.
Man. Man. Ooh, I don't know what to say. We got a crazy day for us now. 2024 speedrunning, it is. What happened? Basically, what happened was I probably wait like probably half hour, like an hour until I really talk about everything. To be fair, right? For like everybody to like pile in. But anyway, first thing, let me go ahead and just talk about it just like very, very quickly. So basically, Twitch, the adpocalypse is coming, and it is here. It's happening. That's it, right? Like period. That's just how it is. And so. Anyway, I'll give you like an example, right? Just very, very quickly. So was there another one? Yeah, here we go. And we're gonna take a look at just these here, and we're gonna watch these again, okay? But I just wanna show it so I can have like a foundation for me to talk to you guys about it, just to give you, I don't know, like a preamble about it, right? And so Lacey calls out Twitch after getting his ad revenue decreased from 10K a day to 2K. That's right, imagine only making $2,000 a day. This is fucking, like, you really expect somebody to go to work if they're only gonna make $2,000 a day? This is disgusting. Like, it's basically slavery. I mean, like, what's the difference between this and slavery, right? Fuck, I mean, come on. So let's go ahead and let's watch it.
I go and check my ad revenue, and yeah, I'm not getting ad revenue. I'm not getting the correct ad revenue. Now, the issue with this is I don't even have tags in my name. I don't talk about politics. I don't do anything. And my ad revenue went from $10,000 plus at some points per day to now like $2,000 a day. So
there's a clip I talked about.
From someone who was making upwards
Member of FaZe Clan.
of 5 figures a day, now only
Raking in millions. Actually, hundreds of millions. Now only raking in millions.
making $2,000 a day of ad revenue. Something's wrong. Something's going on where my ad revenue is not.
This is slavery. He needs to quit and send a message to Twitch. It's fucked up.
Correct, and it's not what it should be. If I want to make $2,000 a day, I'll go be a fucking mailman, okay?
And then he just does a quick pull, pulls the money, be a mailman, 42.93, take the money, calculate it,
If you don't fix my ad revenue and put it back to normal,
a little closer to 700. Yeah. $730,000. 365. The average mail carrier gets $21 per hour. Top earners making $5,100 a year. If he's making $2,000 a day, each day he'd be making 3/4, 20,000 under 3/4 of $1 million. It's so horrible, bro. It's so horrible. Little Timmy tried to give me an extra $50. It's not the same.
It is what it is.
so Twitch, if you don't fix my ad revenue and put it back to normal, I'm not gonna be streaming on platform.
Oh shit!
I don't do this for fun.
Oh shit! I don't do this for fun. I do it for money. All right, we gotta look at it, right? So we gotta talk about real quick. I'm gonna be real. Let's see. Let's take a look at Twitch tracker. We gotta look at why Lacey's ad revenue is down. Lacey, I'm not trying to sneak this in. I didn't mean to type Lacey. So you had viewer decline 18%, and then this was when he was doing a subathon, right? So this is really where I'm at. Is that I see you doing like 48 hours a day, right? And so you're doing 48 hours a day with, or not 40 hours a day. Let's do some math. So if you're making 10K a day and you're referencing the days that you were doing your subathon, well, let's take a look at this. A lot of these streams are like kind of back and forth, right? And so if you're live all day, 40 hours a day, 24 hours a day, you should be expecting to make around, around a third of that. So you should be expecting to make about $3,000 a day, because you would have been live all day, assuming you had the same ad density, naturally, right? So, and I'm just thinking about this in terms of math. And so if you look at the math in terms of this, and you see a lot of these streams have relatively the same viewers, right? But like, this subathon had like a little bit less, right? But overall, if he's referencing his subathon streams, I actually think 10,000 to 2,000 tracks. If he's also referencing his streams, like let's say he did a stream like over back here, right? For example, like you had 20K viewers, you had 16K viewers, you had 21K viewers at a 10-hour stream. Like if you really do the math and you extrapolate the data, 10,000 to 2,000 could actually make a perfect amount of sense. And it doesn't even have to do with the hypothesis. Am I crazy for seeing these numbers? Am I crazy here? Like, I'm trying to guide this math, yeah, and so I'm just saying that this is how it is. You are, yeah, I'm just saying this, the math is all very logical. And so if you look at these numbers, I don't know, I'll be a mailman too if it pays $2,000 a day. Yeah, I can't believe this kid was making $10,000 a day. For what? What do you mean what he was making $10,000 a day for? Because he was showing a bunch of advertisements. If you got a magazine and the magazine has an advertisement on it, then the people that paid for that are gonna give you money. It's not too complicated. You're gonna get mad about like, oh, but it shouldn't be like that. Yeah, and cats shouldn't die, but they keep fucking dying. That's life, bro, and it sucks dick. Yeah, it sounds like Lacey's dumb. I don't think Lacey's dumb. Like, I'm gonna be real. I don't think Lacey's dumb at all. Like, he is just he's a young guy. Here's the thing. This is a problem that happens with like every set of young guys that start streaming and making content. It happens like every 2 years. There's a new crop of them, right? And what happens is that these guys, they get too much into the lifestyle of it, and then they get too attached to it, and it emotionally affects them, and they have to go through, a come to Jesus period, right? And so if Lacey's in that period, for like at least a lot of the other guys that have been streaming a long time, like, fucking enjoy the fucking show first time. Yeah, that's the way it is. Probably just farming. Maybe, I don't know. But anyways, planting these seeds, I don't know. Well, the viewers are. The reason why Lacey's getting a lot of money is because he has a lot of viewers. It's really simple. So yeah, same guy who's made about 9 to 5 being harder. Take your 2K a day and shut up. Yeah, and also like keep in mind, this is 2K a day. What is going on? I'm being throttled. I think I'm being censored for political reasons. Anyway, let's go back over here. We're gonna look at the rest of it. So here's another post about the Twitch adpocalypse has arrived. This is supposed to be a huge marketing month due to holiday rush. The stock guy is frustrated about lack of communication from Twitch. Ad revenue is down 80%. 80%. Holy shit. That's a lot. That's an ass load. That's a lot. Let's go ahead. We're gonna watch the video real quick. Let's see.
My Twitch dashboard for the first time yesterday. My advertising revenue is down 95%.
And then this is the stock guy, whose entire job is being a stock flipper. He has more money than God, relatively. In terms of people who are streaming on Twitch, more money than God. Not even a big deal.
Let me show you.
My advertising revenue isn't down at all.
I'm gonna show you because I don't give a shit. I'm fucking transparent. Let me show you guys something. Okay?
Yeah, I haven't lost any money. What do you mean?
I average about $100 to $200 a day in ad reps, right? 5 days a week. You're talking about $600-700 a week. You're talking about $2,800 a month. You know, $3,000 a month. I make about $8,000 a month on average. Sometimes, right? So it's about 40% of my 50% income. I'm averaging $15. $15 fucking dollars in ad revenue.
Look at the chat. Damn you, Hassan. Asmongold killing ad revenue.
I can't disable all of them. Nobody can. They automatically run. But I'm just gonna stop fucking anything I have. Because
thanks, Asmongold. Hassan ruined Twitch. Fuck Hassan.
I don't pay attention to the shit.
Thanks, Hassan.
I have nothing to do with it. I'm sitting over here in my own corner, doing my own thing, having a good.
Oh boy. And so there it is. Well, it's Asmongold. There it is. And so talk to Dan today. It's gonna be soon, guys. It's gonna be very soon. And so anyway, that's been what's going on. Let's go back over here. Thanks Hassan equals new. Thanks Obama. Yeah, it seems that way. So the Twitch adpocalypse is here. It is happening. It's not like this is an impending problem that's somewhere on the horizon. It is happening right now. Right now, it's happening. And there it is. Is this a domino effect of your ban? I think that, okay, so if you want my honest opinion, I actually do think that was a very big catalyst for this happening. I do. I legitimately do, and I'm not sorry, by the way. I'm not sorry, because I would have never needed to be a catalyst if they had been applying the rules fairly the entire time. Yeah, it would have never happened. Because the reason why this happened is because they were letting people with extreme, like, violent political opinions do things that are insane on the website. And so when I say something that was stupid and I get in trouble for it, everybody else goes, what about the other stupid things? Why aren't they getting banned too? And this would have never fucking happened if they had held themselves accountable and not pretended like these things were not extreme. That's the reason why. And so you're the one with violent opinions? What I'm saying is that I'm not the only one. Look, if you want to blame me, haha, gotcha. I don't care. But like what I'm saying is that I'm not the only one with violent opinions. And that's the issue. That's the problem. And I think everybody sees that. And so yeah, to be honest, you only lit the fuse? Yeah, they did. I didn't build the bomb, they did. So yeah, that's the way I see it. They should just reduce the rules or moderate evenly. Well, I think they should too. I think they absolutely should. So yeah. And this is what's going on. Not everyone got consequences, yeah. W Destiny, W Asmongold. I don't know, like, I mean, obviously, I'm not sure how much, I mean, I know Dan's been like really on it, right? But like, I don't know how much Destiny's really tried to press this at all. I have no idea. So yeah, I think advertisers spent the big money to get back on X. New hateful conduct policy. Oh, I know that. Oh yeah. Yeah, and so let's go back over. We're gonna read some of the posts that people are making about this. Oh god. There we go. Oh wow. The stock guy says watch the clip to the end. Oh, for sure, bro.
$100 to $200 a day run, but I'm just gonna stop fucking anything on average, sometimes 9, right? So it's about 40% of my, sometimes 50% of my income. I'm averaging $15. Ooh. $15 fucking dollars in average. I'm disabling ads. I can't disable all of them. Nobody can. They automatically run, but I'm just gonna stop fucking anything I have.
When it rains, it pours.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to the shit on my platform. I have nothing to do with it. I'm sitting over here in my own little fucking corner, doing my own thing, having a good.
Well, now you know. That's it. Now you know. He said watch the whole clip. You want to link me the clip, bro? Yeah, if you want to link me the clip,
He keeps going back and forth about this. Skip ahead a few seconds so we can get to the next clip. Leaves right about here.
They get him out of here. You can't
do a lot of crazy shit, and I don't stop it or do something to it. Guess what? That's on me if they turn out to be pieces of shit, and if nobody wants to know what their birthday party.
Well, it's real simple, right? I mean, you have a Walmart and you got a crazy, you got a crackhead in the middle of the Walmart. You got to call the police, get the crackhead out of there, right? I mean, you can't expect it. It's like, is it really the crackhead's fault? No, it's like he's a crackhead. Yeah, you're gonna be mad at Walmart. They get him out of here. He's trying to eat the lighters again.
You don't blame the kid. You blame the person that can stop it.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit fucking frustrated right now. I'm a little frustrated. Okay? I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna get into it because I don't have a pony in this race.
Yeah.
I can just see that I lost.
Well, I mean, I think it's very fair to say that there's been a lot of people that have said things that are really out of pocket on Twitch, and the problem is that the moderation of that has been asymmetrical. That's the problem. Like, I mean, I've said things that I got in trouble with, right? For sure. Other people have said things that they should have gotten in trouble with, some that they did get in trouble with too. That's really how it is.
One of the biggest contracts that I've been negotiating 6 months for because of shit going on Twitch. And now 40%, 50% of my income is gone. And I didn't do shit. I didn't even know what was going on.
That's crazy. Like, I wonder, is the stock guy in chat? Is he still in chat? I don't know if he is. Let me double check. Dan Clancy has to step down. I'm gonna be honest, it's not Dan Clancy's fault that this is happening. It might be his responsibility now that it's happening, but it's not really, he was a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's not really his fault. Like, this was happening before he was CEO. Okay, oh yeah, he's here. Did they tell you that they stopped doing the advertising? What do you call it? Did they tell you that why they stopped doing the advertising? Did they say explicitly because it was a situation on Twitch, or did they pull out for, like, did they tell you what the reason was? Can he even say that? Yeah, if you can't say that, that's totally fine. The company, they said they wanted to shift now for the current environment on the platform. Wow. Wow. Okay, they want, oh, shelf it. Okay, so yeah, you got put on the back burner for them to pay you with the, the January budget instead of the December budget. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, Dan was right. Yeah, I guess so. It's just crazy, man. Fuck, no. It is. This is the first time I've heard of somebody doing that. Could be they get to do that too. Yeah, right. And so, the business guy, I get it. Yeah, no, I mean, I get it too. And here's the thing is that I was going to talk about this just for a bit. Like, I don't know if you've been like looking at any information about this before, or you've seen any data about it, but Twitch is actually in a lot of cases a very bad conversion tool for revenue.
they're actually a very bad conversion tool, and the reason why is that it's transient. So what I mean by that is that as soon as a Twitch stream is over, its effectiveness goes down to 0, whereas a YouTube video or something like that, or like another social media post, can exist for like an indefinite period of time. And so, like, this is just like a little information. Like, this is what I've learned is that that's why for a lot of sponsorships that I end up doing, I try to, you know, add in a YouTube video with it too, and maybe try to like get them to pay me for that. And I think that that's better than just doing a stream. So like, you have a better experience for like the sponsor, better ratio of like conversions, and also like you sometimes get more money. So yeah, don't want to make it all about me. No, I know. I'm just talking about like this is just a personal thing. I was making concerns on platform. I was my chat. I was referencing Twitch chat. Yeah, no, for sure, bro. And I really appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for coming in here and clarifying. Absolutely. And I just want to do context so people didn't think I was drumming up drama. Well, I don't think it's really drama to say that, man, I'm not getting any ad revenue. This really sucks, right? I mean, I know that. Like, I get that. And like, I can't speak for anybody else, but like, I'm not gonna get offended if like you're like, oh, it's Todd Wars doing something. Like, it's just funny to me, right? I mean, I'm a grown man. I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt over that, right? And so yeah, no, everything's totally fine. But let's go ahead and move the rest of it. Run Todd Wars? Yeah.
No, I don't need your fucking money. I don't want your money. This isn't about money. This is about my business. My livelihood being fucking just...
Oh, they didn't do that? They didn't say that. Was that true? I didn't even see it. Reporting low ads, yeah.
Taken out from me. But Saki, don't you make good money trading and stuff like that? I do good trading because I don't rely on that income, right? I don't rely on that income. That's not my money I work on. I can be smart and I can be fun and have little fun here and take my games because it's not. You never. That's why I tell people. They say, Saki, I want to be a full-time trader. No, you don't. That's you just go to fucking Vegas and blow all your money on hookers, coke, and gambling there, and it'll be faster and more enjoyable, and you can rebuild faster. You are not. The moment you have to rely on trading stocks as your source of income, you're fucked, right? I have money. I'm not gonna be homeless. I don't need your money. Okay, I'm gonna be okay. All right, I'm fine.
Yeah, that's the same. I agree with that absolutely 100%.
I'm not one of these streamers who are like, oh my god, I need help because. Motherfucker, I make more than half of the people in America. Okay, I'm doing just fucking fine, all right. I'm not, you know, this isn't gonna put me losing my house.
Exactly.
It's just that this is my income.
I was gonna pull them up, yeah.
And I rely on that as like, hey, you know, I do this because I have entertainment and stuff like that, and I work on sponsorships and brand deals and stuff like that. And I'm very, very picky. I turn away 90% of my sponsorship offers because I want to. Guys, seriously, you're making it look bad. I don't need your fucking money. This is not. This is in no way, shape, or form me.
Guys, y'all need to. Every time a streamer says something's going wrong in their life, can you please stop giving them money? Stop doing this. It's so dumb. Just quit it. Stop it.
Complaining about, you know, I don't make enough money. This is, I'm a little bit pissed off because I'm still here just doing my thing, and I find out. That my business is getting wiped out. Right?
55 subs to viewers.
It's like
I feel like anybody would be mad about this, right? I mean, like, and yeah, of course.
It's like owning a restaurant and finding out that you know you don't have any customers coming in all of a sudden. And you're like, wait, what's going on? Like, I have viewers, but like, you know, people are coming in and they're just walking out, and it's like, wait, why are they walking out? Aren't they don't have to pay me, right? And it's like, oh, well, it turns out that the police are no longer doing their job, and so nobody's afraid because
he's in California
because the state decided to do
yeah,
something. I don't know, and you're like, bro, I'm just cooking up some fucking spicy meatballs. Okay, no joint.
Oh god, he's in Florida. Is that right?
Can you explain what happened to change in ad revenue? I can't because I don't have the info. I am not going to be. I told you guys this in the beginning, and I will always. I am not somebody who's going to jump on something without having the information. I'm not a reactionary person like that. I'm not going to say, well, it's because of this. This. I'm saying that I don't know what somebody said or what somebody did that led to this, but what I can tell you is that a lot of shit has been going on for a long time, and it has not been dealt with appropriately according to these outside things. Now, don't get me wrong. Let me tell you something about these advertisers. Advertisers are not necessarily leaving Twitch.
Use your Twitch primes and sub to Stocky. If you think he's a millionaire, just look at his desk.
Okay.
This is. There's a lot going on here. Okay.
All right. Well, I think this pretty much wraps everything up, right? I feel like he's explained pretty much what's going on. So basically, he has lost 80% of his ad revenue. That is insane. Holy fucking shit. Down 80%. And this is a really good point so far. Remember when everyone was saying Dan was making shit up when he said 70% of advertisers are leaving? Well, I guess he was right. I feel like all streamers that don't have a contract with Twitch should be streaming to YouTube at the same time and try to build their YouTube numbers. I don't know if you should do that. It depends on the type of your stream. That's my advice. 80% decrease is absolutely wild. Can you imagine that in real life? Remember that incident that happened? Well, now instead of getting $20 an hour, you're making $4 an hour. Yeah, and the incident that wasn't your fault. Exactly. I thought ad revenue goes up the closer we get to Christmas. Imagine what the ad revenue is going to be in January. They're going to be paying you in they're not gonna have any money left, so they're just gonna like mail people pine cones. It's like, you know, where previously like you're gonna make $100,000, like they just mail you a pine cone instead of that, and you can put it up your fucking ass. That's just the way it is. Yeah, I pay you in peanuts. Exactly, yes. Well, no, they don't pay you in peanuts. They pay you in peanut shells. And so, yeah, there we go. And let's see. We gotta find some more of this. Again, we got the advertisers pulled out because Forza disappeared. Of course, some top streamers were aware of this. Absolutely. I was told by Hassan fans that there was no apocalypse. There is no apocalypse. If there is one, it's not Hassan's fault. It's Asmongold's fault. But Asmongold only said what he said because Destiny manipulated him to saying it. So it's Destiny's fault.
True.
So I'm Darth Vader and Destiny's Palpatine. I love it. Okay, yeah, and Hassan is Luke Skywalker. Absolutely. And so let's see. Oh, here's Quinn. Quinn has the same shit happen. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Quinn said.
What about Infamous 6? What the hell? So you getting... Wait. Oh, bro, you just getting no ad money at all. You just getting no ad money at all. What the fuck happened to these guys, dude?
What happened? Yeah, Jesus.
Got nothing, bro. It's still inconsistent. Yeah, so basically you're getting zero ad money.
Jesus.
Bro, isn't that like pseudo-censorship? What the fuck is that, bro? But again, I mean, the advertisers don't want it.
It is. It's absolutely censorship. Advertisers use funding for advertisers as a way to compel speech on the internet. It's a huge problem.
I mean, they don't want it.
Yeah.
Interesting. $0 ads. That's gotta be a bug, right?
No. No. No bugs.
Yeah, like, I mean, literally. Interesting.
You gonna give a percentage? Give a percentage.
Interesting.
He does not give a percentage. He just ends up saying and showing the number.
Yeah, so I don't like dogs or everything. I can tell you though, on November 6th. Look, here you go, bro.
He puts up the number.
There you go, guys. Look. I'm gonna put it in the paint. Here's my November 6th stream, guys. Look. This was like a 16-hour stream, by the way.
So 16-hour stream.
My November 6th stream.
16 hours.
That was
so.
Go large. 16-hour stream, Wednesday, November 6th, $766. 176 paid subs, 127 prime subs, 77 gifted subs, $5 ads. This is what he's gonna call out and is complaining about. $341 from Twitch Turbo. Power users, let me skip ads. $177, and then 30 from cheering, and then 480 from extensions, and then 5 from an experiment. But the majority is money. All from the website subsidization. None of it, or really $5 of it, from the ad system. Life is over. The life is over. He can't make any more money anymore. He's all alone in this hole. All fucked over, cause he's bad as fuck at on roll. Not distract from the topic at hand, but I just read something to Major Blood Boil. TLDL, another game has barely half your source being mercilessly killed. Post down which one it is inside of Printing Press Express under gaming. I'll take a look at it.
In 16 hours, he made $5. Well, I'm sure in like 3 countries, that's pretty good.
16-hour stream.
Yeah, there it is. Look at the ads, $5. Oh my god. Wow.
Can be, okay, so it's gonna be like a day or something? I don't know. Oh, wait, also that day was bricked. That day was also bricked.
Who's got one from last month? Think about how bad Quinn is doing. He only made $700 that day.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, basically the day after that one.
Damn.
Am I allowed to show this? I don't know if I'm allowed to show this.
Do it for the content.
Basically, let me do the math here. I'll just tell you the math.
You guys want to see my earnings? Here they are.
So I was paid 87 times as much next day for ads.
87
I was paid 87 times as much with like a stream that was...
So 87. So what's 5 times 87? That would be 800, and then let me just do it real quick myself. 87 times 5, $435. So I made $435. Wow. Man.
This is 87 times multiplier on the ads.
Damn. Wait, let's get that again. Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, I'm doing a politics game, guys. At the end of the day, we had a good run.
That wasn't even why it happened.
We had a good run, guys.
Yep. That didn't even happen for that reason.
Yeah, I've been sent it. Well, no. I'm gonna do politics again. I'm gonna do politics again. I'm gonna do politics again. Do no flip the dice whole deal.
Great. Okay, well, there we go. So Quinn got his money taken away. Oh, XQC, why he hates Twitch. Let's look at it.
All the time. So how do you think I felt? That I was being more measured, I was getting more precautions than most people, yet I was being banned twice as much. So I felt threatened all the time. So if you can tell me, oh, you don't get a cool contract because we strung you along for years, but please stream for us 1 billion fucking hours, let's run our ads, but if we want to, we'll ban whatever we want for the most mundane reason that everybody around you doesn't get banned for. How does that make you feel? Fuck that shit. Hell no. I don't stand it. I don't stand that disrespect. That shit is fucking trash. Fuck them.
Nobody would put up with that if they had another place they could go to instead. Why would they?
What a joke, man. What a fucking joke.
Yeah.
People say, oh my god, dude, these streamers are so loyal. They're so loyal. No.
Bro, the company isn't loyal. You should never be loyal to a company that's not loyal to you. And no companies are loyal to you, so just keep that in mind. And so, yeah, was he banned twice as much? I mean, banned during the Twitch stream. I don't know, like, when he got in trouble, I have no idea. So he banned like 5 or 6 times for Overwatch days, yeah. Daily addy rage over nothing significant. Damn. Yeah, they're not happy about XQC, apparently. And so, anyway, this is what's happening. And ad revenue is going down massively. 80% reduction. It is crazy. Do you think this could be a symptom of political power changing hands, similar to Elon's Twitter takeover?
No. I thought the same thing. And actually, I had the same thought at the same time. But no, it's not a result of political power changeover. This is the result of people being fucking retarded. It's the result of people being fucking retarded. It's the result of them being retarded. It's the result of them being stupid. It's the result of them fucking around and finding out. It's the result of a lot of shit. But it's not because of political changeover. That'd be even dumber. Not out the realm of possibility. But that'd be even dumber.
No, I think it's just as simple as advertisers are getting bombarded with harassment from people that are trying to get them to pull out of Twitch. And in the process of that, they're pulling out of Twitch. That's really what's happening. That's why it's happening. It's really simple. So yeah. What is this, your terrorism takes down terrorism? LFG chat? Yeah, I guess so. And look at this organization organizing the apocalypse. I'd have to see what it is, right? Let me see, I can look at the rest of this. Do you see Disney will advertise on X again? Yeah, I will. I'm gonna look at all that stuff later on. But first, I want to go ahead and look at this here. No way Twitch doesn't respond to this, right? They did. Thank you. I was thinking, like, what was like, I had in my head, like, a...
Trying to link to the patch notes in Printing Plus, but you got no permission to do so? Hold on. I can fix that. Because you've been here long enough that you should have a rank up at this point. Me fixie. 1 second. No, you should have permissions. No, you should have permissions. Hold on. I'm fixing it live. View channels. Send messages. Links, JAS media files, yeah, you should have the ability. Double check now, please. Okay.
Fucking map of how this was going to happen. But yes, Twitch has responded to this. Let me see if I can find it and we can take a look at it. And we have a lot to go over today, so hopefully we don't have any internet problems or anything like that because there's been some crazy ass shit. Let's look at Twitch. Twitch support. We have updated our enforcement guidelines. Read more here. Let's take a look at it. An update to how we enforce our hateful conduct policy. That's the bad stuff. Our hateful conduct policy is designed to protect our community against attacks based on a person's protected characteristics, such as race, nationality, religion, or sexuality. The policy prohibits harmful behaviors, like suggesting that a victim of harm deserved it, or sharing a hateful image or a symbol. I think that sharing a hateful image or a symbol, I think that's ridiculous. Like, I mean, if you have a swastika that's, like, on the screen all the time, then yeah, that's bad. But, like, actually, I don't know what we're talking about. Of course, you shouldn't get banned for accidentally having a swastika on the screen, or, like, looking at something that has a swastika. But if you're putting it up yourself, then yeah, of course you shouldn't do that. I mean, it's fucking obvious, right? I don't even know why we're even talking about that. It's just common sense. Anyway, the language used to cause harm and spread hate changes over time. What they are talking about is advanced racism. To ensure our policies adapt to these new changes, we review them and how they're applied to prevent these harms. As part of our hateful conduct policy, we prohibit the use of terms that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur to denigrate others in certain contexts. In line with that approach, starting today, using the term Zionist. Now, what is a Zionist? Let's look it up on Google so everybody completely understands. Person who supports Israel, basically, right? Meaning. Zionism is an ethno-cultural nationalistic movement that emerged in Europe in the late 19th century and is aimed for the establishment of a Jewish state. A supporter of Zionism is a person who believes in the development and protection of a Jewish nation, which is now what Israel is. In Southern Africa, the member of any group of an independent church practices forms of Christianity. I'm not sure about the something different, right? And it's been a good run. No, saying the word Zionist is not. You're not going to get in trouble for that. Okay, that's not how it works. I just want you guys to understand what the word is. Because wouldn't Twitch have to ban itself if doing that, if saying that was there? Right? To attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious belief is against the rules. We recognize that Zionist and Zionism also refer to a political movement. Using the term to refer to the political movement, whether in a supportive or a critical way, does not violate our hateful conduct policy. Our goal isn't to stifle conversation about or criticism of an institution or ideology, but to prevent coded hate directed at individuals or groups of people. We include examples of the language we prohibit in the enforcement notes here, and we're going to be flexible with it in the future. Okay, so first thing I want to say is that if Twitch wants any advice on racism, my DMs are open. If you want to know all of the bad words that people use for black people, Jewish people, white people, Mexicans, what else, Asians, you know, any of this stuff, if you want to know what those terms are, I am on the cutting edge of racism. I go on 4chan all the time.
Kappa.
So if you want a list of these words and what to watch out for, just DM me, okay? That's why, see, that's the thing, guys, is like, y'all think you're being cute. You think you're being cute doing those little, you know, typing that random stuff, right? Guys, not gonna happen. And so don't try to do a whole lot of that. Slur to your list when, that's a good idea. And Latinx is definitely racist, right? No, it's not racist because white people invented the term for another group of people. So how could it be racist if white people invented it? No.
Kappa. It's a lot more like the professional racism allows you to be able to get away with more if you have the right sensibility on how he says it. So, when he says
that random stuff, right? Guys, not gonna happen. And so don't try to do a whole lot of that. Slur to your list when, that's a good idea. And Latinx is definitely racist, right? No, it's not racist.
Latinx is not racist. It's just annoying as fuck. That's all it is. It's not racist. It just exists. It's there. That's all it is. It's just a word. The word may or may not be used by a group of people. That group of people may or may not think a particular way and act a certain way. You know, it just is. It just is what it is. You know, it just is.
Because white people invented the term for another group of people, so how could it be racist if white people invented it? No, obviously not. And we invented it for their benefit. We made this word for them so they could stop being so bigoted.
True.
So yeah, no, like, I would say complaining about it is almost a slur. Obviously. Yeah, it's for their benefit. We're trying to save them. We're trying to help them. We're trying to bring them into 2024. Come on, what are you thinking about? Didn't you play Spider-Man 2? What are the examples? So for black people, I'll give like a handful of examples.
Basketball American. Astrological body in the world and grasshopper symbol. Jigaboo Jones. Urbanite Gorilla. Satire, by the way. Satire. The Usual Suspects. Vantablack Part 3. Vantablack Part 2. Advanced Charcoal. Fire Alarm. What was it? Fire Alarm. Illegible. No. Fire Alarm Incoherent. There we go. Fire Alarm Incoherent. Tyler Perry's dedicated audience. Monochrome Taylor Swift enjoyers. That's a new one. The K-Poppers came up with that one. It's no problem. The K-Poppers came up with that one. There's a lot of words. We can use to describe black people. 4C enjoyers. There's a lot of tearing.
Newer ones. You have Young Scholar. You have Jogger. You have
Young Scholar's another one. Young Jogger. YN novelists.
I think which ones can I say that I won't get in trouble with just for saying? Basketball American? Yeah, there's definitely that. I feel like that one's too on the nose. Everybody would know that one, right? Where's baiting? I'm not baiting. Like, we're having a genuine conversation about this. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm actually against racism. I'm sorry, like, I don't want to disappoint some people, but I'm actually not a big racism guy, you know? And so, like, the reason why I'm talking about this is because I want people to know it and to be able to recognize it. That's the reason why. The way that you beat racism is with education, knowledge, and understanding. You don't beat it with censorship. You don't beat it by pretending that it doesn't exist. You address it head on, you deal with it, you talk about it, you work it out. That's how it's done.
True.
So yeah, it's literally that simple. So yeah, and also like some of the terms I won't use because I don't like. There's a line, right? Like the terms you can and can't use. So yeah, helping out people understand exactly. And so let me think some other new ones. I think that's probably the first top 3 I can think of right now. But yeah, there's plenty of other terms like this. Yeah, this is good last stream. People use usual suspect a lot. Oh yes, usual suspect. That's very, very common. What is it, like the 13%, 50% thing? Also a dog whistle. We all know what that is. So yes, there are a lot of examples like that. A lot of people don't know these. I know all of them. Like re-education camps? Yeah, sure. Well. I haven't seen that. That's a new one. I don't really see a lot of people using that. Read the top comment on it.
See, well wasn't a slur made up to refer to black people. Well, an onomatopoeia that comes along with the voice line from the Boondocks was used by black people to talk shit about other races, which then flipped into a racial signifier because those black people would not leave those races the fuck alone. So they said, how do you like it? And they said, bigotry, Nazis, all of you Nazis. That's how that happened. Yeah, that's how that happened. Little less than the usual. Maybe not the usual. They be getting unpredictable.
The Twitter thread from Dan. Which one? Oh, this one here. Literally called this last week. Let's see here. Feels weak as fuck. Free Jam's not a fan of it. That's fine. Are people like trying to start drama because that's one of my mods? Sure. I mean, this is the reality. I don't care. I don't care about my mods. They say whatever the fuck they want. I don't give a fuck. You gonna try to tell on him? Get him in trouble with me? He's got every right for his freedom. He has every right to have an opinion about whatever he wants to have. Anything? Okay, well, guys, come on. Guys, come on. What are we doing here? And so, yeah, there it is. No, it's not a problem at all. I'm not gonna get mad. Like, what the fuck? Like, what do you think this is? Like, anyway, let me see this. Call this last week for the excuse. They'll do nothing. Increase hatred of Jews. Step down G Clancy. I don't think it's really Clancy's fault. A lot of this is happening. I think that they're just trying to. Here's the problem that Twitch has with its moderation. I'm gonna type this out. The main problem Twitch has with its moderation is that it is not based on principle, but instead it is reactionary. This is the core problem. There is no defining variable that Twitch does. There's no actual reason why Twitch does it. Yes, exactly. This is the main issue. Read the top comment on Dan's tweet. That's what they were saying. That's what they were saying. Look, let's move on, right? Even if that's the case, Clancy's still in conflict leader then. I think that they're probably trying to figure out what they're going to do. Here is the issue that Twitch has. It's very simple. The issue that Twitch has is that they do not have any principles in which they govern the website on. There are no actual rules that they have. All of their rules are just a reaction from what advertisers want.
True.
That's it. They don't care. Like Twitch, you used to be able to say the N-word. You used to be able to say the homophobic F-word. You used to be able to do all kinds of really bad stuff on Twitch. You could do that constantly. You could say racist stuff on Twitch all the time. And the thing is, good, sure, right? But like, here's my point, is that Twitch got rid of that at the same time they got advertising. They didn't get rid of it because they're like, oh wow, let's stop being homophobic. No, they don't care about that. They just want to make money. So when you think about why Twitch is doing something, you have to look at it from the perspective of money. But here's the problem. The problem is that people inside of the Twitch ecosystem they've used the Twitch as a vehicle to push an agenda and a worldview that is not shared by the majority of English-speaking Western users, basically, right? So these extreme fringe identity politics and social politics opinions that a lot of these people that are working at Twitch are allowing to exist, these politics are relatively popular on social media, and the reason why it's gone unchecked is because it is popular on social media. If it was popular on social media to say white power, Twitch would let you say white power. That's the truth. And every other website would too. And do you want to hear a really, really good, oh my god, this is such a perfect example. How do we know this is true? Because today, guess who came crawling back? Disney, IBM, Comcast, Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Lionsgate Entertainment will be resuming advertising on X after boycotting the platform last year. Well. There it is. These companies would promote Nazis if the country was full of Nazis. They have no principles. They have no values. They have no ethics. And they have no morals. They exist for the sole purpose to make money. And if they think that they can make more money promoting hatred than promoting love, they will promote hatred. Not that Twitter is doing it, but they don't care. They only pretend to care, so you will be tricked into liking them, which will then give you a higher probability of buying their product. That is the only thing that they care about. Keep that in mind. It's all performative. None of this is real. There are no values here. There is no ethics. It is all about being reactionary. ADL made a new tweet. Okay, I'll go ahead and look at it in a minute. Money. That's not what reactionary means. What does it mean? A reactionary person is literally reactionary. A person instead of views, opposing political views, or born. Yeah. To react to. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like. So you're kind of right. Where like you're saying that, like there's a like what are we talking about? Like I think that everybody understands what this phrase is used. What are we gonna get into semantics for? Anyway, don't waste everybody's time on that bullshit. So yes, this is happening. Let's take a look at the ADL tweet. Okay, we're gonna look at this. ADL. What's this here? All right. So ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. These people, they like to. Also, the ADL is, I want to say, wrong most of the time. The majority of the time, they are wrong. I would say that.
It's not just the majority of the time that they're wrong. The majority of the time that the Anti-Defamation League ever speaks on something is the same way that every other organization that commits itself to stopping hate speech and mean words and mean tweets on the platform always sensationalize and plat to. They are incapable of actually being able to deal with the actual straight consideration and problem that causes most of the consternation and concern to be a issue deserving of attention and makes it into a hit piece that gets published on Fox News or on CNN or on Headline News or on whatever particular political breakdown you want that isn't C-SPAN, and maybe sometimes even being brought up on governmental steps on Capitol Hill for the purposes of creating some type of task force that then gets handle on becoming responsible for how we deal with hate speech in online communities, online platforms, online websites and businesses that are Fortune 500 companies, and worse, on college campuses, especially if it's happening at a state congress. They are the definition, and what I would say is the protoform of the DEI activist. It all starts with the ADL. Ceiling birds! Goddamn, Bloodwood, that's good! The ADL is the protoform of the online grifter. They are the protoform. If you want to say that the ESRB attacking then Midway, now NetherRealm Studios, but NetherRealm goes along with it, so they're basically transformed into their final form from the Procariat form of the political Procariat. They were the Procariat form. I'm sorry, I just saw a roach fly on my fucking jacket. Boy, do I hate roaches. Got him. That was annoying. They are the procariat form that then became the eukaryote form. So single-cell organism to multi-cell organism to the living, fully functional, walking neophyte that is the journalism shit that we have to deal with currently, now, across any and all parts of a platform. They are the reason why half the problems that we deal with happen. And they only exist to suck money out of businesses, governments, and corporations. And usually attach themselves as a parasite host to other platforms for the purposes of taking advantage of those people and ripping out of them monetary wealth. It begins from there, it ends from there. Because it begins from there, and ends from there, every time the ADL is ever mentioned, you should double check the article and what the fuck it mentions and why they're being brought up to find out whether or not they are trying to stand to benefit off this. Because, as remember, this entire talking point line is exactly why games like Dustwind were made. And I can promise you, the ADL had a hand on it. Because, just like with firms like GLAD and companies and watchdog media groups like, well, all of them. They all have names. You probably go Google some and find some that are most commonly relevant here because they're probably also DEI groups that are consultancies. They all take account on this. And there's so much to be said about the ADL in general, but, you know, it is what it is.
Accused of normalizing hate and extremism in the gaming community. And I actually responded to this myself. I said, what a bunch of retarded bullshit. So that's generally what I think of ADL. But the reality is that the ADL is extremely influential in advertising politics and in social politics here in America. So yeah, that's basically it. Let's go back over. In a time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend Twitch for changing their policy regarding the use of Zionist as a slur and a proxy for hate against Jews. We are glad that Twitch acted on a recommendation to make this change. However, policy is only as strong as enforcement, and we will be vigilant and appropriately skeptical about Twitch's enforcement of this new policy. When one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hassan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam program minimizing its harm without consequence, it's clear the platform has far to go. I'm not sure. I saw a clip of that. I'm not sure whether he did that or not. So I'm not really going to say. But yes, he's been named. And they'll make Nazi a slur either, as well. I don't know about that. We'll see what happens. But he won't get banned. I don't think they're probably going to ban him either. I find it to be unlikely that Hassan's going to get banned. The reality is that, and this is really what's going to, and also why? Because a lot of the people on Twitch that work at the company share his politics. That's one of the reasons why. And so they're not going to ban him because they view this as like an existential ideological struggle. And so that's
true.
It's one of the big reasons. Also, he's a very big streamer too. And so like they don't want to ban him. Also, he has like pretty much a pretty unique niche on Twitch that allows Twitch to kind of have a political angle. And I think that Twitch sees that as valuable, and so they don't want to ban him as well.
It's all three of those things at the same time. Hassan is popular in the sense that he has a lot of people, not that his opinions are supported publicly by normal people. He has a popular talking point and platform from which, using his social platform, he can convince more people to join his political movement inside, or at least watch his content and thus consume it, and add watch hours and watch time to his bank book as effectively the front page of the face of the Democratic left platform. There's a distinction that one could make between leftist and liberal. But for purposes of calculating the census total of people who vote for a particular kind of politic in America, you do not need to go about this this dialectic. You do not need to calculate it based on this design. They are one and the same. A leftist is a Democratic voter, and a liberal is a Democratic voter. Because even if their policies are moderate, if they do not push themselves away from and shatter from the Democratic Party in order to form an opinion and a basis to either force the party to reform or create a party that is subsistent and standards reform for those that are moderates that do not do the crazy ass shit that people like Hassan and company choose to do, or the Anti-Semi Squad chooses to do and popularize. For those purposes, if you do not be able to break them away, then you are unable to get it across. So, when somebody says, or if I say, Twitch is a Democrat left platform, it's more like it is a radical platform that is platformed by individuals who use left-leaning topics, opinions, subject matters, and dialectics and breakdowns to factorialize how the world is evil, Nazi, bigoted, racist, while then having the most sensationalist and extremist content that would make Nazis blush. And I'm serious about that last bit. Nazis wouldn't even be this fucking public, open, and proud. Not even a sun downtown. Not even in a sun downtown. That's the most bizarre part. We're not going to finish the video. Namely because you should just watch it for yourself. The link has already been provided for all of these, most of these, inside of the most recent one. The one that we're currently listening to has not, so I will repost it myself. If it has, it's probably further up there. It's going to get put inside of Body Politic. And now let me look at this clip from gaming. Bolster, you said it was fixed. I don't see this post here. Unless you posted it somewhere else. You posted in the poop shoot? Do not appear that you posted it. I don't know. I can't tell. Let's go and look into this.
A post about...
Oh, still writing it. Okay. You're doing research. I appreciate you. And now, to round us out, Devin Nash. Tell me that, boy.
What was happening? Basically, I went up on Twitter and I said, hey, there is a huge advertising problem with Twitch, and we are going to be in a nightmare situation where Twitch is going to not have enough ads to run the website. And this is because they're going through a kind of same type of YouTube adpocalypse that YouTube went through in 2017. They wrote a whole thing on that.
Yes, this is the exact same post that he wrote. On his YouTube. So this is the exact same post. Nothing's changed.
And it got some traction. Lots of people were saying that this is never going to happen. And of course, I don't know, 16 days later, here we are. So streamers are reporting that ad revenue is going down. In fact, several large broadcasters have said that their revenue has dropped as much as 95%. Lots of people saying that their revenue used to be $10,000 a day and is now $2,000 a day. Lots of people saying that there are some huge problems on Twitch with ad revenue. And recently we saw a person end November and accidentally leak their ad revenue, and they actually made $71,000 off of ads with about 6,000 average viewers on a 24-hour subathon. So those numbers seem to have gone the way of the dinosaur. And we're going to kind of discuss like what happened there and why that is. You also can take a look at some of the controversies happening. So, and that's one of the notable advertising firms has posted their continued concerns as well as encouraged a lot of the advertisers on Twitch to poll. So what is happening basically is Twitch has had inconsistent enforcement of extreme content for years, and that can be political. It can also be just kind of offensive type of stuff. Basically all kinds of different things that advertisers don't want to be a part of. Okay, and this inconsistent enforcement has since been noticed by by a couple of communities that are kind of getting together to let advertisers know about the Twitch ad situation and how bad it is. And with a lot of emails out and also just increased media attention on Twitch, it's now becoming apparent that Twitch is platforming a lot of, frankly, just like really extremist type of content. And this came to a head with a lot of the political rhetoric that was going on pre-election in November. So the first thing to kind of understand about what's happening here is that this is basically an exact copy of something that happened before, and that is the 2017 YouTube adpocalypse. It's
100% cut and paste.
Like actually a cut and paste. And what happened in 2017 was there was a YouTuber who most of you probably know, and his name was PewDiePie. And he said some offensive stuff, and a bunch of media, particularly the Wall Street Journal, which at the time had a lot more readers.
Okay. Chat. Bells and whistles. It happened. It happened, boys. Carl, what happened? I'll show you. It happened. I am now officially 2.5k subs. Fuck. Why is it trying to copy that one? There it is. There it is! There it is! Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alright, continue with the video.
Basically said, hey, this is crazy, and a lot of these ad people, the advertisers, suddenly started realizing that their ads were being shown with in front of this kind of content. And so this person says something, and now these ads are getting shown next to it, and people are getting really angry, they're getting a lot of emails, and bad stuff is happening. And so YouTube says, shoot, okay, well, we have no ad targeting. So without ad targeting, we really can't control where these ads are showing up versus what is anywhere. So we can't tell what's going to happen. And so now without this ad targeting, the ads are going crazy, and ads on all kinds of types of content. And now this
stale in the cookie, man, fresh in the cream. Thank you, Bolster. I appreciate you.
This got worse and worse and worse, and YouTubers started to see ad drops of 70 to 80%. Does this sound familiar? So all of a sudden, basically, the whole website is going up. The primary way that people make money off of YouTube is ads. And with all these ads being pulled by major companies like Disney and Warner Brothers, all of a sudden, YouTube ad revenue starts dropping off the cliff, and people are making 70 to 80% less on ads. The exact same type of thing that you're now seeing on Twitch, with people reporting that they're losing 80 to 90% of their ads. And we'll explain why that is happening in a minute. Because essentially, what is happening here is that this is a problem with ad targeting. So you see these words of ad targeting here. What YouTube had to do to fix this problem was YouTube said, okay, we're in serious trouble if we don't fix this problem. The main way that we make money on YouTube and creators make money is ads. And recently, this has become increasingly true for Twitch as advertisers have given Twitch a chance. And now advertising is a pretty significant form of income for people that are on Twitch. So if we don't fix this problem, well, we don't have YouTube. YouTube's gone. And so what they decided to do was they decided to start doing what's called CCLs, or content classification labels. And the very early version of this addressed things like political content, addressed things like offensive content, violence, vulgar language, and things like that. YouTube started to develop machine learning so that the algorithm could detect this kind of stuff. And you could still post it on YouTube. They're not going to remove it from YouTube. But the problem is that you can't have ads on it. So that led to many creators being demonetized. And at first, through 2017 to 2019, this was a really painful process. What ended up happening was a lot of people got demonetized, and they didn't deserve to get demonetized because the YouTube classification system was weak. So from 2017 to 2019, many creators lost money, and some even quit, and many quit actually. Many quit, and many careers were ruined. People that were previously okay with ads or making full-time income off of YouTube. Maybe they had like a, let's say like a Guns and Ammo channel or something like that. Now we're suddenly being demonetized for every single video. And even today, in 2024, this is not a completely perfect process. But it is now the best content classification system that exists anywhere. So YouTube did successfully go through this period of pain by spending billions of dollars and building a machine learning platform that now properly identifies this kind of content. And as a result, we have a YouTube that is a better place for everyone. Now, I'm sure there are many people who would kind of disagree with that. They're wrong. I mean, YouTube is the biggest video platform, and the amount of content that it serves successfully while simultaneously enabling so many careers is incredible. And that is kind of a miracle that has happened. So now, if you understand the 2017 ad apocalypse on YouTube, it literally is a copy and paste of that over onto Twitch. Instead of PewDiePie, it is this particular streamer named Hassan the Hun, who is being basically crucified for extreme takes, which lots of people are just saying are absolutely not appropriate for the platform. I actually tend to agree with that opinion, and I think that those things shouldn't be here. In fact, in my tweet, I called for a ban on all extremist content, and I think people are criticizing me, even at this moment, those notifications popping up are probably people criticizing me, and I think they might think that I'm taking a particular side, but my standpoint is that because Twitch has failed to create this content classification system, and you can see that they're trying to do it. So there have been some improvements in it over time, particularly the, let's see, like you're seeing like these new labels, so this was just announced where Twitch will soon launch these new classification labels for politics and sensitive social issues. Creators who create this content must label their streams. Viewers can hide this, or viewers can hide this content. Advertisers can opt out of ads. So you're seeing like the very first type of thing happening, where advertisers can opt out of this stuff to create a YouTube-like system. Now, my take is very extreme, and I think a lot of people are not representing it correctly, because I believe that Twitch will not develop this system fast enough. They don't have the billions of dollars that YouTube has, and they're going to bleed out before they're able to build the system. So the simple thing to do is simply ban all political and extremist content until you can solve this problem. But we'll keep going on that. We'll address that. It's kind of important to understand, like, here's why the revenue is the way that it is, and like why streamers are losing this revenue. Basically, you have a bucket, okay? So we'll draw a bucket. We'll draw a white bucket. It's our bucket, okay? And in the bucket is some water. And you gotta pretend that the water is the ads. It's full of ads, okay? And then there's a bunch of really thirsty streamers all over the place, okay? Here's the thirsty streamer. We'll move this over here. Okay, so like here's a thirsty streamer. And we're gonna copy and paste it many times because there are lots of them. Okay, he's all over the place. Look at all these people that need that water. They're very, very thirsty. Oh, that was just a head. Maybe he's just a React streamer, so he doesn't have a full body because his content's not so good. Okay, so
that's funny.
But he's got to drink. But the problem is that if there's not enough water in the bucket, then some people are just going to not be able to drink. And that's the situation you have here. In a healthy ecosystem, there's going to be enough water in the bucket so that everybody drinks and everybody makes money. But when there isn't enough ads, you see there's a concept called fill rate, and basically that fill rate is just not being served to enough people, and people are losing revenue. And you're going to see this continue as the apocalypse of Twitch goes forward. Now, the trouble is that there's like no real reason for this bucket to be refilled, because unless Twitch fundamentally solves the content classification problems, they're not going to be able to put more water in this bucket. And
now, the argument that you could really start with is that this is where you start asking yourself, okay, so who do they fill the bucket with water from? Take all the reputable businesses. Everything from AstraZeneca, Barclay, all the way down to Elon Musk running ads on platforms for other places. All the nasty political people that you do or do not want to see. This is where stake becomes a very serious contender. Because they could do something very simple, like all the other gaming sites have done. Because there's another contingency that had this exact same thing happen. I'll give y'all 3 attempts as an audience. Question number 1. What was the first type of business as a news publication that had to start subsidizing their websites to stay afloat? I'll take the first 5 answers I see. Because if you know the answer to these 3 questions, you know exactly what the answer to this solution is. Correct. First one, gaming websites. Number 2, what kind of ads and what kind of businesses did they start selling ads to? First 5 answers. There are technically 2 correct answers to this. Both of them are equally correct, but let's see if you can get them within first 2 guesses. What kind of ads did they start selling on the websites? No, you got the first question correct. They was the gaming websites. Gaming websites were the first people who had to start selling ads in news. What types of ads were they selling? Technically, sports is half correct. No, not political ads. I'll give you a hint for this one. One deals with sexual themes. The other gets constantly berated on the internet, on Twitter, because it has a bunch of people who consume it and then bitch about what's inside of it. Adult is one of the answers. What's the other one? No, not OnlyFans. They started doing OnlyFans later. No, adult. One more answer for question number 2. Adult and what? Do you give up? I believe in you, chat. I know one of you got the answer, you're just scared to say it out. You still got one more try for question number 2. Nothing? Got nothing? Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Going thrice? Fried rice? Tempura egg roll? Crab crouton? Okay. Gaming websites had to start selling advertisements to adult websites. So your Jerkmates, and technically your OnlyFans, but OnlyFans came much later down the pipeline. We're talking about the early. Brazzers, Naughty America, Wicked, Wood Rocket, random ass little woman that's supposed to be on your desktop who jacks off and does some joy. And anime games. Gotcha anime games. Anything anime related, anything that was going to get a game adaptation that had to be off of an anime, anything that was getting a game adaptation that had to come from a light novel, these 2 things. We'll put it under gotcha games. And then, what happened to all of those websites? What's the new thing? What was the thing that Twitch just tried to smoke claiming and complaining about, saying that they wanted to ban because of the amount of minors that are on the platform, but they haven't removed because they allowed all the TV streamers to remain. What did they just get rid of? Question number 3, by the way. I bitch about it all the fucking time. It's the number one thing that I bitch about when I talk about esports. What's the number one thing that they could replace these ads with? But they ended up banning them permanently because they wanted to fuck over people like Trainwreck TV. Because he was doing it 24/7 with his money. No, not censor streams. Come on, I know you guys can do it. I know you're smart. You're my audience members. You're very smart. Very smart. Very smart. Very big. Boobs very big. Being very big. Ball is very heavy. Lots of generations of children. Gambling! Yes! Every single gaming website, from the majority of the time that they had to start selling all publications and start making money on their websites, alongside the fact that, focus, Carl. Along the time that they had to make money off the fact that they were not getting enough when they started fucking over the consumer and telling the consumer that they didn't like what they wanted to sell to them, that gamers were dead and they needed to replace them, they had to start taking ads for sexual content and anime shit. Usually tending to be the most obvious ones. Every single game that has a banner system and every single game that has some form of whaling or gambling in it are all the things that they still have to cut ads for in banner rates on the side and on the low bar still today now. And then they had to take these deals specifically because of, 1, our laws, but 2, the reaction that came about with the idea that, oh my god, I can't believe that we have all these people taking a part of loot boxes, gambling, loot boxes, Tiki Pro Syndicate, CSGO, gambling. They took all of this away because they were mad that there were streamers that were making buku money, popping more money than we would ever have, and saying you're putting children at risk of forming dangerous, addictive habits. And instead of banning the titty streamers, who are monopolizing these people with the many pipelines to get them to see overused and reposted pictures of their body for the price of a medium burger combo, or content creators actually making something of value and giving them something to subscribe to on a Substack, a Patreon, a Subscribe Star, or any other tier system for them to be able to sell to them for the purposes of money, they instead banned gambling and then said DraftKings, fantasy leagues, and stake were the devil and should never have a place on the platform at all. And that's why Kick was made, because Kick is founded by stake. That's why earlier I said it's not that they're advertised by Stake, when Asmongold said, yeah, what do you mean they don't have an advertisement? It's Stake. No, Stake owns it. Trainwreck, Stake are able to bring people to have that platform, and while it might not be the whole end-all be-all, it is a thing that helps run it, but you can hide it, the same way that you can be able to hide it on Twitch. But that only happened after bitching and whining and moaning. If they really wanted to, they could cut multiple fantasy deals, similar deals to Netflix title card fights, with any kind of sporting event that has money or could potentially have money put on it. Everything from horse races to IRL competition and pick'em bets concerning the Overwatch League, the LCS, the LCK, the LEC, the LEK, and the Challenge Series of the Split Leagues, or anything that has any kind of professional league, period. The FGC as a whole, even. But they can't do it because they stopped gambling! So they can't replace them with that money! So when Amazon has all of their ads pulled by all of these different corporations, they have nothing to fill it with because they can't get the fill rate because they were so mad at Trainwreck, they fucked themselves in the ass! History is great. Remember, kids, when your body gets bigger, your mind will flower. It's great to learn, because knowledge is power. It's a big power. You can imagine it's a gavel in my hand right now. Ding, ding. Court is in, bitch. You don't get no fucking money because you mad that little kids we spending money on you. Ding, ding. I hope it was worth it, motherfuckers. Ding, 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 ding. Let's continue. I hope we learned something.
In fact, it's going to be a much bigger problem than that, and we will get into what that problem is. But first, if you're here at 11...
And good job, Aqua. Very good job, Aqua.
Minutes of the Devin Nash video. That's right, it's time for the secret call. It's been one for a while. You got to post. It is exactly 11:18. So 11:18, post in the comment section that you're still here. Thank you very much, everybody.
Aw, not Homeworld. Aw.
For supporting this channel. My name is Devin Nash, and I make videos about marketing, content creation, and new media in the business world. And if you benefit from something I made, I would love you to subscribe and also check out the Patreon, patreon.com/Devin Nash. It's in the link below in the description. It has over 150 videos about marketing and business, how I run businesses, how I do everything. Super good for $5. All it is. I'm not selling anything, no course, nothing like that. Just $5 gets you in the door, or you can go to our weekly masterminds at the $20 tier. So your support would mean a lot because this channel takes a little bit, costs a bit to run. So would appreciate any help or maybe just benefit it, and I appreciate that. So okay, we're gonna go on to showing kind of what's next and what's gonna happen. Well, Twitch obviously needs to fill this bucket back up with nice healthy water to feed all of the React streamers. Okay, they're very thirsty right now. And to fill that bucket back up is no simple task. There's gonna be a couple of things that have to happen. I mean, the content label system is a kind of first step to that. But the problem is that advertisers have to have two reasons to be on the website, right? Number one, they've got to feel like the website is safe for their ads. And if this content still exists on the website and it's being featured, that is, it doesn't really matter that it's demonetized. Because if everybody is still making Wall Street Journal articles about this, and advertisers are getting pounded in emails over and over again saying, hey, look at this thing that you're representing, it doesn't matter. It's like, that's why some people don't understand. They're like, oh, well, why can't we have pornography on Twitch? Well, we can just put it in a separate category, demonetize it. Well, because it's still there. It's like the same reason why you can't advertise on a website like Pornhub or something, right? Like, as soon as you make room for that type of content on the platform, you are now allowing that type of content on the platform, and it's going to be associated with those advertisers, even if it's not directly there. And
yes! 100%. 100%, 10,000%. Thank you, Devin. Thank you. It's so hard to see people do this shit and them not be able to understand the fucking consideration that it leads to it. That's why all of us always associate titty streamers with OnlyFans. We're so tired of seeing these people doing the same shit on the platform, and then people say, why? Why can't you be able to just let them exist? They're not hurting you. No, they are hurting me. They're knifing me in the fucking spine because y'all motherfuckers want to make excuses for them to justify them doing it. Ooh, ooh, cuckoo, ka-choo. Where there's a will and a whap, there's a way. Congratulations by everybody who was gifted a membership from him. Galaxy Dragon, Monster Seiya, Jay, Pearl Shell, and Baconverse. But yes, no, you aren't hurting me. When you motherfuckers go out of your way and fuck shit up and destroy things and break things, you are directly responsible for fucking my cash flow, his cash flow, Jay's cash flow, Horror's cash flow, anyone's cash flow that has a channel that ever wants to monetize it on YouTube. It fucks all of us over when somebody behaves like that and acts like that. And it's fucked up that it affects us in this way. But it's literally the design of what happens when you associate the shit with it. That's why we act so fucking hard. That's why we clamp down so goddamn hard on hypocrisy, on grifting, on all of it. Because it's been said about us, and it's going to be said about everybody else. And when we jump onto it ourselves, the platform ain't gotta do nothing. Self-regulating community. But then, Twitch, nah, free for all. Every man for himself. Until the problem's so big that it affects everybody at a monopolistic level. And now, the CPM rates are dogged to shit. I'm sorry, Target doesn't want to run an ad for a fall festival sale. Because they might come up against Hassan Piker. They might come up against Frogan. They might come up against Collective. They might come up against Casey Tron. So sorry. Sorry, Justin Inks. You might be making a good revival and a turnaround with your career, but you see, all those friends that you have to be friends with, like Cutie Sonoretta, they're going to be upset at the streamer rewards because all of them are not making enough money. There's so much more money that they could be making, but no, they can't do that. It's not allowed. No. It can't be done. That's the world we come to. That's what happens. It's all because of that. All of it. It's all because of that. Could have avoided it. We ain't give a fuck. And so. Because of that association, it'll be a permanent stymie on the platform. More than titty streamers ever have been, or ever will be. It might actually be better to be an OnlyFans girl than to be a fucking political content creator right now. Considering how many of those people are OnlyFans girls on the side.
Well, okay, well, how did YouTube solve this problem? Well, YouTube doesn't surface content to people that don't want to see it. So if you turn off certain settings, or actually you just aren't, like, you will never, not only will your ads never
There is a setting inside the back end of the ads where you can block what kind of advertisings you ever want to run on your channel. For the longest time, I actually turned off gambling and alcohol. I've only recently turned them back on. Simply because I have now come to the position and belief that them running ads against my content for gambling and alcohol is fine, because if you choose to consume it and watch it, that is on you. And also money. And also money.
Here, but you'll never actually see that kind of like extreme sexual content or anything like that on YouTube because your algorithm just feeds that stuff out. And you can also just specify that you don't want to see it. There's all kinds of different options that you can do for safety. So even though that stuff exists on YouTube, it's really, really varied. But the problem is that Twitch is not like that. Twitch is a kingmaker system. The people that have more viewers tend to rise to the top of every category, and so it's impossible to ignore somebody like Hasan who has 30,000 viewers, or you know.
True.
Even a Kai Cenat obviously doesn't do anything controversial in my view, but I'm just.
Well, Kai Cenat doesn't do anything controversial in a political sense. When given an opportunity to try and make something political out of his stream, he actively turns it down and says, what the fuck do I know about politics? But he is the type of he is the kind of young scholar that will go onto the streets of New York and accidentally create a fucking scene because he doesn't know how to properly manage a giveaway about PS5s. A different kind of controversial, but at least he's handing out shit, and he's making a stink of stuff that has nothing to do with hateful opinions. Because motherfucker wants to make money, unlike Hasan, who wants to make money and call you a Zionist to your face. It's two different things. It's two different things.
Use him as an example to, like, he's always at the top of the category, so if he did do something like that, it would represent the entire website, whether you demonetize him or whether you put the ad off or not. So this is a problem I think that's unique to Twitch as a live streaming platform, and something that they can't just get out of by just like demonetizing categories and throwing people into those categories. And this is why on my tweet, I said, in my profile, wherever that button is, I said that this isn't just a simple matter of throwing them into a category. You can try forcing this content into categories and demonetizing, but it's too far gone. Twitch kingmaker system still throws that content to the top of discovery. You can't fool advertisers really. But it's a stopgap that might help temporarily, and then lo and behold, like 6 days later, they come out with content classification that will do exactly that. So everything's been along the lines of everything has proceeded exactly as I have foreseen, right? And that's all fine. But the problem is that Twitch has some fundamental issues that YouTube got through, that because it's a vlog platform, that Twitch as a live platform is going to be a little bit more challenged by. It's kind of uncertain what's going to happen there. The other problem, I mentioned there was two, right? One is that whole thing I just said about like you got to feel like you're safe, okay? So like brand safety is obviously one issue over here, okay? But the second issue is do the ads work, okay? And that's something we just have to talk about also. And the truth of that, sadly, is like at least as coming from a guy who runs a huge bunch of ads across all different platforms, that's like literally my job that I do at my brand advertising agency. I work for brands and I try to figure out what is the most effective way to advertise these products and services for these brands. Is it Instagram? Is it UGC? Is it what is it, right? And that's my whole day. That's all I do. This whole content creation thing is part-time. Well, Twitch is not good for running ads unless you're a publisher, game publisher. If you're playing video games, that's pretty good. But for other stuff, it doesn't convert that well. And there's a bunch of reasons for that kind of go beyond scope of this video. The demographic doesn't tend to like to spend money. They tend to trend younger. They tend to not have as much disposable income. They tend to be power users, meaning they kind of live in basements and in their parents' house and stuff. So
true.
Not the best people to serve ads to. And as a result, Twitch really can't challenge what we call a CPM, which is like a cost per 1,000 views of like what YouTube has. Like YouTube is just much better to advertise on. There's like actually no real reason to advertise on Twitch, again, unless you're a video game company. But video game companies are not going to be enough to prop up an entire website, which like Twitch. So the ads don't work. And the problem is that, like, let's say, I think one important thing I didn't know I was going to talk about this, but like, here we go. Okay, is there's a thing called there's ad budgets. Okay, and ad budgets usually comprise of a kind of like main budget. And let's say that's like, let's say the total budget is like $5 million. Maybe like 4 million, 4,700,000 of that or something is going to be the main budget, and that's going to go to like traditional stuff like PPC, which is like Google AdWords stuff, maybe like stuff that works before, like billboard advertisements, stuff like that, digital marketing ads and stuff like that, stuff that's really comfortable. And then 300,000 of that is going to be called like the experimental budget. Okay, and the experimental budget is when they tell us in the agency world, hey, this is the money that we suggest to them, like, hey, here's the money that you could allocate to kind of things that might be much higher risk but also much higher reward. Twitch is solely in this experimental budget. Nobody runs Twitch as part of their main budget. That would be a crazy thing to do because Twitch is really risky. So when an experimental budget goes wrong, it's often the first and easiest thing to cut. It's also interesting because when you see somebody like let's say Ford or like Mazda or somebody is advertising on Twitch, or like Colgate or somebody, you go, oh wow, like Twitch must be really going on the up and up. They are getting all these big advertisers and everything's like amazing. Well, actually, the problem is that that's like an experimental budget. So Ford is running $150,000 on Twitch of their $400 million marketing budget. All of a sudden, that doesn't sound as impressive, right? And you can kind of understand why it's so easy for somebody like Ford to like get a few emails and they're like, wait, how much are we spending on the ad budget there? And the agency just cuts it, right? Like instantly, because it's way too risky to run the ad budget. So that's the kind of situation we're in. Is like Twitch has a lot of these sort of experimental ad budgets, and as a result, it's really hard to justify keeping these ad budgets on Twitch. And the problem is, on top of that, the ads don't work. So in addition to the brand safety thing, it only takes it's not too hard to convince somebody because it's not part of your main budget, it's not producing you a ton of results and sales. It's not too hard to convince advertisers to leave. But then if the ads, it's going to be even harder for them to get back because what we call the ROAS, which is return on advertising spend, is not there. So shoot, like now we're really screwed. Once the advertisers leave, it's really, really hard to get them back. Now, why did the advertisers come back to YouTube? Because YouTube ads kill. YouTube ads slay. The average return on a YouTube ad is 2.6 to 1, meaning for every dollar that you spend, you get $2.60 actually, $2.60 back on average for every advertising campaign. That's a pretty good deal, and Twitch has none of the data like that. Twitch doesn't have any like ROAS guarantees or results at all. They can't tell you anything about what they're going to get off their content. They don't know themselves because there's no demographic targeting or ad targeting. So YouTube was able to reclaim its advertisers because they had really good ads and the ads work. But they also had the whole AdSense system behind them they've been developing since 2004. So like by 2017, they'd already been running ads as a primary function of their business for 13 freaking years. So it's just a totally different ecosystem than YouTube, and Twitch is trying to solve these problems. They can't realistically afford to build the ad targeting system that YouTube has. I called for them to start doing that like back in 2012, I think, when I was making videos, and they just never did it. Just laziness and / like that management and not having it as a priority. So I guess this kind of all comes down to the Omega question, you know, which is like kind of like what everybody wants to know, and that's just, will Twitch make it? Like, is Twitch going to survive? And
I want the answer to be no, 100%, 10,000%. I'm praying on their fucking downfall. Praying on their downfall!
Twitch has limped along for so long at this point that there's a couple of options. I mean, like, more in general, I just think, and this has been like my prediction going forward, that we're just gonna continue to see like the slow deterioration of the website. It's a hard word to write. I got it right now. Determination. It's going to suck more and more. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna see it slowly deteriorate. Streamers are going to keep losing money. Less ads. More like I think the Twitch Prime is, which is the free service you can use to subscribe to Twitch, is probably on the chopping block because it just makes no sense. It was originally a product that hopefully was going to get some people to be interested in Amazon Prime, but there's been no compelling data that shows that Twitch streamers are converting up into Amazon Prime subscribers. And so there's
They wouldn't be. Because if I'm going to have Amazon Prime over Twitch Prime, it's because I already use Amazon Prime for something that I actually desire. I wouldn't be basing my choice of getting Amazon Prime around my favorite Twitch streamer. It's a nice thing to have unless I'm already not spending that money. And if I'm not spending that money, why would I spend that money on them? It wouldn't matter if it's me. It would not matter if it was even me. I'm just not doing that. I'm just not doing that. And you can't expect other people to do that too. Because it's just impossible. It's just impossible. 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 It's that shit that we have to not do. So it just ends up not working out for anybody in general. And everybody's sad at the end of the day about the problem of it.
kind of no reason for Amazon to be spending, the $20 to $50 million a month that it costs to give people free subscriptions on Twitch. And so I think that that is on a chopping block. After Twitch Prime gets cut, people will start to really worry about the website. That I think happens sometime in the next 2 years. No real idea like when that's going to happen. All this can be reversed though if like a new CEO comes in, Amazon changes management. Right, any of that kind of stuff could happen, and then it's just all up for grabs. We'll probably cover that here on this channel. But right now, under the current CEO and the situation as it is, I think we're just going to see the suckification. What is that word? I love that word that people describe social media platforms with. Have you guys ever heard this word? It's in-shitification or whatever, where it's just every website goes through like a golden age, and then just gradually becomes worse and worse and worse. Like it's happening to Skype, it's happening to Discord in real time, where I still can't turn off notifications on my Discord. It drives me absolutely crazy. Why is that, by the way, Discord? Like I'm in there all the time. Why can't I change? Why no notifications? What's going on there? In-shitification is just going to continue to affect Twitch, and unless Amazon makes some fundamental changes to the website, like I don't really anticipate that it's going to happen. But I'm like, although my detractors and people are like, oh, he's always saying that Twitch is going to die. I've never actually really called for that. I've increasingly become worried about streaming on the platform. I think at this point it should be really clear to people that basically everybody should have a multi-streaming strategy. I mean, I said this 4 or 5 years ago, but it should be pretty obvious now with basically all the major creators getting off of contracts with Twitch. Twitch is no longer offering paid contracts, of course, because they have the money. And now everybody's just saying, okay, we actually should multi-stream. So like having a strategy where you multi-stream to like X and you multi-stream to YouTube at a bare minimum, like maybe TikTok or something like that, is going to be wise going forward, just because it's going to be a little bit hard to trust the trajectory of this website. But it has limped along this long.
Yeah, more or less. It's the thing that I concern myself with. Just have to say, thanks for the memories. Thanks for the memories. You were still not really that great. You always gave me head with your teeth. Whoa, one more stream, one more sub. Thanks for the memories. Thanks for the memories. Cause she pays better than you, baby. It's just how it has to be. Especially for Twitch. There's different platforms and different kinds of things, platforms, games, opportunities that you just have to fucking say, nope, never again. Can't do it. Because they don't respect us. They don't respect us, they don't respect our intelligence. So if it dies, it dies. If it don't die, we still don't have the platform there. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck. Right until the wheels fall off. Right until the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off. Because why the fuck will we care? Look at the shit you put me next to. I don't want to be next to Hassan. I don't want to be on the same platform as Hassan. But hey, is what it is. I was in the house while it was burning.
Maybe Amazon just takes a look at it one day and is like, wait, what's that? What is that platform we have in there? Like, it's burning what kind of revenue? And like, maybe they sell it off or something like that. That's like kind of extreme. More than likely, it's just going to keep in-shitifying, and we'll produce more videos like this. So now you understand what's happening exactly with the Twitch apocalypse, and you can tell your friends or share this video, or lament in Twitch's infinite despair and misery, as I do. Until next time, everybody, thank you for watching this video. See you later.
It is what it is, I guess. But that's all I have for you today on this news roundup. I will be back up in 10-ish minutes. Gonna try to roll a new build in Path of Exile, and then possibly see what the fuck I can fuck around with in Once Human. Because we have a lot of upgrades and a lot of content between here and December and January and February. If I am able to get into the early access for Path of Exile 2. You're gonna start seeing a bunch of shit about Path of Exile 2. And I'm not going to be sorry about it. I'm so sorry. If I end up getting in, I'm not going to be sorry about it. It'll be myself and Kasag more than likely. And then, after that, there will probably be, down in the timeline, this is on the back end of this, where it says new game in 2 days. This is something, my hand hurts. This is something that I picked up on last night. It is a game that's getting released in 2 days. Let me see here. Where is it? I was looking at it last night. A video game by the name of Strenova. It's already in pre-registration because it's getting looked up. And what Strenova is Strenova is a game that features content around a 3-dimensional and 2-dimensional form setup. So basically a shooter, anime style third-person tactical competitive shooter developed by iDream Sky that allows for a different type of gameplay that you have never seen before. I will show you footage. Here's the gameplay trailer. Basically, because it's playing on double time now, I'll slow it down to normal speed. Basically, you get to link between two worlds like a painting on the map screen to flatland so that you can approach people from different angles and climb spaces in the territory on different angles and approach in an entirely new way. It is bizarre. Check the shit out. You have powers, you have techniques, you have abilities. Doorbell just rang. 1 second, be right back. Need to bring my mother in. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let the video play on repeat. I'm gonna pull a half Hassan here. I'm letting the video play on repeat, and then I'll come back in because it's gonna take us a second to get her back in. I will be right back. I would not commit this sin if this was not that serious, but I need to get her inside the house.
敵じゃねえ。
今の私は炎の熱風だ。任せてよ、レイ。私が見えるかしら。
おめえは俺の敵じゃねえ。
今の私は炎の熱風だ。任せてよ、レイ。私が見えるかしら。
Perfectly timed looped. Okay. So, as you've probably seen maybe 2 or 3 times here, the entire design of this is, I wouldn't say unprecedented. I'm still looking forward to Fragfest in 2025, but I will be trying this game out. More than likely trying to play it a lot more. It says it's coming out in 2 days, which should fall on Wednesday. So you're going to be seeing me play some of this coming up. But this is a game that I am looking forward to. It's something that will fill the time for me, because there's a lot of weeks in between us and the release of Monster Hunter Wilds. And, as guaranteed by Bolster, I will be definitely spending my $70 on that game, and playing it along with Marcus and everybody else that is able to afford it, for content. Because if I can't get into the PoE 2 early access, and then I have to wait like everybody else, I have to keep my hands busy with something. So, to break up the monotony of the games that I am displayed playing on camera, that will be definitely a game taking it up. Because it's so far been back between Once Human, because we're still in this current season, and Kasog wants to go to a Manus season. After this, we have to check out which ones do what, and I was talking to him about this last night. Those of you that were present on Sunday when we were here streaming know that. But between here and there, if there is a season of content between here and us and that, I don't want it to take over precedent where I'm more focused on trying to play that game than over that game, because I will want to fill my eyes with as much of that content as possible, because fuck some of these multiplayer games in general. It's definitely going to be a game that's competitive. I want to treat it and open to the world with open arms. Am I going to be watching the VGAs? Yes! We will be watching the VGAs. It will be a versus chat. It will be a watch party. I will probably be covering the trailers secondary after the event. During the event, we'll probably be pausing every now and again and trying to catch up to things live. We'll do the exact same thing that we did for Summer Games Fest. Thank you for asking that question, Bolster. I have to say, in terms of the shooters that I've seen recently, this is definitely a game that has me impressed. I was happy with the presentation and the expectation with the finals, but the sheer factor is there's too much shit. There's too many shitters. Too many shitters, too many griefers, too many trolls, too many cross-platform trolls that couldn't fucking either play the game or went another way to make the game impossible. So, hopefully this game is much more based on solo 1v1, and then we can just see what the fuck we can get into there. But yes, we will be watching the VGAs. More on that at a later date, probably for tomorrow's stream. Talk more at that at length. I'm gonna get some food in myself, and then I will be coming back with Path of Exile. I'll see y'all then. Don't bust that nut yet. I'm gonna be right back after these messages. Goodbye, chat. I love you all. Mwah, 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 mwah. Happy 2.5K.